just miss my eye go to the toilet. You are growing water and you are becoming backward and primitive. Correct.
Sasa wewe iko wapi sai? Mombasa.
Mnaenda wapi kama mjaniliva?
Chukua.
Mulikula tena mbom.
There is difference between kitchen and chicken.
Wewe nataka nini kwa maisha? Gari. Don't just locomote in the name of driving a car. You should get a machine.
Nimenunua gari na ni mpya, waende nayo wakuche walete vitu haraka haraka ziko wapi?
Always good to have you on the show. Good morning. It's Monday, the 29th of April 2024. Karibu sana to the program. This is Good Morning Kenya. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Rainy one, all right? Many people are affected in various parts of the country. Let's just have it that way. There is no another better way to put it. Kenyans are struggling because of the heavy downpour that is being experienced across the nation. And this actually, he's now just calling for, we talked about it here last week. Marie and Mike, we talked about this last week in terms of disaster preparedness and of course how, as individuals, we are ready for such kind of moment. The government is also saying that, hey, we cannot compete with nature, and that is why schools are now being pushed to next week, 6th of May. Marie?
Yes, indeed, we talked about this. And, you know, Mike, we talk about disaster preparedness as a nation, but I think where it is right now, it's beyond the government. You know, despite the, the hurdles that we may have, it's now a personal, responsibility. I don't know, but I see how sometimes people take risks. I don't know whether you saw the boat that says capsized.
Exactly, in River.
Marsabit, actually, there were 30 people who were crossing over to, I don't know whether it's Garissa or where they were going.
From Tana River to Garissa.
Sometimes I think people dare death. I don't know. But it comes down to personal responsibility at this moment. What can you do? I know people are talking about the government telling us to, or at least government officials telling us to move to safer grounds. Where do we move to? So sometimes it's about your life and your family. I know there is some responsibility that the government, has in terms of ensuring our drainages, are, working and all that. But at the end of the day, it's your safety and that of your children, your family, and all that. I don't know what you think, Mike.
Yeah, but you see, Mike, this has happened. It's not the first time this is happening.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the first time that this is happening. Rivers breaking, the banks and all that, and you find people getting displaced in certain parts of the country. But then, Maria has talked about personal responsibility.
Yes.
Serikali's idea will be the normal anthem.
But then again, hata kama tunalia serikali's idea, as personal responsibility has to take a center stage.
Yeah.
But then again, even before the rains start, you will find that there are areas where people are building houses where they are not supposed to build.
Exactly.
You see that now when the rivers burst their bank, they are the ones being affected mostly, but still it speaks also the kind of planning in terms of building that goes into it. But then again, people need to take personal responsibility and ensure that they exercise caution, especially because now rains are, we are experiencing heavy downpour, and some of these some of the areas that are prone to flooding, people are affected. People need to take personal precaution and ensure that you do not dare these things.
But at the same time, Mike, I agree with you, people are building, in the wrong places, along the riverbanks and all that.
Yeah.
So the respective, county government also need to have, implementation, It just bows down to, again, responsibility.
Yeah.
So I have a personal responsibility. I know that. I'm not supposed to build along the riverbanks, but people will do whatever they want.
Exactly.
You know, people will always break rules.
Yeah.
So where are the people who are supposed to ensure that nobody does that? Who allows them to do that? Because it's not just 1 or 5 people building along the riverbanks. I remember doing a story, I think last year, where the El Nino was about to hit us, and I went to Madare, and you know, along the riverbank, the people who had actually built there. And it's the same one that you've seen, you know, in the media, where people have lost houses, people have lost lives. It's the same place, because I could recognize the place. You know, so at the end of the day, it's a tough one. But sometimes tough actions need to be taken to ensure that people are safe at the end of the day. You know, because I guess when people are desperate, they will be able, I mean, they'll do whatever they need to do to survive. Victor, you've just mentioned about the 6th of May being the day that the government has pushed the reopening of schools. We are yet to confirm that, but it will be, you know, the right thing to do, because right now, surely, for those who have children who are going to boarding schools, I mean, is it today? They're supposed to be in school tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, so some of them probably have already taken their buses and all that. But that is a story there, Victor, that we will actually be confirming later. We are not too sure whether that is the directive of the government. So we'll be able to bring our viewers up to date with that particular story. Victor?
Oh, yeah. So later in the morning, the president will be at the World Bank meeting, the conference happening at the KICC, and we'll also get you that live link. We'll be talking much more matters politics, what's really happening. The UDA grassroots elections is still ongoing, and some people are saying that it's a success, some saying it's a sham, but most importantly, want us to take a look at the case of disaster preparedness in the country. Crispus Wathimba will be joining me, Daniel Oroga as well, and Peter Oreru, who is the member of parliament of Kibra constituency. By the way, Simba, Elephant, Arsenal, bado top. Marie, over to you.
Nisawa. Yeah, so let's get to the news. I do not want to get into the, you know, back and forth with Victor and Arsenal. You know, Victor, let me just make you laugh a little bit. I was listening to something on Instagram, and somebody, this is out of the country, and this lady was like, the husband she asked the husband to name the daughter, you know, and the daughter was named Lanesra. So she thought, like, wow, this is a very...
Named who?
The daughter.
Yes.
So they had a baby girl. So the wife requested the husband to name the daughter. So the husband named the daughter Lanesra. So she told her this is a very beautiful name, only to learn that it's actually Arsenal, so Lanesra. Yeah. So it's Arsenal the other way around. That is how. So I do not know whether you'll actually go that way.
That lady will be shooting until she grows old. She'll be scoring everywhere.
Okay, so let's get to the news now, where the Kenya Meteorological Department is warning of continued rainfall and strong winds in parts of Coast, Garissa, and the eastern part of Kitui County. This comes as transport was paralyzed along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway after Kijabe Bridge that connects Gichengo, Kijabe, and Maimahiu roads was destroyed following heavy rains. Elsewhere, road users have been urged to exercise caution along Kangunda Road, that is at Joska Bridge, after residents woke up to find a crack on the road posing a risk to road users. Timothy Kipnoso is keeping tabs on the flood situation across the country and brings us the following report.
These were the scenes at Valley Bridge Primary School, Kiamaiko in Mathare, Nairobi County. Expectant mothers and their children have sought refuge here after their houses were marooned by floods. Nancy Waithera, who is heavily pregnant and could deliver at any moment, now says all her belongings were swept away by floods early this week.
Wamesema venye tuko hapa kwa hii shule lazima ifunguliwe next Monday. So hawawezi kuja saa hii hapa kabla hatujajipanga venye tutaka.
Priscilla Unja's story is no different. She is 8 months pregnant and has been at this shelter for the last few days.
Hawezi kutusaidia kwa jinsi wataweza, ndio tusizuie pia watoto kurudi shule.
Siwezi nikasema nimejipangia watoto wangu chochote kozi vitabu zilienda na maji, uniform zikaenda na maji. Mimi mwenyewe ni hustler tu, sina chochote for now.
Hakuna kitu hata moja tuliokoa. Sasa kitu sisi tunataka tu ni tusaidiwe juu mtoto kama huyu tunakaa naye hapa anapigwa na baridi.
The situation here is dire. Immediate intervention is needed to avert a health crisis.
Tuliathirika na mvua. Tukalala ndani ya mvua usiku mzima, siku 2. Wakati nilistuka, sukari ikapanda juu, pressure juu. Na nikapelekwa hospitali, lakini bado sijasikia mzuri. Na mtoto wangu ni mgonjwa. Nimempeleka hosi kwa sababu alianguka kama anakimbia.
Niko na watoto wako shule, high school, hata hawana venye wataenda, hawana chochote. Mimi mwenyewe sina makao, sijaokoa chochote na mimi ni mgonjwa kabisa.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who visited the area and distributed food and non-food items.
Well, that story was by Abdi Aziz Hashem, where he was talking about schools reopening across the country despite the heavy rains. In Nairobi, flood victims, as you've seen there, who sought refuge in learning institutions will be relocated to 3 designated camps of Masinde Muliro grounds in Huruma, Mavoko Assistant Chief's Camp in Kasarani, and the same will be replicated across the country. I'd like to take that story again for you because we need to get up to speed with what is happening in as far as the meteorological is concerned. And the Kenya Meteorological Department is warning of continued rainfall and strong winds in parts of coast, Garissa and the eastern parts of Kitui County. This comes as transport was paralyzed along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway after Kijabe Bridge that connects Gichengo, Kijabe and Maimahiu roads was destroyed following heavy rains. Elsewhere, road users have been urged to exercise caution along Kangundo Road at Joska Bridge after residents woke up to find a crack on the road, posing a risk to road users. Timothy Kipnusu, once again, keeping tabs on the flood situation across the country and brings us the full report.
The heavy downpour that was witnessed Saturday night has wreaked havoc in Kiambu County. This is after the Kijabe Bridge was swept away, paralyzing transport services.
Apart from hii daraja kubomoka, hii mvua imeleta madhara Kijabe. Hii ya kwenda, this daraja ndio ina connect Kijabe Girls. Hata hatujui shule zinakuwa opened next week. Na hata ile imewekwa hapa ni very temporary, ikikuja mvua ingine imeenda.
At the same time, adjacent residents at Old Kijabe Village that lies at the Nakuru-Kiambu border are also at risk of being swept by the raging floods as the village sits at the foot of the Kijabe Hills.
Na kama kuna pesa ya emergency ambao serikali tunasikia wakisema, tunaomba hiyo pesa ikuje itengeneze hii barabara. Hii daraja si mara ya kwanza kuvunjika. Imevunjika 10 years ago. Kwa sababu maji yote ya kutoka juu huko Geshiango huko juu, yote inakujanga hapa.
Hii barabara daraja imetukatiza kwa sababu ndio inatutoa upande wa Maimahio, kwa sababu wakati Maimahio kumekuwa na msongamano wa magari kama siku ya leo, huwa tunatumia hii daraja na hii barabara inatufikisha upande wa Kimende.
Elsewhere, Baringo County Commissioner Sangalo Kutu has urged residents living near flood-prone areas like Tugen Hills to move to safer areas. Kutu called on the residents to watch out for cracks that could result to landslides.
Haswa wale ambao wako katika maeneo ya Lake Baringo, maeneo ya Mogotio ambayo tumeshuhudia dam zinaanza kujaa, maeneo ya Tiati East, maeneo ya Kwichatis, na pia wakati unavuka, wale ambao wanasafiri kwa magari tuweze kuchukua tahadhari wakati tunavuka barabara.
Areas of Kituro, Kabartonjo, Kipsaraman and Kiptisogon. Communities living in these areas are urged to be more cautious and to look out for those disasters that could happen from there.
And the search for bodies of Kenyans who perished at River Kwamusi in Sultanahmud on Friday has entered day 3 with Devolution Principal Secretary Teresia Mbaika warning Kenyans against crossing flooded rivers. This even as she said the government has set aside 4 billion shillings to help families affected by floods.
Which is going to medical supplies, which is also going to our roads. Many roads have been washed away, and also going to purchase for food and other basic needs.
And the irony of the situation is that residents and leaders in Marsabit County have urged the government and development partners to step in and provide humanitarian aid to famine-stricken families in the region. Parts of the expansive county have for the last 5 years received no meaningful rainfall, leading to a devastating drought which killed all the livestock. Our reporter Adan Ibrahim reports from Marsabit County.
And all the departments involved, please, if it is the resources that will save the Kenyan people, if it is the resources that will help us tupatie wa Kenya nafuu kwenye tunafaa tufikishe chakula na non-food items, na kama hakuna pesa katika bajeti, kama chairman wa budget na wauliza kwa heshima, nyinyi tumieni hiyo pesa, mutaleta baadaye pale bunge tupige sahihi kama Wakenya bado wako sawa.
Wakati tulikuwa tunajenga KMTC, tulikuwa karibu tumalize, equipping tusaidie. Mheshimiwa Rais akakuzungumzia, ukatuwekea katika budget 50 million na hiyo kazi imekamilika. Tunashukuru sana.
Now to some political news where Azimio leaders have vowed to oppose what they labelled national government's attempt to curtail the leadership of Nairobi County Governor, that is Johnson Sakaja. Speaking during Kotu Thanksgiving service ahead of Labor Day at St. Stephen's Jogoo Road, the Azimio politicians for the rubbish recommendations to have civil servants transit from permanent to pensionable contract terms.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on Saturday, in a thinly veiled attack on the Nairobi County leadership, said the national government is taking a keen interest in the development which was currently under neglect. Sunday, Azimio leaders came out guns blazing.
Sakaja kwa nafasi yake ni mwaka mmoja tu na nusu, hata ijafika, wameanza kumsukuma leo hii hatafanya kazi, wangoje 2027.
Speaking at St. Stephen's Jogoo Road, the opposition leaders also warned against what they termed as plans to divide workers' union KOTU, while further dismissing recommendations to have all civil servants employed on contracts.
We have been watching, sijui Fazuu, sijui nani. We've been watching. Some of these are hatchet men. We are saying, please don't also destroy our civil service. Tumeona wengine wakisema sasa permanent and pensionable. Yani mutaanza kuandika chabi, mutaanza kuandika sasa mambo haya contracts.
I want to assure our brothers led by Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka that sisi katika kotu hatuwezi kutishwa.
The politicians calling on the government to postpone the reopening of schools owing to the ongoing floods.
Kwa hali hii, kama serikali could have considered postponing the opening of schools, sababu hali iko mbaya sana. Wengi ambao wamepoteza maisha ni watu wazima. Shule zikifunguliwa kwa hali hii, watoto watakuwa hatarini.
Meanwhile, Labour CS Florence Bore, who graced the Thanksgiving service, implored striking doctors to resume work. She reaffirmed the government's commitment to ensure favourable conditions for workers across all sectors of the economy.
The spate of industrial action in the health sector is a matter which concerns government, and it is a threat to the achievement of key development goals and the welfare of Kenya. Government will continue, especially the Ministry of Labour, to play its role towards promoting industrial harmony.
Joseph Wakungu reporting there. Now, residents of Tamioi village in Samburu County took to the streets to protest what they say are increasing attacks by elephants. The irate residents say this year alone, 4 people have been killed by stray elephants in addition to damage to their plantations. Additionally, they have faulted the Kenya Wildlife Service for alleged inaction, threatening to take matters into their own hands.
Tamayo village lies about 3 kilometers from Maroral town. Here, residents have not known peace following constant attacks by marauding elephants. The elephants are reported to be straying from Kirisia forest into their farms, bringing in their wake death and destruction. The family of Ndiote Lekisolish is still mourning the death of their kin, who is said to have been a victim of an elephant attack on Friday night.
Kwa sababu vali waliulia kijana ambaye ni mtoto wetu, ameuawa kwa shamba ndani. Tuko na ushungu sana. Tungependa serikali wajue vile watatusaidia.
Yesterday, the KWS were just here. They are just chasing them toward our people. And this is the result now. So we are in pain and we need a lot of rectification.
Apart from injuries and deaths, they say their farms have not been spared either.
Tunaishi na ndofu. Hawaendi mbali, wanakaa hapa tu kwa laga. Watoto wetu siku hizi hata wanachelewa kwenda shule. Hii mwaka hatulimi shamba kwa sababu ya ndofu inatusumbua.
Hii kitu imetusumbua sana. Juzi na wanafunzi asubuhi wewe amuka kwenda shule. Asubuhi kitambo ufike 6 ndofu iko hapo. Hadi saa 2 uende shule. So tunateseka. Usiku tena ni kama tu ni curfew.
They are now demanding KWS heeds to their various complaints to prevent the jumbo from straying into their farms and homes.
Na kuna huyu ndofu moja ambaye ako na meno moja. Sasa ameua, ni kama yeye ndio mhusika mkuu ambaye ameua hii watu wengi sana. Our pain is that hakuna vile KWS sasa hiyo ndofu ameua mtu moja, ndofu bado inaenda. Ameua wa pili, ndofu bado tu na inajulikana hiyo ndofu.
Manake kama sasa wanakuja ndani ya Manyata, ndani ya boma na kutoa wananchi hapo. Jamani, hiyo ni kitu kizuri kweli? Hiyo ni kitu kizuri?
So we can now confirm to you that the Ministry of Education has directed schools across the country to reopen on the 6th of May as opposed to the 31st as earlier scheduled. And in a statement, the ministry cited safety concerns following the heavy rains and flooding that has been witnessed across the country. So we'll be bringing you details of that particular story in our subsequent bulletins. But just bear in mind that the school's reopening has been now rescheduled to the 6th of May instead of the 31st of April. So we'll be bringing you that story in just our subsequent bulletins, that is. Moving on, the National Transport and Safety Authority has directed an inspection of school buses ahead of resumption of landing in schools. Speaking at a free medical camp for over 300 school bus drivers in Thika, NTSA Kiambu Regional Manager Kendi Mutuma urged for adherence to NTSA regulations in a bid to reduce fatal road accidents and maintenance of vehicles to ensure they are roadworthy.
The National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, has concluded a 3-day thorough inspection of school buses in Thika, Kiambu County, where they inspected, among others, safety belts, insurance covers, wheel balancing and speed governance.
Tunaangalia kila makosa kwa gari na tunawahimiza shule zinaporejea wiki ijayo wawe wamerekebisha itilafu hizo. Kwa hivyo tunaangalia kutoka kwa mishipi kwenda kwa governor na pia dereva mwenyewe kama akona RSL ama PSV.
The clinic, dubbed Usalama Barabarani Medical Camp, brought together learning institutions and driving school staff. NTSA Kiambu Regional Manager Kendi Mutuma emphasized the crucial role played by school bus drivers in safeguarding learners.
We expect to continue. This was just the start. We expect to have more of these motor vehicle clinics and driver sensitization. We expect to do more, so this was just the start. More are coming throughout the whole region.
During the exercise, some of the bus drivers were found to have tampered with speed governors and safety belts.
Wasizingatie eti kwamba wanachelewa, sana sana wazingatie mambo ya kufikisha watoto salama nyumbani ama kuwapeleka shuleni wakiwa salama. So kama barabara zimefurika, tumewahimiza wasubiri kama abiria wengine.
Drivers who attended the safety awareness clinic were upbeat. The clinic equipped them with the knowledge to enhance their driving prowess.
Moja yapo ni kuwa na nidhamu barabarani na pia kuwa na kuheshimu wale wengine mko nao kwa barabara. Haswa wakati huu mnaweza kuwa na magari uone kuna jam, kuna wengine wanataka kuoverlap, na wewe ukiwa umebeba watoto wa shule usikimbizane na hao wengine.
Wakati kama huu wa mvua sasa wa mafuriko, afadhali ukiona maji iko mbele yako, kwa sababu hujui dipu ya hiyo maji mahali unaenda, afadhali usimame hapo, wacha urudi na mtoto kama ni nyuma mpaka maji ipite.
The drivers were treated to free medical checkups that included eyesight tests, blood sugar levels and blood pressure.
Well, Gladys Mungai reporting there. Once again, the schools will now reopen on the 6th of May and not the 31st of April as earlier scheduled. And this is according to the Ministry of Education, citing the ongoing floods and rains that have been pounding the country. So you can see it there on your screens as schools will be reopening on the 6th of May and not the 31st of April. Now to our county news roundup, where Pastor Dorcas Rigade is calling upon women to join the war on alcohol and drug abuse in the country, noting that their involvement is critical in curbing the menace. The government has since spelled out tough measures to end the sale and consumption of drugs and illicit brew in the country that has affected many young people. This and other stories in our county news roundup.
While launching Kirika Foundation, an initiative aimed at empowering and supporting families affected by alcohol and drug abuse in Thika, Kiambu County, the spouse of the Deputy President, Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, who has been at the forefront in the fight against the menace, emphasized the need for women involvement in the war on drugs and illicit brew.
We need to be there for one another, to provide a shoulder for the most vulnerable to lean on, and to be a mouthpiece of the voiceless. We must leave no one behind. Let us endeavor to live a dignified life as a community and as a people.
Separately, Kiambaa Sub-County Security Committee have arrested more than 30 youth who are found taking illicit brews in a bar notorious for selling their brews in Kihara town. Police received a tip-off from the public.
The members of the public have complained about this club. They have written letters that it is in a wrong place. Their children are lost here, and you can see some of them are sleeping here.
Elsewhere, the National Assembly Committee on Agriculture has assured farmers of government's commitment in getting rid of fake fertilizer cartels.
We shall recommend stringent measures on those collaborators and the unscrupulous suppliers who've been actually supplying the fake fertilizer or the substandard fertilizer.
Turasha residents Githioro Ward in Nyandarua County have a reason to smile after Naruwasco Managing Director Ruben Korir announced the community around Turasha Konoike Dam will get piped water.
Tumechukua hatua ya kuhakikisha kwamba tutafanya conservation ya sources ambayo tunatumia kupeana maji.
And over 15,000 epileptic patients from Kilifi are set to benefit from services in a newly opened epilepsy clinic at the Malindi Hospital. The epilepsy clinic, funded by Chandaria Foundation, will reduce the cost of travel for patients suffering from the condition and increase awareness to end the stigma.
Malindi serves not only Malindi County. We see people as far as from Tana River and other areas seeking treatment in this facility here.
Finally, a bill seeking to criminalize shisha and vape is set to be tabled for its first reading in the National Assembly. The bill is proposing a 5 million fine or 2 years jail term for those manufacturing, distributing, selling or consuming it.
This is a menace. It is taking a very tall order on our youth of this country. And as leaders, we have to come up with a solution.
The bill, which is sponsored by Nyaribari Chache Member of Parliament Zahir Handa, is aimed at dealing with the menace that has affected mostly the youth.
A look at sports now, where AFC Leopards and Kariobangi Sharks have booked their place in the Mozart Cup semi-final after winning their respective quarter-final matches played at Dandora Stadium. Leopards and Sharks now join KCB and Police FC in the last four of the tournament that will see the winner pocket 2 million shillings and a place in the CAF Confederation Cup next season.
AFC Leopards came from a goal down to beat Compel FC 3-1 in their quarter-final match played at Dandora Stadium. Cornelius Wafula's goal in the first minute put Compel FC ahead, but Leopards equalized through Casey Odhiambo in the 28th minute of the game. Arthur Gatego ensured Leopards went into the break ahead, scoring for Ingwe just a minute before half-time. A place in the semi was granted by Arthur's second goal in the 61st minute as Leopards clawed their way into the last four. Earlier, John Mark Makwata scored a lone goal in the 31st minute to give Kariobangi Sharks a narrow 1-0 victory over SSAD as they advanced to the semi-finals. Winners of the tournament will a slot to represent Kenya in the CAF Confederation Cup.
Masaba anaipenyeza kwake. Makwata anachukua pembezoni, Bwire anaiweka pembezoni kule.
To some rugby now, where the Kenya under-20 rugby team Chipu came from 2 tries down to beat Zimbabwe's Junior Sables 28-13 in the final played last evening at the Machinery Exchange Stadium in Harare Sports Club and win the Bats Trophy. Now, Ido Kuta, James Olela, Michael Wamalwa, Patrick Wainaina, Andy Cole Omolo and Philip Okeo contributed the points for Chipu. The final was a repeat of last year's final at the Nyayo National Stadium, where the Junior Sables thrashed Kenya 28-7 to win the tournament. The win books Chipu a ticket to the 2024 World Rugby Under-20 Trophy set for July in Edinburgh, Scotland, marking their 3rd appearance in the global event since 2019. Kenya started the campaign with a hard-fought 36-28 victory over 5-time champions Namibia before dismantling Tunisia 56-17. To cricket, where Obuya Cricket Academy hosted 3 charity matches yesterday at Peponi School, with the proceeds going towards education for needy children in 5 counties, among them Kilifi, Machakos and Homa Bay. Arhan Shah was the standout player of the matches with 40 runs.
Obuya Academy in Kenton. Obuya won the toss and elected to bat first, scoring 66 in 10 overs for 7, while Kenton scored 67 for 7, winning by 2 wickets. In Game 2, Peponi won the toss and put Obuya into battling first.
And this tournament has been fun. I enjoy playing with boys and both girls, and it's fun to experience playing with different people.
That money will go to carrying on supporting the Obuya Cricket Academy in terms of getting cricket out into the community. So they're taking groups of children, they're training them, and over the last 25 years they've been training.
Obuya scored 56 in 10 overs for 7, as Peponi scored 57 for 5 in 8.1 overs, winning again by 2 wickets, while in the final game, Kenton won the toss and elected to field first.
through sports and through opportunity, children can grow. They could be cricket players, they could do anything in life, they can be doctors, they can be academics. It's really just about developing children and giving them great opportunities, and we're very proud to play a small part in helping with that mission.
Peponi scored 100 for 4 in 10 overs, while Kenton scored 102 for 2 in 10 overs, winning by 8 wickets. During the matches, participants got the opportunity to buy Sovina Kenya national team t-shirts signed by 2003 Cricket World Cup legend Collins Obuya, who recently called time on his long international career.
We are looking to venture into 5 counties, and the 5 counties basically is to try and give an opportunity to the kids who still can play sports, which is cricket, which is one of the best. I would claim is one of the best sports, one of the best sports in the world, and they get a chance to be educated.
The Academy has recently launched an education and sports project in collaboration with Safal MRM. Arhan Shah was named the most valuable player on the tournament with 40 runs and 2 wickets.
Now, Kenya's Peter Mwiniki and Lilian Kasait at the 2024 TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru Road Race Champions held in India. Mwiniki maintained his lead from the start to win in a time of 28 minutes and 15 seconds, beating Hilary Chepkwony, who finished second in 28 minutes and 33 seconds, while Hagos Eyob clocked 28 minutes and 39 seconds to seal the last spot on the podium. In the women's category, Lilian Kasait clocked 30 minutes and 56 seconds to clinch the title ahead of Immaculate Achol, who timed 31 minutes and 17 seconds, as Ethiopia's Lemlem Hailo finished 6 seconds behind the third position.
It doesn't matter. Lilian Kasait comes across the line and wins the TCS World 10K in Bengaluru for 2024.
Now to the Premier League, where Arsenal overcame the hurdle of North London Derby and an anxious final to maintain momentum in the Premier League title pursuit with a vital 3-2 victory at Tottenham. Spurs remain in 5th place, 7 points behind Aston Villa with 2 games in hand. And just to give you more from the Premier League is that Nottingham Forest fell nil to Man City, who scored 2 goals against them. And Bournemouth versus Brighton, definitely Bournemouth defeated Brighton 3-0, and I've just given you that Arsenal versus Tottenham, where Arsenal took the day at 3-2. So thank you so much once again for your time and starting your day with us here on Good Morning Kenya. I just want to remind you of that story, and you can see it on your screens. The schools will be reopening on the 6th of May as a result of the floods and rains that are pounding the country. The Ministry of Education has cited safety reasons for the students and all that. So we'll be bringing you up to speed with all that is happening in as far as that is concerned. So schools will not reopen on the 30th of April, but on the 31st of on the 6th of May, I beg your pardon. So that's where we end the bulletin this morning. Thank you so much. We should be able to join our reporter or my colleague O'Brien Kimani, who is at the KICC. He'll be bringing us up to speed with the Heads of State Summit that is going to be happening right there. So stay tuned for that and more from us here on Good Morning Kenya. We hope that you can actually stay with us. So thank you so much. My name is Mariambo. I'll see you again next time.
We are going to interview everyone you want.
Well, many thanks indeed, and thank you very much indeed for joining us. We are at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, where the International Development Assistance 21 is taking place here. And of course, the African heads of state are converging here. We have about 10 of them, and of course, we are looking out for more. Allow me to give you some background. Back in 1960s, when the African continent, as well as other continents, were clamoring for independence, the World Bank decided to develop the infrastructure and regional development bank, as well as the international development assistance, to help the countries that were coming out of colonialism to develop. And almost 60 years later, this has done magic. 34 countries have moved out of this category. Actually, some of them have become donors, like South Korea and China. And Kenya is at the forefront of leading these negotiations here in Nairobi. Joining us to give more perspective on IDA21, we are joined by the Cabinet Secretary for National Development, National Treasury. This is none other than Professor Njuguna Ndogo. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I know it has been a hectic week for you. I mean, trying to put all this together would be classified as hectic, but you have managed to pull it, and congratulations to you and your team. Give us a background and why are we here?
Thank you very much indeed, Brian, and thank you very much for also the introduction. You did a fantastic introduction.
Thank you.
Let me say, we are calling it IDA21 replenishment, and it's good that you said International Development Association. IDA is a combination of International Development Association of richer countries trying to make a contribution for poorer countries. There are about 75 countries that depend on IDA resources to try to make resources for those countries in the poorest conditions and vulnerable conditions to improve the conditions. That for us is very, very important. This is IDA21. It means that it is the 21st replenishment. Now, why replenishment? First is because these resources are provided to the 75 poorest countries in the world, but they are also provided at zero interest rates or near zero interest rates. So it means that after every 5 years, the resources must be replenished. That is why we are calling it an IDA replenishment. But this
after every 3 years?
After every 3 years, they have to be replenished. It used to be 5, but now I think
3 years.
it's becoming 3. Let me put it this way. Why the difference now? If you go out there, starting of the entrance in KICC or in front of the first president, search you see IDA works. That is the words. That is, IDA resources can make a difference. And that is what we want to actually show, that we can actually make a difference. What difference can we make? Yesterday, ministers of finance from African region congregated here, and they developed a communique. That communique was developed on the basis of what should we make a difference in terms of this IDA21 replenishment. The first objective was that if African countries can come up and develop their own priorities, development priorities, then it can show the impact of IDA replenishment. It can now make a case for the richer countries to push for IDA replenishment, a higher component of that, because it makes a difference. Let me start from the first one theme that was working through. One of them was the quality and structure of growth. Higher growth is required, but the quality and structure of that growth is very, very important. Why is that? Because it can make a significant impact on poverty. It can make a significant momentum in terms of inequality. And it can make a significant impact in terms of momentum for future growth. So it means that success can beget success, as people say. And that is why the strong growth is very, very important in reducing poverty, significantly. But it also implies that once you have strong growth, you also have fiscal space that you can deal with targeted social transfers to minimize and to eradicate inequality in the long term. We have seen that. But why are we coming and talking about the quality of growth 60 years after independence? It's because most of the benefits that we had acquired for the last 60 years have been actually messed up by climate change. For example, layers and layers of shocks have been quite devastating, starting with COVID. But there's nothing more devastating like the drought we experienced in 2022, a bit of 2023. Why is it important? Because it reversed all the efforts of poverty reduction for the last 20 or so years. But it also increased massively inequality at the household level and regional level. Just see how devastating the drought was. It is the same thing that happens now. The floods, for example, they are affecting poorer areas that are already struggling. Now, then what do we need to do? We have to rethink about the development agenda. There are so many themes that came out from the ministers of finance. Yes. But the most important, the growth and structure of growth was one of them. But the second thing is, how do we create market accessibility? And for us, markets are very, very important. First, physical infrastructure is very, very important. Creating roads to access markets is very, very important. Why? In this part of the world, they lower transactions cost. Small farms in our economies suffer because they are transactions heavy. Look at transport system, physical roads, bridges being carried away. All these are the increased transactions cost. Look at electricity. Okay. Most people don't look at cost of electricity in terms of the cost, but they look at the stops and the electricity supply stops, isn't it? And the cost of actually having an electricity cut is very, very expensive. Is it cut, or how do you describe it? We usually used to say it is not the cost of electricity that is important. It is the supply of that electricity in a constant and stable way, so that it is predictable that you can start your production process, and you can go to the cycle of your production process. The third component of that is that once markets are working, because you can access the markets, once markets are working, remember we are in an agricultural economy. If markets are working and you can access the markets through physical infrastructure, then it means that downstream, especially in agriculture, you can increase production and you can raise your productivity. Productivity means profitability, isn't it? Yeah. So essentially we have so many things that are combined. Having said that, the next idea, the next more important aspect is, what about climate change? Yeah. How do we change the narrative? We have to change the narrative by investing in adaptation. For example, in Kenya, we have smart agriculture. We need renewable energy. Renewable energy, smart agriculture, all that will work together to actually create a momentum of change that we haven't seen before.
Very good. I mean, when you look at the last 60 years, I mean, that Kenya has been a member of IDA, I mean, this is the first time that regional countries and civil society institutions have been allowed or have been given an opportunity to give their ideas on how the replenishment of IDA can be done. From your conversation yesterday with ministers from Africa, what ideas did you come up with?
The first important thing is, the first idea is, first of all, you have to prioritize what your development agenda is as an African continent, so that the advocacy that will come from there is springing from a contextual point of view. So they were devising the context. And that is one of the most important things. That's why I started with where are the pain points in terms of our development agenda. That is the first point. The second point is that if you show that IDA resources make an impact, and that impact is actually going to create a momentum for itself, then you're making a case. But having made that case, that's why we want also the advocacy group to come in and show, indeed, this is evident. This is evident. That's one point. It is evident, but then it means that if it is evident, then you can go to the other side of the rich countries and say, since this is making a difference, we believe this can make a difference. The third point also is that the African group is also composed of countries that were using IDA resources, but they have graduated to be donors of the IDA resources. when we started talking, they are now telling us, we are on this side, but this is what will be, for example, Algeria. Okay? And they made a strong case that we have been there and we are on this side. We provide resources to the donor, to the IDA replenishment, but we have seen change. We would be encouraged by this change. That for us is very encouraging that some IDA countries, some IDA dependent countries graduated to become IDA donors. Then it means that we can redefine our situation. But why the civil society is also becoming very, very important is because we have seen for the last time, from 2020, we have seen extremely pervasive shocks, negative shocks. They are persistent to the point where they are creating permanent effect. When you have this permanent effect, you have to get reforms to unwind down that permanent effect. That is why it is bringing everybody together, because we have seen the shock. You can see, we have never witnessed a global pandemic. It coordinates everyone to look for solutions. Our health infrastructure was devoured and tested to the limit, isn't it? Now, go to now the climate change again. Our resources, fiscal resources have been diverted to save lives. During drought, it is followed by El Nino, and even now, we are still diverting resources to save El Nino. So it becomes like, look, they are creating a permanent effect, so you are going into a cycle of deepening poverty, deepening inequality at regional level, at household level. So how do we get out of that? The third point that came out very strongly is actually we need strong institutions. Strong institutions. In fact, the first point was even regulatory harmonization. Regulatory institutions have failed us. So we need strong institutions to provide the leadership. That is why human capital development, remember the declaration that was made in Dar es Salaam last year in terms of human capital development, we have to safeguard our human capital development, because that is the promise for leadership in future. Future institutions will be led by people with strong credibility. Notice that where institutions have failed, markets fail. Are we together?
Kenyan have a history of that.
Kenyan example are willing. See coffee, what has happened? See sugar bells, what is happening? Cotton. By the way, and I would like you to check, if you go to those regions where markets have failed, coffee, pyrethrum, sisal, sugar, if you go to those areas, you find that poverty has really been quite devastating.
Very well. And we know, you know...
But I wanted to summarize to show why the civil society becomes interesting, because they're observing this. Countries in Africa want to reverse this. How do we reverse this? We have all to come up with a collective action. Sorry.
I don't want to keep you here for long, because I know you're running a few things here and there to ensure that all the loose ends are well tied. But I still want to find out from you, I mean, out of these IDA21 heads of state, we expected to come up with a Nairobi declaration.
Yes.
How are we going to ensure that the aspirations of Nairobi declaration are captured in the replacement meeting in December in Washington?
The most important, this is now, we have a champion. His Excellency President William Ruto accepted to be a champion of IDA21. The champion, being a champion means we are now going to state the context of the issues, and then after that, you hit the ground running. Because essentially the ministers have provided their communique. The champion is now going to provide all the details. Then it means that from today, everybody now starts working. There is a roadmap to all that. So the most important thing, as you started by asking why we have even brought the civil society, is because now we are starting that collective action, led by the champion. And the champion will define the parameters. First of all, is what are the priorities in Africa? Second, what are the steps? So we are going to move in those steps so that the communication will be clear and the context in African setting will be clear. We'll go to other developing regions. The other developing regions will look at this is going to be shared across. You will find that priorities that these developing countries are facing would like to implement their priorities is going to be the driving force.
Very good.
Which means that this is like a corrective action, but we know our priorities. If we know our priorities, we know how we prioritize those to actually create the momentum and the change we want. And then the other thing is that, of course, there are some people, that's why I went back to institutions. It is not just resources. It is also the art of reorganizing our institutions. Sorry.
You see, this meeting is coming at a time when, there has been a growing calls to reform the global financial system. And our president has been at the forefront, of saying it is high time we looked at the global financial systems and amend where we need to. These negotiations or these talks happening here, is this part of efforts to reform the global financial system?
Yes, indeed. What we are really saying is that the World Bank has come up with a triple B kind of wording. We want a better, bolder bank, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, one of the issues in terms of the global financial architecture is that do these countries, do these multilateral development institutions have the capacity? Most of their capacity was devoured by the COVID-19. So essentially what we are really saying is that also providing IDA resources is also providing capacity for the World Bank. So most of these institutions did not fail. It is the resources, the capacity that they were looking for capacity. The second thing is that they have the capacity to use their AAA rating to leverage the resources. The World Bank is leveraging the resources by a factor of 3.6%, 3.6 times. So essentially, we are now saying IDA replenishment provides the World Bank with the capacity it needs to reform and to feed as a fit-for-purpose institution. I'm sure we are going to listen to the president of the World Bank Group today. And this is the emphasis I'm likely to hear from him. Because essentially, even ourselves, we said, if we wanted multilateral development institutions to change, then it means we need the capacity for them to actually create that fit-for-purpose concept, but also have the ability to move with speed in terms of what they have. If they don't have capacity, they are also going to have difficulties in terms of fulfilling their mandate.
As I let you go, Bonasias, I mean, Kenya has been a major recipient of IDA assistance, for many years. And when you look at, in terms of beneficiaries, we are always among the top 10.
Yes.
What would you say has been the biggest impact of IDA assistance to Kenya to date?
One, it's actually the development agenda. And the development agenda is a whole set of so many things. But the most important thing, look at, for example, the DPO, Development Policy Operations. They have been significant in terms of drivers. They provide support in terms of projects. They provide assistance in terms of policy and programs. You can see when you combine programs, policies, and then projects, or even financing projects, it's a whole combination of wherever you start. Whether you want to start with policy, programs, and projects, financing is a very, very important component. It means that it leverages the resources that you could use for development purposes. Look at how we have been hampered by, for example, the COVID-19.
Yeah.
What was the intervention? Look at how we have been hampered by the devastating consequences of the drought. We need to come up with better policies, a better policy environment, but also give us the catalyst to move in that direction. That is why we have beneficiaries of IDA. We have been beneficiaries of IDA, but those resources have been put in areas where we felt we needed support. But now we are moving into a different direction. They say we now want to prioritize what we want to change, and we want to get there.
Very good. I have to let you go. I know the presidents are almost getting here.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
Asante sana. Well, we've been talking to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. and of course national planning. This is Professor Njuguna Ndungu giving us an idea of what to expect today, where Heads of State Summit is taking place here, bringing on board more than 10 African heads of state. This is the International Development Assistance 21 conference, which is taking place here at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. President William Ruto is hosting African heads of state, as well as the World Bank President Ajay Banga. And I can hear the national anthem being played in the background, which means that probably the president is already here. And so the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is the official broadcaster of this critical event, and of course we'll be giving you a blow-by-blow account of what is happening here, and of course giving you better analysis of the issues being discussed here. We are looking out for the issuing of the Nairobi Declaration, which is a document that is going to say what exactly has Africa agreed on how to reform IDA, and of course how to work around the replenishment of IDA resources. My name is O'Brien Kim, and I'm taking you back to Broadcasting House, and of course we'll keep on talking to various individuals who are attending this meeting. I'm planning to talk to the South African Minister of Finance. This is Enoch Godogwana. He's already here. He'll be giving me an idea of what South Africa is doing to reform the institution of IDA. Bearing in mind that South Africa has been a major beneficiary of IDA, and of course it has gone ahead, to improve their financial status, as well as improve their economic status as well. So those are some of the issues that are going to be discussed here, and of course many more. So we'll keep you posted on what's happening here, and of course keeping an eye on other things. I told you about the Nairobi Declaration. That is a critical document that we need to keep our eyes on, just to get an idea of what African countries are planning to do and what is their say. Yeah, so he's on the set. This is none other than South African Minister of Finance, Enoch Godogwana. Did I get it right?
You got it right.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I must appreciate, I love this. This is very wonderful.
That's why I asked, do you want me with it or without it?
It's okay. It's fine. So first of all, I want to hear from you. You represent the Republic of South Africa in this meeting, South Africa being one of the largest economies in Africa. What are you expecting out of this meeting?
First and foremost, let's just contextualize what the meeting is about. For more than 4 or 5 decades, the World Bank created an institute called International Development Agency, whose focus is to assist particularly low-income countries with concessional financing. So it has been existent for years.
For 60 years, actually.
Yeah, it's being replenished. Being replenished, it has got all its phases of replenishment. There's another phase for replenishment now. President Ruto is asked to be the champion of mobilizing that replenishment. That's why we're here today. It's the launch of that championship of replenishment.
Yesterday, you sat down as ministers of finance from Africa in order for you to develop what is going to be referred to as the Nairobi Declaration on the aspirations of the continent. Would you give us an idea of some of the issues that you raised and the way forward?
Look, the critical issue is how do we strengthen how do we mobilize more resources from and make sure we can, given the challenges we're facing, the critical issue is how do we mobilize those resources. In addition to that, how do we, as Africa, coordinate our voice and speak with one voice on this matter? So critically, those are the messages that are emerging.
that you discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, as South Africa, I mean, you have been a major beneficiary of IDA assistance, you know, throughout the years. And you have somehow graduated into almost becoming a donor. What lessons is South Africa offering to African countries on how, you know, to transition?
We have been a donor since 1975. We've never been a beneficiary.
Precisely.
We've never been a beneficiary, so we've not graduated at all. We've been a donor, so we've never been a beneficiary. But let me just say, to us, when we're not classifying only ourselves as a donor, we're also classifying us as proudly Africans who must make sure that the African economies develop. But by the way, it's mutual beneficial. If these countries, if you look at our trade with Kenya now and look at our trade with other countries, these relations are mutually beneficial. A growth in each of these economies benefit all of us.
There has been a clarion call by different voices that it is high time that we really looked at the global financial architecture and look at areas on how we can reform these institutions. Do you think this is part of that process?
Yes, it is part of that process. But a key debate is how the major institutions, including the Bretton Woods institutions, are structured. That's the first set of issues, is how to make sure that the financing mechanism of those institutions talk to the development needs of our nations. So that's the major, for me, the financial architecture to make sense, we've got to restructure. First, we're facing climate change, we're facing adaptation, we're facing mitigation. 600 million people on the African continent do not have electricity. That on its own is an important challenge.
That is 50% of the population.
Yeah. So we need to say how even electrifying these things is a growth-enhancing transformation and funding. By the way, it does not necessarily mean that it can be financed via that. We've proved in South Africa that you can bring independent power producers who you simply buy electricity from them. So the investment can be done by the private sector.
South Africa is a member and a founding member of the BRICS.
Yeah.
And we have seen a situation whereby the BRICS is now expanding to include more countries. And, you know, to some quarters, there is an argument that BRICS is likely to be the future of the future model of lending to developing countries. Are there lessons that South Africa can take from BRICS to IDA?
I will give an example. One of the things we do in BRICS, we created the National Development Bank, which is, some people call it BRICS Bank. One of the key things we've emphasized in the BRICS Bank is that they must try and use local markets and lend in local currencies. An example, they've just raised some money in the South African markets and provided a loan of about 1.5 billion rand in South African rands, which protects us against currency fluctuations.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is high time that, you know, part of reforming the global financial architecture, that we allowed countries to borrow in their own currency.
Precisely, because that protects yourself against currency fluctuations. We've made it as a standard in South Africa. We'll never have our ratio, the maximum is 85-15. In other words, our borrowings that are denominated in foreign currency cannot exceed 15%.
15%?
1.5.
So 85% of your loans is rand denominated. How can this happen without creating a narrative of de-dollarization?
It's not a narrative of dollarization. Let me just tell you this thing. I mean, there are a couple of things we need to despair. If you look in the SACO region, Botswana, and including now, you can include Zimbabwe, These countries mostly trade amongst themselves in their own currency, including the rand. The rand is the most traded, is the most used currency in
Southern Africa.
In Southern Africa, it's not the dollar. There's a myth which is coming up that even BRICS is talking about de-dollarization. You're not going to find a single document of BRICS talking about de-dollarization. We're talking about local currencies.
Local currencies.
Local currencies.
And when you look at the East African community, I mean, which is one of the most integrated regional development institutions in Africa, are there lessons that we can learn from the Southern African countries when it comes to trading in their local currencies? Because when you look at the region, I mean, we still trade a lot in foreign currencies.
Yeah, I think that's where the danger is. There's no reason that people in Tanzania or Uganda can't use a Kenyan shilling. There's no reason in South Africa, I mean, there's no reason for that. Using their own currencies, trading amongst themselves. If you pay the products you import from Tanzania, you can pay them in their currency, or you can pay them in Kenyan shillings. There's no reason why you can't do that.
It's going to happen. So at the end of the day, once the dust is settled, what should we look forward for after this meeting?
After this meeting, let me just say, first today. Today, the heads of state will adopt a declaration, which would have been recommended by the ministers of finance, because we've been working with IDA, even in the World Bank and so on. So as people who have been involved in this thing, we've crafted a recommendation to our heads of state. So the heads of state will adopt that declaration. Beyond that, what is going to be necessary is how do we, all of us, hit the ground, mobilizing resources to ensure that IDA has got better resources and sufficient resources to attend to the development challenges of our nations.
Very good. Enoch Gondogwana, thank you very much indeed for joining us
on
KBC Channel 1, and of course for sharing your insights with us.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you around.
So.
Yes, very good. I mean, Enoch Gondogwana is the Minister for Finance in the Republic of South Africa, joining us here at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, where the IDA21 is currently underway. I can confirm that President William Ruto, among other presidents from the African continent, they're already here, as well as the World Bank President Ajay Banga. And of course, we shall be getting in and listening to what is exactly happening, plus more. We're keeping an eye on what's happening here, and of course, we'll be giving you up-to-date updates, and of course, giving you more analysis. My name is O'Brien Kimani. Back to you, Broadcasting House.
So much, O'Brien Kimani there, coming to us all the way from Kenyatta International Convention Center, where IDA21, that is the International Development Association for Africa Heads of State Summit, will be held this particular morning. Of course, coming to us, the president is also expected to grace that particular occasion. Other heads of states are also expected to arrive there at the KICC, and other ministers from different jurisdiction to talk about development and matters, money and economy in Africa in general. That is where we are at this particular point. Of course, we'll be crossing over there later on to get a glimpse of what's happening at the KICC. Right about now, let's come back to the Broadcasting House for the normal programming, being the Monday, the 29th day of April 2024. It's good morning, and my guests are already in studio. This is Eye on Politics. Let's come back home. Money matters and politics and current affairs. Starting with Crispus Wathimba. Engineer, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Thank you for hosting me.
Karibu sana. Daniel Orogo in the middle. Karibu.
It's a pleasure to be here this morning.
Asante sana, and Mheshimiwa Peter Orero.
Thank you for inviting me again here.
I have to apologize. Gender balance is not taken care of. Orogo will tell me why this did not happen.
Wow, I am not the producer of the show. Should be able to tell us.
Running away from. But nevertheless, this is it. The show has to continue. All right. So allow me to take you through the front page of the quick dailies, the local dailies, very fast before we get to the discussion today on the front page of the Standard newspaper. Anatomy of Sick Nation. This is what you have on the front page of the Standard newspaper, Anatomy of Sick Nation. This is as far as the doctor strike is concerned. And of course, the paper contested that training a doctor is not that easy. And many people have sold the property to train a doctor. The irony of a country that spends an arm and leg to train its highly prized professionals, but wants to dump them into penury after graduation, while its poor citizens wallow in disease without timely treatment and amid opulence among political elites. This is what we have on the front page of the Standard newspaper. Very quickly, still on the front page, aspirants UDA polls a sham, quote unquote. UDA polls a sham. From failing gadgets to missing names of voters and candidates, aspirants say that grassroots polls was decided elsewhere and winners just announced at polling centers. Politics, politics, politics. That is on the front page. Is government on Fuliza mode? What numbers show? You can take a look at that story. Ruto holds key Africa meeting on development fund. That is exactly what we've just watched from the KICC. And by this, go to important to note. Arsenal thrash Spurs in Derby. How many times will I remind you this? That Arsenal is still winning. On the front page of the Daily Nation, state to revise next budget by 350 billion shillings. State has projected to spend 4.2 trillion shillings in the year 2024-2025 financial year. And now, spending experts say that are now warning that taxman's failure to hit revenue targets present the government with no other alternative but to reduce its projected expenditure. That is expenditure plan for the next financial year by up to around 350 billion shillings, unless it implements some of its pending taxation measures, including the introduction of a motor vehicle circulation tax and the controversial withholding tax on farm produce. That is what we have here. Schools in flooded areas to remain closed, but right now, that was as yesterday, but we so far received that memo from, that circular from the Ministry of Education that all schools across the country will remain closed until next week. That's the 6th of May, as we take a look at what's actually monitor the rain situation in the country. Azimio leaders defend Atuoli. The opposition has warned the government against using the Private Security Regulatory Authority and its CEO to attack the veteran Kotu chief and destroy the trade union movement in the country. That is on the front page of the Daily Nation. And finally, before I get to my guest, why Ruto party rejig plan threatens ODM? Why Ruto party rejig plan threatens ODM? Raila party laughs off UDA polls in its stronghold, describes the election as a joke, the grassroots election. So that is what you have here. UDA is conducting competitive elections while ODM has opted for consensus. Is it so, Mheshimiwa? Consensus?
Each political party has its structures that govern its elections. And one of the ways to do election is either by universal suffrage or by consensus. And even direct appointment, depending on the popularity of a given party in a particular region. This is practiced world over. Even in mature democracies, even in the US, you'll realize that areas where we have a dominance of a particular party, sometimes the elections are not even carried out. They are given direct nominations or appointments. We are saying that consensus is just one of those methods that can be used. But we also have direct elections of members. We had a parliamentary group meeting of the Azimio, and our party leader said that those elections will be done free and fair elections. So in areas where you find that they will require a consensus, or where members agree that those who are in the office are loyal to the party. You know, we have something called loyalty, faithfulness, and fidelity. So when in such areas, if you have consensus, there is no problem. But in areas where the aspiration of candidates require competitive elections, then of course our party ODM where we believe that democracy always thrives, we'll carry out elections. Yeah, so that is just one of the ways of, or methods of doing our elections.
So is this consensus going to happen countrywide or in some particular areas only?
No, what we are saying is that there are different methods of doing elections. So consensus is just one of them. So in areas that maybe we feel the party members who are currently serving have no opponents to oppose them, or they agree amongst themselves that they will carry on. So it is not universal in all parts of the country. So in certain areas we will have consensus. In certain areas they will go full throttle to carry out a universal suffrage or direct elections depending on the wishes of the members.
So what's on the front page of the Star? Why Ruto party rejig plan threatens ODM? Are you threatened by any way? That's on the front page of the Star newspaper.
Of course, ODM is the most popular party within the East and Southern region and with the biggest numbers. I think UDA, this is the first time they are carrying elections. ODM has been there annually or biannually. We always, depending on the requirements of our party structure, we have always carried election. The last time that we did, in fact, our returns were taken 2022. We still have 5 years that the political parties allow us to operate even without election. But because of the vibrancy of the party, that we require the party to be energized. And that is why we are carrying out our election. But we can never be threatened by another political parties which does not subscribe to our own internal regulatory mechanisms and our own political parties' ideologies. So that threat is neither here nor there.
Daniel, that threat is neither here nor there.
Well, coming
from... the confidence.
Yes, coming from, you know, the Honourable Member of Parliament who is an ardent member of the Orange Democratic Movement. May I also throw a caution in air that even as there are different modes of delivering party elections, that has been mentioned here, different categories of the marginalized have suffered, you know, at the hands of these things called consensus building. Disadvantaged demographies, I mean, youth, women, who might not really have a say on a decision that are made when people say we are having a consensus on who have this position here or there. So I agree that different political parties have their models of conducting election, which again must reflect on the democratic ideals, because all these political parties ascribe to internal democracy, and they further as vehicles to engage and to go to power. Theirs is to import, you know, democratic tendencies that comes from internal management of political parties, and then therefore they would, you know, that would scale up, you know, for these political parties to say that indeed we are projecting an image. We have seen squabbles and dissatisfaction from the ongoing, you know, UDA party elections. And like that has been captured on the papers, especially young people who have found out that their names are not with, you know, in these papers. When they reach the ballot, they're not finding them, including the current governor. I mean, who is he vying for the chairperson of UDA in Nairobi County? You know, KJ didn't find their names. And all these systems that are electronically expected to deliver the election results are now becoming even faulty and not functional. I mean, it's something that we need to worry about.
But of course, grassroots elections have never been that easy in the country. I mean, most politicians have suffered.
That's what I'm saying. There's an acknowledgement that it's not really easy to deliver sometimes. But I think it should have a semblance of you know, democracy, so that the outcome become acceptable to all, you know.
Yeah, okay. Christmas, you've also been through the same procedure.
Maybe I just wanted to say, from one of a line that you said, that consensus sometimes deprives certain people the mandate. As a political party in ODM, we have taken care of the women and the youth. At the polling station, as we do our election, the youths are given 10 slots on their own to elect the people they want. The women are also given 10 slots. And then we have what is called the mainstream. And even within that mainstream, the chair of the youth and the chair of the women must be accommodated within that mainstream. It is skewed in a way that the youths and the women are not locked out within our mainstream political party. So this is something that ODM as a political party has decided to take care of the women and the youth.
Yeah. Crispus, you've been there before?
Well,
so this is not new.
My experience with these political parties has not been always the best. I remember in 2017, I was in Jubilee running for a parliamentary seat. And to be very honest, there are certain players in the political arena who have more advantage than the others, and therefore does not provide that equal playing ground that we all aspire for. And therefore not everybody who offers himself for election will enjoy the same advantage as the other. We also have people we call the owners of the political party, and they call the shots. Whether they are seated somewhere in Karen or State House, they are the ones who determine who will be the elected leader at the end of the day, whether it's through consensus or through an election process. But my wish is that we can reach at a point where in this country we can present yourself for any form of election and that outcome will be fair to everybody. We have to realize as a country, as we continue defiling the electoral process, we are not only defiling the kind of leadership we elect, but also the fabric of this country. That we end up with leaders who are not able to offer solutions when we need them. As you've seen today, doctors are on strike. But the challenge is the leadership we have today is not able to come together and sit down with this doctors union and any other union that is demanding for attention to be able to listen to them and offer solutions for Kenyans. Today the biggest sufferer is not the doctor or the political leader, it's the Kenyan. Who needs medical assistance and is not able to find it.
But for democracy like Kenya, grassroots election has to happen. My director said that because of the trauma, you have got political parties' grassroots election trauma. Because of the past. Victor, you need to seek for some therapy.
That is why I remember he's concerned about the doctor's strike. He's missing the therapy.
The other point is, and I heard Mheshimiwa Orero talking about this, that the provisions on opportunities for young people to participate or women, the slots. I am pro affirmative action, but I'm also against affirmative action as a tokenism in the political participation. I acknowledge that the spaces of youth, women, and those disadvantaged democracy, and I keep on saying this, my experience with political parties as well is the moment you are mentioned to be belonging to youth or those demographies, you know the bouncing castle analogy, where have you gone out to the parks on Sunday where parents are having a meal and then the children are playing on the bouncing castle? You know, all along, all of you are having meals. All of you are enjoying, but others on the table, others on the bouncing castle. So what I'm saying is that even with this, young people must find themselves on the decision-making table. Because, and I agree with what Mheshimiwa is talking about, the slots that are portioned to young people must reflect that they're indeed young people who are between the ages of young people. Because this is another problem. There are youth in political parties who are not youth at all. There are youth at heart.
Who are 50 years.
Who are 50 years, they're still calling themselves young people. And this must be defined, that if the slots are meant there for young people, that they are for youth. And the political parties, ODM and UDA, must be very strong in saying that this is left for young people. I don't know their definition of the ages. If that goes to the constitution of 18 to 35, then we say this is for 18 and 35. If you are past that, then go and campaign in the mainstream. Political parties, but also in the mainstream, young people are helpful in the mainstream. Why can't they be on the neck, for example? Why can't they be the chairpersons or political parties in the constituencies.
Yes.
So I think these are dynamics that all these grassroots political parties election must take into consideration, because then we suffer saying, oh, we had young people, and then you find the, you know, they are within the villages, and they say these are young people that are elected, or they are within the, how do we bring them to the mainstream political party participation?
The youth must also get their rightful positions. All right, so let's take a break. When you come back, gentlemen, the deluge, what's happening across the country. Yesterday, we witnessed, and it was captured on camera on cell phones, boat capsizing somewhere in Tana River. People died. Some were swept away. Nairobi actually now bearing the highest number of deaths so far across the country because of the heavy rains that's being affected. Part of it is Mathare, that side of the eastern side of the city. We want to take a look at our disaster preparedness as a nation, and what is the political class and us as individuals, what are we doing in such kind of situations to avert such kind of death that you're witnessing across the country. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with more. Stay with us.
One day I want to hear a real Gujing performance.
All right, welcome back. Before we come back and discuss the matters disaster management, let's cross over briefly to KICC, and my colleague Ms. Njenga is standing by to give us an update of what's happening there. Njenga, IDA21 is here. Matters money is always very much pertinent at this particular time that we expect several heads of state to attend this function. Please bring us up to speed. What should we expect up to this point?
Well, thank you, Victor. Rightfully, as you have rightly said, we are at Kenyatta International Conference Center, KICC, where the African Heads of State Summit that is organized by an arm of the World Bank, that is the International Development Association, IDA21 Summit happening right here at KICC. And as O'Brien had earlier on told you, this is a one-day summit where over 10 heads of state are meant to be here and converge at KICC to discuss matters development financing. And already I have seen President William Ruto, who is going to steer this conversation right here at KICC. He's already arrived here. We have seen some of the presidents that have been invited already arriving here. It's a beehive of activities right here, as you can see from the background. We have cultural music going on right here. We have dignitaries being dropped at the VIP section. Where I'm standing right here is where President William Ruto is supposed to receive all the guests and the heads of state, together with the president of the World Bank, as well as prime ministers and representatives of borrowing countries. Remember, this is an important meeting, as IDA is one of the reason why we are talking about development financing here in the country. And we'll talk about IDA as one of the arms that provides grants and highly concessional all financing on extremely low interest and also guarantees grants to borrowing countries like Kenya, as well as other African countries, developing countries, as well as LICD. Those are the least income countries that have been listed or are members of the International Development Association. They borrow from IDA at a low interest rate. Remember, this is not a loan like any other. This loan is a concessional loans that countries borrow from IDA. Remember, IDA is a member. It has over 174 countries who come together and bring money together so that they can be able to give to the least developed countries and ensure that there is development going on. They cater, or rather they focus on health, they focus on education sector, okay, as well as other areas of financing. Back to you in studio.
All right, that is Njenga there, giving us an update. Of course, those are live pictures from the Kenyatta International Convention Center. Heads of state continue to arrive for that IDA21 for the Heads of State Summit that is going to be discussing matters finance and how Africa can actually advance economically and how to put together as a continent. President William Ruto is the convener. Is expected there sometimes later in the morning at around 9 or something to take charge of that particular function. We are eagerly waiting to see how he's going to spell it out. A lot has been said, you know, matters economy, having one common currency in Africa, and just Africa to unite, to have a very strong economic background and backbone. But how is it going to be? What will be the resolution after this particular summit? We'll be crossing over there later on to get an update of what is happening once and when we receive them. Right about now, let's come back to studio. I just have to admit this, gentlemen, because we are experiencing whatever it's experiencing. And let me start with you, Engineer Crispus, because from your experience, a lot is being said and blamed on the government. Government, serikali fanya hii, serikali fanya this one, we're calling on the government and all that. But from engineer's perspective, question is very simple. What's happening? What's wrong? Where are we not getting it right?
Well, we need to appreciate that a failure to plan is the biggest contributor to whatever we are going through today. And when we talk about failure to plan, is that we have what we call urban planning. As the world continues, right now 55% of the world population lives in urban areas. In the next 20, 30 years, we expect that to be 70% of the world population to be in urban areas.
Allow me to cut you short. No. The president has arrived. Okay. The president has arrived. He's the boss. So he's arrived at the KICC. Of course, we are going to be experiencing this a lot. Photo session with other heads of state. There you have President William Ruto at the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the Africa Heads of Summit. He's kept time at exactly 8. This is now 8:07, and he's already here to receive other dignitaries. That is Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, also in attendance, and probably they're just going to the holding area for a tete-a-tete before the main function. There we have it. There we have it. KCC has been a very busy space for the last 2 years now. It's been a very busy area. Okay, just continue. We'll get back.
What I was saying is that the lack of proper planning in terms of how we manage our urban cities is mainly the contribution of what we are going through in Nairobi. We have areas that for many years would take a lot of these heavy rains through percolation of water through the ground. But now that water is not finding its way through the ground. The only way they can find its way through is over our roads, over our paved areas, and suddenly they find a lot of water in our waterways. And therefore you find a lot of these waterways are also finding people who have constructed temporary housing or very weak housing near the riverbanks. And when this water rises, you find it carrying away livelihoods and lives of many people who are living near those areas. That's why you find Kibera, Mathare, and other areas are being affected. Then when you come to these other areas that are opening up, the Ruirus, the Kahawa, the Mombasa Road, where it was for many years, those are areas where what we can consider flood plains. If there was a heavy rain, water would flood there, and within 1 or 2 days it would disappear. Right now, those areas are already development. So the issue of planning is very important. Where people build and how is it controlled is very important. So the failure to do that is what is contributing to this. Every 50 years or 30 years, we always have this surge of change of weather. In the 1997, we had this kind of experience. Now we're experiencing this today. We should expect it in the next 30 or 20 years. So we need to plan to make sure that when it occurs, what can we do? How can we mitigate this? How do we prepare ourselves? One of the challenges we're finding right now, the city or the authorities in the government were not prepared enough to know that in the event there are these floods, what do we do? Where do we take our people? What resources do we provide them? What resources do we provide to intervene and assist? You see people struggling to look to recover bodies with sticks. Yet we have enough machinery and resources to do that. But was it sent on the right time? Why are we sitting down in meetings all the time? These are meetings that have been held before, because weather is predictable. You can be able to forecast what is coming in terms of weather and be able to plan enough. So we need, as a country, to be a country that is able to plan ahead and put resources where it's required to intervene. We had money that was set aside for floods last year. Where that money went, we don't know. So we as a country have a responsibility, because Kenyans pay taxes and they expect to see value for the taxes that they pay. Whether you're in Mathare or you're in Karen, we all have a contribution to make towards the basket of this country, and that basket should be able to help us.
Allow me to come back to Mheshimiwa Orero, because at the end of the day, Crispus has mentioned particular hotspots probably in the city where there is that huge population. But there is that money which was set aside sometimes during the last rain season. Again, last week the president held a meeting in Status to have, to have the measures put in place. I don't know what you're doing from the political class perspective to just mitigate some of these kind of problems. I know you are also worst affected.
Yeah, I think the most affected areas within Nairobi region are those areas of informal settlements. When we talk about informal settlements, those are areas like Kibra, Mathare, Ruaraka, Mukuru kwa Jenga. Now those areas, there was an aerial picture taken last week for Mathare. When you looked at it, the waters was about 8 feet high from the ground. It means that some houses were completely submerged within the water system, and therefore the people living in those areas had lost all their household goods, and also some deaths were experienced within those areas. As a leadership of Nairobi, we held, the MPs met on Thursday last week. In fact, we even met with our party leader and the governor of Nairobi to see how we can mitigate some of these things, and also ask for support from various agencies, because the level that it has reached, it is now becoming or going beyond the MP's mandate. We also said that it should be declared a national disaster. A national disaster now, we can use the National Youth Service, the Kenya Army, KWS, to come out in large numbers to assist some of these people who are seriously affected. But again today, we have a meeting with the governor, all the Nairobi MPs, to see how we can put this into perspective, how we can have the money which has been allocated. You have just said the government, the KK, Kwanzaa had a meeting in State House last week to try and see how they can support those areas of informal settlement and all the other areas that have been affected. About 10 bridges have been swept away with these heavy floods in Nairobi. As of last week, I don't know of today how many will be, but the county government had a promise that they will fix the bridges. In fact, they were in a rush even to do a direct procurement, so that, because these are emergencies, so they can be able, their engineers were telling us that they will be able to fix some of these bridges. Like in my area, at least one of them is affected, has been swept away. We also need to remove, one is blocking the water to flow smoothly, and the water is coming back to the houses of the people in Sarangombe, Lindi, and Line Saba. So As a political class within Nairobi today at 9, immediately I leave here, we are going to meet the governor briefly so that we can see how best we can sort out this menace of flooding within Nairobi.
And of course, we've been seeing photos going around on social media. Right now, everything is almost, quick time. People sleeping on roofs of their tops in Mabati, Ukujio, Mabati. People are just spending the nights, in their rooftops and all that. It's 8 feet high. That's insane. I mean, look at it. Even Kenyatta International JKIA was completely marooned. Yeah. The cargo center was not possible. Some of the flights had to be diverted to Mombasa.
I was affected. I was in Mombasa.
You get it now.
I was to fly at 8:45. Then it was diverted. We went back and stayed in Mombasa. I traveled yesterday morning because of visibility. Yeah. So you realize some of this they are the truth.
Yes.
And as a country, we need to sit down and sort some of this. In fact, I've just been thinking that there are things that we need to eradicate completely. We should not have persistent and consistent pathological lies every time. And we are trying to replace meritocracy with mediocrity. We must sit down as a country and see how we can sort out these people. We cannot say we have put funds for El Nino, and when it comes, then we don't have funds. We cannot sell this as a perception to the Kenya populace. We must come with the practical solutions to do this as a country. So we must sit down. We cannot have, we don't have urban, as the engineer is saying, that we don't have a plan for the next 30 years. We have completely a city that cannot work out. So I think this is where we are lying. We must come together as a nation and a plan for our people. If 45% of the population or they are already within town, and he's saying in the next 30 or so years, we'll have about 70 or so percent. What are we doing as a country to plan right now to plan for this?
I mean, it's quite interesting that you're affected, and it's good that you're talking about something that personally you faced it from Mombasa to Nairobi, and it was all in the media that the cargo center was all marooned, the storage center was all marooned, some of the, on the runway was impossible. And you remember what the CS said the other day, that the renovation work at JKIA was ongoing, and right now what we are seeing currently, this is open, CS Murkomen, it's there. It's all about policy and practicality and just making, the way Mheshimiwa is saying, let's just be honest and say this is where we are going wrong as a nation, Daniel, and what can we do right now? In the next 20, 30 years from now, we'll be saying the same thing. Probably we shall have grown old, all of us. Daniel.
Yeah, what amazes me is the kind of double standards that we apply when it comes to putting citizens as a priority. I was disputing the issues of, the cancellation of the flight issue. Maybe Mheshimiwa Herrera has just confirmed. Because then I was going to question, how did the heads of state land at JKIA, right? If there was a problem that we have at our... A number of issues, and he's just confirmed. I was going to question if indeed this was a cancellation that was due to a problem in the flooding of the runway, or was it a flight issue that, looked at the visibility issues. But that said and done, first is just to condole with families that have lost their loved ones. Yeah. We couldn't do more as a nation, but just to, condole with them. Pictures that we saw coming out from Mathare and Kibra, pictures that, are a state in a sorry state. We admit that it seems that the disaster affects the most poorest of the cadre that we can have. And so coming at a backdrop, today's, if you could have a split screen, Victor, one of the side of the split screen would be showing live KICC, all right? And the other one showing a sorry state in Mathare. A very juxtaposition of Nairobi City. One that is hosting the whole delegation of who is who in the Africa and in the world, but the other one is on the other side, of course, discussing the same things.
Yes.
You understand? So for me, I probably say that disasters sometimes are man-made. You know, sometimes I look at what is happening and I would have said if funds were, were already set aside to deal with this. And do we have a government that do not listen to professionals? I keep on asking in this table. The Meteorological Department has issued, some of the warnings some months ago that this was expected, that the volume of the rains we are going to have, coupled with the global climate change.
That is Ivory Coast President Alassane Ouattara arriving at the KICC. So he's a common visitor to the country. He knows his way around Nairobi.
It's quite interesting. So what we are saying is that this is a very interesting, what is going about here. Because do we have a government that postured to be people-centric, but when it comes to tackling issues, it seems that they are not prepared. I am looking at a situation where indeed we have all state machinery that was involved, that this was coming from the departments that prepare, set aside money, be it within the national government, be it within the county government, that this was coming. We had seen a situation where Nairobi County, especially narrowing down in Nairobi, that is worstly hit. I mean, there is a full department of disaster preparedness in Nairobi that really, is out in arms trying to save the people. But indeed, this was pointed out to them. But I do not only want to, point a finger to the government, but even us as a citizen, Victor, we all need we are taking part in this disaster. Let me say this. When you see, for example, a river that is flooded full, Mwananchi want to cross over to it and test. You understand? What can we say about that? It's quite different to say that, this disaster and the floods, the waters are getting into the house. But it's quite different for someone who sees a danger in a bridge, that a bridge has overflown, but still want to onboard a lorry that is crossing over there to test the depth of the waters. This is one thing we must also say. It's quite difficult also to see that, a boat that is full to the capacity, you see that this is not now accommodative as enough, but you still on board this. So I think one of the things we also need to see, even as we prepare, even as we try to mitigate, the fatalities, we must also talk to Mwananchi that sometimes it's important for you. However much, that is not worth your life. You can wait for another hour. You can wait for another 2 hours.
One funny thing is, yesterday during an interview, one of the officials in Tana River said that the controllers of that boat have been advised that when the river is overflowing, use a different direction. Do not use the same position that that boat used. But they opted to use that same position. So, they would only sympathize, but they had given a warning. And actually, that's another, that's
it should be the chair of the World Bank.
That's the World Bank boss already arriving. Let's just wait and see how it's going to pan out. I mean, this is huge for the nation.
And I hope we find time to also talk about this.
Yeah, we will. Absolutely.
Yeah, because we've held conferences in this country.
Allow me to ask you this one, because when you're still talking, Daniel, and you'll also answer this one, because when you talk about disaster preparedness, one, Mheshimiwa, what did you get some funds during the last budgetary allocation which was given by the government?
As a constituency for disaster?
Or even, as a constituency or even as a county?
Not really from the county. I cannot vouch for that. The only thing we have in the CDF, we have just about 10 million for eventuality.
Yes.
If we have those kind of things. But you see, that is a drop in the ocean. You can only use it once in our budgetary allocations. But from the disaster sector or from the county coffers, we never received anything. Yeah.
All right. So that is the World Bank president, of course, missing the president at the KICC. This is real time. What's happening here? We are just getting the live feed from the KICC, and of course, how he's going to be. He's the key holder to our success.
He has the money.
Yeah. So you have to behave.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, gentlemen, when you look at the way Nairobi is planned, or Kenya is planned per se, engineer, a lot of slack and blame always goes back to you as engineers. An engineer was given this work, did a shoddy job, and here we are right now. So to some extent, we can also come back and blame the profession, or people who are responsible?
The question is that, as my colleague has mentioned, is that how much of a professional advice do we listen as a country? The meteorological department was very clear and categorical. We shall observe above normal rainfalls in this country. And that has happened today. It also started in Tanzania. It was coming to Kenya. We saw it coming. We did not even do any mitigation measures to prepare ourselves so that we reduce the kind of damage we are going through today. For example, if you expect above from normal rainfall, in areas that you know very well will receive much of that rain, which is the Nairobi rivers themselves, knowing that if you are going to have more than usual rainfall, that water will find itself to the rivers of Nairobi. And who are those people who are living near the river banks of Nairobi? What do you do for them? You should remove them before the water levels increase, because the possibility of them being marooned by those waters are very high. None of that was done. And that's why those resources that were set aside a few months ago should have done, mitigate, remove those people from there, or create temporary shelter for them. In the eventuality that there is high levels of water, they should be moved to that area before the possibility of them being carried away by water. None of that was done. Number two, here we are talking about preparedness. Now that the disaster has occurred, what did we do in terms of preparing, in terms of how we are going to respond? We are seeing a very slow pace of response. It is the residents of themselves who are trying to respond, and they don't have the resources.
Yes.
You know, the government has a lot of resources. And this element of how government, the national government and county governments work is now showing itself that we are not working as one. We are working as different entities, everybody taking his time in terms of taking action, meetings here and there, and nothing on the ground to assist our people in terms of alleviating the problems they're going through. So we as a country have to really interrogate ourselves and ask, why is it that when our people need us the most, we are not able?
Yes.
Professionals give their advice. Professionals have always been able to provide the information that is required to assist us in making the right decisions. But that information is not taken care of. For example, the JKIA, we have consistently been told that this airport has challenges. The roof has challenges. Even a task force was set up several months ago. And then we were told work is being done. But clearly, either work is not being done or the work that was done was not sufficient. Number two, what responsibility do you hold the professionals when that information they provide is not implemented? There is nothing much they can do. All they can do is that provide advice. It is the political leadership or the elected or appointed authorities that have the responsibility to implement what has been provided as technical advice.
How many people are affected in your constituency, Mheshimiwa?
As of yesterday, we had 800 households affected along the rivers, that is Sarangombe, Lensaba, and Lindi, along the river banks. And I think that coming to individual, if we say maybe a household could be having 4 or 5 people, is quite a huge number of the people who are affected. But we have talked to those who are living along the riverbanks to move to higher grounds, so that as the rains continue, they are not affected. But sometimes you'll find still those who are very ordinary, they don't listen, and they still want to stay because they would ask you where will they get the shelter and all that. But we are encouraging them. We had the Red Cross yesterday within our community, trying to help those who have been affected. And just as I said, in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll have a meeting with the governor, the MPs of Nairobi, to see how we can mitigate this.
Gentlemen, initially we saw Alassane Ouattara, the president of Ivory Coast, arriving at the KICC, who was also closely followed by Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt, and also Ajay Banga, who is the World Bank president, arriving at the KICC. So leaders are continuing to arrive there for this particular event. That's the IDA21 that brings together all heads of state. I believe that's another dignitary arriving at the KICC. We'll get to who that person is. But Let's come back home, talk about this briefly. Daniel, you've attended some of these conferences, and all of you actually have attended some of these conferences. And the IDA21 happening at a time that the country is also facing a lot of challenges. You can imagine the doctors' strike on the 47th day, today. I would just imagine what would happen if they go on strike today on the street and then we have this particular... I hope they won't. I mean, Daniel.
No, there's no problem. I mean, the people can protest, you know, because these are domestic affairs about, you know, their remuneration and all these things. So I don't think it inhibits anyone from expressing way that is, you know, it's bound to follow the Constitution. However, my concern before was that I keep on saying we've hosted a number of conferences here.
Yes.
And I am thankful to the Kenyan government who has postured Kenya as a destination, because all these people, the delegation, would want to stop here and maybe go to the next tourist attraction. They would not just, after this and they go, you know, some of them would visit in Kenya for the first time. You know, would want to see where these monuments are stationed. So to that beat, I think the Kenya government has done a lot, the Kenya Kwanza government, to try to market Kenya as, you know, a conference destination as well. My only worry, I keep on saying, is we've had the African Climate Summit just last year. There was a Nairobi declaration, okay? And the President of the Republic of Kenya was the convener of the African Climate Summit, just before the COP conference, COP28. It strengthened Kenya's position, it strengthened Kenya's idea, but the Mwananchi lost that conversation somewhere. Because then you do not know the benefits of what is coming out of these. Because I can tell you, people who are watching these and prioritizing what is important as a country, in the face of a disaster, floods that are sweeping people here and there. You know, we're having problems with schools now declared postponed until, you know, the opening.
Next week.
You know, which I have a problem with. What happens? Why are you postponing the opening of schools in the morning?
But some of this...
you know, people had traveled, and you see, some have already traveled, find why to bring their children back. And then, now what is going to happen within that week? Are they going to be, you know, hosted in their various schools? Or are they going back to, you know, where they're coming from, especially those who are commuting? So in all these things, the domestic confusion, what I'm saying is, look at the host president facing a lot of domestic issues, you know, that really, you know, he's trying to perform, but I think the allied ministries, the departments are failing the president in terms of performing. Because this is now hindering the image of Kenya at the international level. Because I can tell you, these guys are going back to retreat in their rooms, and they are going to watch the outcome. One of the things they're going to watch is in the floods. One of the news items that are going to be carried in the doctor's strike. The other news is going to be the Shambole QDA election, and they're going to watch it. So I think one of the things we're also looking at, how are these things beneficial to us? But for this one, I think the IDA21 is critical as a nation. That one, let us look at how would we have a conversation, Victor, on the loans that are interest-free or that are zero-rated. That is very important for this conversation that is going to take place. Can our president, and as the host of the delegation, lead other African heads of state, even as they prepare to go to Washington? Because that is another big issue. Is being hosted to Washington. Can he also push this so that the World Bank try to look at the loan facilities, try to international banking institution, IMF, World Bank, African Development Bank, who is in attendance at this conference, are able to look at countries that are loaning to either write out those loans. This is very important, to write out the loans. That they, you know, we have loans that we are still struggling with, or to try to negotiate at a loan facility that are either zero or zero related.
But do we have a bragging rights? Wathimba, even holding this conference, do we have bragging rights as a nation?
Well, remember, last year when President William Ruto and the President of France had a meeting in Paris, and one of the topics then was about the global financial architecture, reorganizing it in a way that the low-income countries can be able to access credit at a more affordable rate as opposed to what they are being charged today. And one of the deliberations was to also hold another summit in Nairobi to declare that the entire global financial architecture is reorganized. So this is one of the agendas that I believe they are going to address, because a lot of the countries that are attending this forum today, for example, Egypt is experiencing one of the worst inflation rate that has ever happened in any part of the world.
Yeah.
And they have borrowed a great deal, and that much money has not been able to alleviate the situation they are going through as a country. We also, as a country, we had a recent challenge where our foreign currency had shot up by over 50%. We are only just enjoying a relief at the moment. We don't know how long it will last. So the whole conversations about the financial infrastructure or architecture as it is today and how it is not favoring the global south is an important discussion that we need to have. And I remember when Ruto committed his support for the current president of the World Bank, that he was to advance that agenda where we need to reorganize how the lending is done at the World Bank and the IMF and the IFC, because it is not in favor of the global south. Right now, as a country, the non-performing loans within our banks are so high that domestically that most of the banks are exposed. And even us as a country, you've just mentioned that our budget, our wish list is higher than what we can be able to generate in terms of revenues. Then where do we get this money? We end up borrowing, and we borrow at a very high rate. So this is a very important conversation to have. But the important thing also we need to realize is that we talk a lot as a country. We talk a lot as a continent. But how much do we deliver? How much of that we talk about we deliver on the ground? So I want to believe that with this new administration, we can start seeing some of the deliverables or some of the discussions we agree being delivered on the ground. And and I want to agree, the current administration has not demonstrated the ability to deliver. But the president has talked a lot of the things he wants to deliver, but the leadership he has is not able to deliver. And that needs to change.
Yes, Mheshimiwa Orero.
I think bragging rights we have, just as you say it, but really what is the ultimate success of this kind of conference? We have had many of these summits. We are talking about International Development Association. This just points about the economic blocks that all the continents now are trying to forge about economic blocks. But we need to go at the basic. We have the ECOWAS, we have the IGAD, we have our own association. How much have they performed before we go to the Africa economic bloc? So we are talking about a common currency in Africa. Is it really viable within the next 50 years? If we have not yet up to now had a common currency within just East Africa, we are trying to have a common currency. When you are doing the transfer, the RTGS transfer, there are only 4 countries which normally you can use. That is Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. Burundi, South Sudan, you can still not use the same. So for us to have even a common currency, we need a lot of thinking. We need a lot of...
which has been a very long struggle, to agree.
Yeah, it's a long struggle to agree. I don't see it coming in the near future. It forms part of our plan every year. It forms part of our illusions every year. But what we can say is that I concur with my colleague that we need to negotiate with the World Bank. We need to negotiate with our partners to reassess our loans and see how these advancements of the loans can be postponed for other years or they can be written off for our country to stand on its own. We have seen now we are going to have a budgetary deficit of about 350 billion. We did our BPS the other time, but the country is not able to collect the taxes that they envisage. Their budget was about 4.2 trillion, but we are not able to meet the targets even of 2.9 from our collections. So we must look at viable options for us as a country to bring this economy back on the track. We are talking about taxing the commodities from like avocado. We are talking about taxing the motor vehicle circulatory tax, circulation tax. Some of these taxes will even make Kenyans more poor. We become poorer because of heavy taxes. We must look at viable options so that this country will not depend only on this extreme taxation, but other viable options which will bring this country back to normal on its feet.
The question is, even as we speak about still some other dignitaries arriving, those are heads of president, but I don't know how the protocol is. We expected to see the deputy president.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly. I wanted to be cheeky enough.
I don't know whether
I wanted, you know, I was just waiting for my turn, because then I wanted also to delve into the protocol issues and the politics a little bit of these, you know, the posturing of Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. You know, you can exactly see in the missing link of, because ideally, what would be expected here that when the head of state is, you know, receiving them for a photo shoot, then at the entrance, there would be a deputy president who is the second in command, receiving them and ushering them to, you see that, that where the president is officially receiving them. Protocol, you know, requires that. But the absence of the deputy president, who the last time I heard was dealing with Nairobi issues, you know, trying to deal with Nairobi, and it's a bit, maybe not. But also, would we look at,
maybe he's indisposed politically.
I don't know. We're just trying to be cheap with the protocol. This is an opportunity.
You said we have domestic issues.
These are domestic affairs that we have. We do not want to put our dirty linen on.
The deputy president is dealing with a national emergency.
But of course, a clear opportunity to campaign for Honorable Raila Odinga for the position of chair of the AU. We are having a lot of heads of states coming here. Could Kenya, and I think this is also when you are talking about us having bragging rights, we also mentioned that we are hosting over 30 heads of states from Africa. Is there an opportunity for the president to reach out to other heads of state? I've seen Lazarus Chakwera, the president of Malawi.
Yes.
I've seen so many people that probably he has not traveled to reach out to. So this is also, remember, as the president being politically strategist, he said that for us, instead of, you know, taxpayers' money flying here and there, would this be an opportunity to congregate the heads of state
here
and, you know, hit the nail on the head?
Put them in a box.
Put them in a box and discuss this. And hopefully, Honorable Raila Odinga might be invited. You would see, because it's until tomorrow. I am for sure that he's going to be invited.
A question that I want to ask all of you gentlemen, because this particular event is coming at a time that Kenya is suffering from. Mheshimiwa, you said you have a meeting at 9. Okay, I'll release this shortly. Just quickly, the moment we talk about the loans, you know, Kenya is suffering from all these loans. The IMF, I mean, we have so many loans that are still pending, and the government says they are using a lot of taxation to pay the loans. What do you think? African countries now should come together and have a common bank where they can borrow domestically as an Africa rather than going outside the borders. Crispus, what do you think?
Well, that is desirable.
Yes.
That's a very good thing, that if we were able to borrow within a currency that we can be able to manage. The dollar is becoming scarce. When the Americans, for example, increase their interest rates, you find the flow of dollars all over the world reduces, because most of the people want to invest their dollars in the US. And that exposes most of the economies, and that's an issue we need to be able to address. For example, here in the East African region, why should Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania not be able to trade with their own currencies?
That is the Burundi president arriving.
Yes. Why should they not be able to do business with the local currencies? For example, the Tanzania shilling or the Kenya shilling or the Ugandan shilling. Why should we do dollar transactions just within the East African community? So if we are able to also expand that within the African continent and be able to do business with each other without having to rely on foreign currency, that would be a great thing. But that is not easy, because the northern economies take full advantage of us to go and do business with them.
Do you know that gentleman?
Using
Evariste?
This is Burundian
president.
President.
Another gentleman who knows Kenyan corners from A to Z.
He stayed here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's Evariste.
He stayed here for a long time.
Burundi president. Those are neighbors. So they know our corners here. Yes, continue.
So what I was saying is that they would not want us to do business with each other because that's how they make money from us.
Yeah.
For example, you find there are parts of Northern Africa or Western Africa that if you were to fly from here to Nairobi, you don't go direct. You have to go to a place in Turkey or the UK or France to go and land in those countries because they take full advantage of our weak economic infrastructure. So if we come together and maximize the potential we have as a continent with a lot of the resources we have, we can do that. But they will never allow us to do that. But the day we will have to sit as a continent and have a proper conversation on what we have and how we can maximize it in terms of the wealth growth, we as a continent may be able to achieve that. But it is very hard because the Western world knows very well when these African leaders come together and they have a common agenda, it will be at the disadvantage of the Western world.
All right.
So we must be prepared for that kind of challenge.
A photo session with the president of Burundi, that is Evariste Ndayishimiye, already at the KICC. The president is doing his rightful duty, receiving them and having a photo session. Daniel, I still go back to what you said. We'll discuss, that's another domestic affair.
Yeah.
We'll discuss off air. Excuse me? That's Algerian president already also in the country. A very busy spot today. Mheshimiwa, I think I'll give you 1 minute to give me final remarks because with this, you're going to get stuck and you're going to have a meeting to help the people of your constituents very shortly with the governor. Perhaps get me your word in as far as this is concerned. So what do you think? At the end of the day, are we going to strike a deal so that Africa, we are going to have, once after this IDA21, based on the IDA20, so what are we going to carry forward? The implementation, are we going to work it out or still come back again and talk about another IDA22?
Of course, one, I must say that as a Kenyan citizen and somebody who is concerned about the Kenyans' life, we host the UN here, and this is one of the safest countries in the regional bloc. And that is why you will find that many heads of state will not hesitate to come to this country whenever we have such kind of a summit.
Yes.
And I think our president has gone out of his way to campaign about this. The only problem is, I think this is the 3rd summit. And every year we'll have summits. We have not seen the implementation.
That is Abdelmajid. Abdelmajid Tebboune of Algeria, the photo session. Of course, we've also seen Mama Suluhu.
What we are just saying is that we need to see after every summit, we must have implementing agencies. We must form caucus within also our region that will come and see the best way of implementing such honorable ideas within the continent, especially forming economic blocks, viable economic blocks with viable options. But we are saying that these banks that we want to put up in Africa, that we can have domestic borrowing, we must put serious thinking about them. We must involve the economists. We must put agencies that know what. Now the president of the World Bank is here. We need to talk to him, coerce him to look at our loans, see whether we can have loans with longer loans, longer period of time, so that we are not affected in repaying these loans.
That is Sereno President Julius Maada Bio. Julius Maada Bio already arriving. We've also seen Tanzanian President Suluhu also in the building. All right.
So I think it is a good idea. My only problem is the implementation as a country. We always have very, very good ideas, but we have very poor implementation strategy. This is, we need to come out of this and create a sustainable implementing agencies. I think that is what I would wish to say, and I want to thank you for inviting me here. You know, my constituency is just a stone throw away.
The next constituency.
Exactly. I represent the most, it's not volatile, but the most knowledgeable in politics.
Experienced. That is Mama Suluhu already, with the president there at the KICC. And very shortly, I think the Sierra Leone president, that is Julius Maada Bio, will also be joining the president shortly there at the KICC. We're just waiting to see what would be the outcome of this resolution, and probably now what they will agree on, the common ground, because at some point they will also go into their caucus and agree as heads of state. Then come, there you have Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. Just the outcome of this particular function. But Mheshimiwa has correctly put it, the implementation.
I mean, you said this is very, very important for having.
Allow me to let Mheshimiwa leave for that meeting. You are going for the meeting with the governor.
Yes.
All right. For the people of Kibra, Mheshimiwa has said he's going to talk.
Of course, I say we are going to look at the mitigations, process, and see how we can help those who have been affected within the river banks and other areas within Nairobi, and see how we can help each other as MPs of Nairobi region. I want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity.
All right. Okay, so we are giving you live feed at the KICC. We are taking a break, and we come back. We are going to wrap up this and, of course, go straight to the KICC for that particular event. Stay with us.
One day I want to hear a real Gujing performance.
Matunde, where are you?
I am me.
I. Come out here and knock properly.
What's just a mess? My eye got to the toilet. You are growing water and you are becoming backward and primitive.
Correct. Sasa wewe iko wapi sai? Mombasa.
Mnaenda wapi kama mjaniliva?
Chukua.
Mulikula tena mbom.
There's difference between kitchen and chicken.
Wewe unataka nini kwa maisha?
Gari.
Don't just locomote in the name of driving a car. You should get a machine.
Nimenunua gari na ni mpya. Waende nayo wakuche walete vitu haraka haraka siku ngapi?
Very good. Welcome back. Now, that is, we just want to cross over to the KICC right now. The IDA21 happening, that the International Development Association, heads of state still continue to arrive. We've witnessed a number of presidents arriving at the KICC. That is Sierra Leone President Julius Maada Bio, Alassane Ouattara of Ivory Coast, Abdel Fattah, El Sisi of Egypt, Ajay Banga, who is the World Bank president already in KICC, of course, as well as Mama Suluhu of Tanzania, and other hosts, that is even the Burundi president, that is Nashmie already in studio, at the KICC for that particular event. We'll be waiting to see how the resolution will be later on after that conference hosted by President William Ruto. Of course, we also saw the Prime Cabinet Secretary, another dignitary also arriving, feeling jovial, being home. That is Comoros President. Already at the KICC, and most of them will be arriving, and once all of them arrive and take their positions, we'll be having that is Comoros President, that is Azali Assoumani. Yeah. I love his gestures. Azali Assoumani, or that is the Comoros President at the KICC. The heads of state continue to arrive, with, of course, President William Ruto being the host of this particular conference or summit, if you like it. All right. If I got it right, that is Mauritania President, already that is Mohamed Ould Ghazouani. That is Mohamed Ould Ghazouani of Mauritania, also pulling over there, arriving at the KICC, the red carpet reception for them. That is Mohamed Ould Ghazouani of Mauritania, also making his entrance and arrival. The IDA21 for the Africa Heads of State, that is the summit. Allow me to take you through the program very shortly on how what we should be expecting in this particular event, which will shortly, there'll be the main plenary which will be taking place at the Savo ballroom, and of course arrival of the guests will be happening, and the opening remarks will be by the Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, who is a Cabinet Secretary, Kenya National Treasury and Economic Planning, who will also give short remarks. Thereafter is Ajay Banga, who is the President of the World Bank Group. And the keynote address will be delivered by His Excellency President Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Chief Convener. And thereafter, there will be statements by the head of state and government, their resolutions. All right? There will be, of course, after every kind of a summit, there's always a statement by head of state and government. All right? That is Mauritania President going for a brief photo session. Mauritania, Mohamed Ould Ghazouani of Mauritania, that is there. All right? If you've noticed, there is something about the president. There is that they call presidential blue suit. The presidential blue suit. And that is almost the standard operating procedure. Madagascar also arriving at the KICC. Madagascar President also arriving. That is Andry Rajoelina, the President of Madagascar, Andry Rajoelina rather. There you have it, arriving for this summit, and received by the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, Andry Rajoelina, the President of Madagascar. He served and again, that is having his position there, arriving at the summit. It's going to be one of the biggest summits that's been hosted here in the country. All right, there you have it. And now, thereafter, I was giving you a rundown to the particular. Just going to get that correctly, and of course, thereafter there will be a statement by heads of state and government on the outcome. We're waiting to see who will read out that particular statement by the heads of state and government. That's Andre Rajoelina of Madagascar, born in 1974. And he's been the president from 2009 to 2014, and still leading that country peacefully. That is Somalia president already arriving there, our neighbors, and making his way. That is Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud of Somalia, already also at the KICC. You can imagine a number of heads of state, probably close to around 30 of them expected. And it will also be important to note what they will be giving out as their statement. Last year during the during the Africa Summit, they also had their statement, which was read out by President of Rwanda, that is Paul Kagame, and the resolution and what they stand for. And right now, Hassan Sheikh Mohamud of Somalia, there you have him. A frequent visitor also here in Nairobi. He knows kona zote za hii nchi. You know, a neighbor also getting to come back home. I talked about the presidential blue, if you've noticed. If you've not noticed it, then you have it, the presidential blue. And all presidents have white shirts, nothing else. White shirts. If you've never noticed that, then I've given you a hint today. No black shirt, no red shirt, no pink shirt. There is something about being president and their dress code. Now you know. You can change a tie depending on the occasion, but a presidential blue, you'll never see a president in some beige kind of a suit in an official event like this one. A lot goes into it. Oh, somebody's reminding me that mine is also presidential blue. I think so. Yeah. Okay, in my own right. Thank you very much for reminding me of that. The choir, synonymous with such kind of events, we all remember the bombers. The choir kept us going, but the beauty about music is speaks to the mind and the soul. It's soothing. In this particular moment, we expect some entertainment, and the resolution that will come out of this IDA21 is also an important milestone that is going to be shaping the financial landscape of this continent. And out of this particular event, the government of Kenya will be, actually is currently hosting heads of state and the World Bank to identify key priorities for financing in Africa and champion an ambitious financing replenishment of IDA resources. That is all IDA21 cycle is known, is also, that will also support transformational development objectives for the African region. That is going to be quite fundamental out of this. And according to the experts, they say that it's quite often called on the donors to rather go big in such kind of donations and supporting African continents and funding rounds, and also low, middle income countries like Kenya, which face some of the toughest challenges, such as stalled economic growth. So such kind of forums also bring and open doors for African continents and countries to have a dialogue. And experts have also said that while World Bank, all right, I'm told that we need to hand over. And of course, it will be interesting to see what the World Bank President Ajay Banga will say out of this particular function. Thank you so much for staying with us. That was a bit of Eye on Politics and Good Morning Kenya. But right about now, I want to take you straight to the Kenyatta Convention Center and get the live feed from that particular event. My colleagues are holding forte there at the venue. My name is Victor Lo. I wish you a pleasant viewing. Good morning.
Benefit from the IDA 21. Remember, we are one of the top borrowers. Kenya is one of the top borrowers among Tanzania, among other countries such as Sierra Leone, as well as Algeria. And we have seen both of those presidents arriving here at KICC as they kick off those discussions to see how we can be able to also benefit from the International Development Association 21. Remember, there was IDA 2020? 3 years ago, and this now is another conversation. After 3 years, we're talking about how to replenish the resources at IDA 21. In 3 years ago, we saw the development partners as well as donors raise about $93 billion, which is the highest in history. Remember, IDA has been in existence for 60 years, and this $93 billion that was collected in 2021 is the largest in history of IDA. And this we'll be watching to see how much will be raised during IDA 2021. My colleague earlier on, Brian, had a conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, Njuguna Ndung'u, and they talked about some of the areas that they have maybe ensured that these resources go to. And O'Brien, maybe if you can share with us what are the key highlights from what the National Treasury said in terms of IDA resources.
Very well, and I think, yes, that's right. We had a candid conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning, Professor Njuguna Ndung'u. He's the host of this meeting, and yesterday they had a sit-down with ministers of finance from more than 40 countries here in Africa. And some of the conversations they were trying to advance is how to make the contribution process of IDA more transparent and more accountable. Remember, this is coming against the backdrop of a clarion call around the world on how to reform the global financial system. And President William Ruto has been at the forefront of calling for the reforms at the global financial systems. And we are looking at the Bretton Woods institutions. We are looking at the Asian Development Banks. How to make the process more inclusive, and also how not to burden countries with concessional loans, and at the same time, drive green growth as well as drive more contributions. The other thing that we were discussing with Professor Njuguna Ndung'u is how Africa is going to ensure that the deliberations of the IDA 21 by African heads of state, these deliberations will be captured in the final report that is going to be adopted in Washington, that is going to guide the replenishment of the IDA finances. And you are right. In Japan in 2021, a total of $93 billion was pledged by development partners. We are talking about, countries like Japan, United States, Britain, France, Germany, and so much. And they have a target of tripling this amount by the year 2030. And so all eyes will be on Washington, D.C. come this December to see how much more are developed countries going to pledge towards IDA kitty. There are estimations that we are likely to breach the $150 billion mark come December, but that is a figure that everybody is watching out to see whether this is going to come out, coming at a time when, the world economy is facing serious challenges because of multiple shocks. We are talking about the war in Ukraine. We are talking about the war between Israel and Palestine, which is somehow affecting the global economy. We're also talking about various calamities in terms of global shocks like the weathers and so much. The person you have just seen on your screen is the Ugandan President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He's one of the many presidents that we have seen here arriving for this critical meeting at Kenyatta International Convention Center. Some of them Sierra Leonean, we have seen Algerian, and including the Burundian president. All of them are here because this is a very critical meeting, because it is going to dictate how development assistance is channeled here in Africa as well as around the world. That is who is this? Let me see. Well, I can see clearly, but that is one of the heads of states who are here. But I can see the Comoros president is that's Sudan. Sorry, forget about it. I can't see clearly from where I'm standing. But that is one of the many presidents who are here to grace this very important meeting. We are also on the lookout for the Nairobi Declaration, just to get an idea of what will come out of that and the way forward. President William Ruto already is in the house, and I can see my colleague here, Betty Kiptum, is ready to say a thing or two in regard to this meeting. Betty.
Right. Thank you, O'Brien. Of course, this is a very important meeting for Africa. Remember that the cost of credit for African states has been a point of contention, especially considering that many African countries are deep in debt. And this IDA facility offers African countries, 39 African countries to be particular, are in this particular are in the IDA facility. And they are going to get concessional debt that is of low cost interest or no interest at all, as well as grants. And this is the 21st replenishment of the IDA facility. Let us now hand over to the event as it begins.
Let us. We'll request that we have all the cameramen kindly move aside. As we now all rise, we're going to start with two anthems, starting with the Kenyan national anthem, followed by the AU anthem. So let us all be upstanding for the two anthems, and we'll begin with the Kenyan national anthem.
You are not also speaking, eh?
Your Excellencies, I'll request that we remain standing. We're going to have two prayers. The first prayer will be led by Sheikh Hassan, followed by Reverend Joshua Rotere. Sheikh, to you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, most gracious, all praises be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord of the universe, the master of the day of judgment. We seek his guidance. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless this nation and the leadership of this nation, to bless our head of state and everyone who has joined us today this morning. وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
Let's continue praying. Our dear Heavenly Father, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we come before your presence this morning with gratitude. You have given us a privilege to gather here so that, Lord, we can put our hands together concerning our continent. This morning, Lord, I pray for the head of state, His Excellency President Dr. William Samuel Ruto, and also other heads of state that are here with us. The Lord, you will give them knowledge, wisdom, and ability as they serve our people. We are here, Lord, believing in you, that whatever we are going to deliberate from this conference and summit, it will bring transformation and change to our continent and also to our nation. We pray for your blessings as we begin today and even to the end of this convention. In Jesus' mighty name we pray and believe. Amen.
Let us kindly take our seats. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency Mohamed Gauzwani, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, also the Chair of the African Union, Your Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency Aslan Ouattara, President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, Your Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central Republic, African Republic, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, Your Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, Your Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellency Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, Your Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, Your Excellency Nadir Laboy, Prime Minister of the People, Your Excellency Mamadou Oriba, Prime Minister and Head of Government, Republic of Guinea, Your Excellency Kokoane Samuel Matekane, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Right Honorable Edouard Ngerintier, Prime Minister, Republic of Rwanda, Your Excellency Adriano Afonso Melaine, Prime Minister, the Republic of Mozambique, Your Excellency Jean-Jacques Boya, Special Envoy, the Republic of Congo, Your Excellency Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank, Deputy Presidents present, senior government officials representing various countries, World Bank leadership, ambassadors present, ministers, cabinet and principal secretaries present, partners, captains of industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, it is my great honor now to start us off to invite remarks by Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, who's the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning. Why don't we give him a warm welcome with a clap as he's coming to give the opening remarks. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Excellencies, Head of Government and Head of States, leaders of the groups that we've been working with, His Excellency, the President of the World Bank Group, Mr. Ajay Banga, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mine this morning is a very simple task. I want to introduce the subject matter, and on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, let me first of all welcome you to this session. Kenya is very, very privileged to be the host for the International Development Association for Africa Heads of State Summit. We call it IDA Works. It's a theme that we have tried to develop depending on the issues that are at hand. First and foremost, let me begin by expressing our deepest appreciation for the cordial relationship that exists between the African continent and the World Bank. The World Bank, specifically IDA's mandate, is very relevant to the African continent as it supports the development activities that pave the way towards poverty eradication, raising the structure and quality of growth, job creation, higher incomes, and better living conditions. We do believe that there are so many other avenues and diverse development needs that Africa requires. We wish to assure the World Bank of our continued commitment to this partnership and cooperation, because working together, we are going to develop sustainable solutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we convene today with the aim of committing to IDA donors and even other partners for the critical priority areas for development financing in Africa. And in particular, we want to show how significant the higher funding requirements are going to be very, very important for the IDA21 cycle in supporting Africa's development and even challenges that, challenges and opportunities that emerge for the Africa today. In IDA21 refreshment discussions held by ministers of finance yesterday, for which I was privileged to chair yesterday, the following themes were discussed and even summarized. First, it was investing in a livable planet in response to climate change. Second, we looked at the equal access to more and better jobs. Third, we looked at and discussed accelerating the recovery of human capital by fostering healthy, skilled, knowledgeable, and even inclusive societies. And fourth, we discussed how supporting African economies, and indeed what we require all IDA-supported developing economies, will be important to those countries that are affected by fragility, conflict, and violence, because they do not achieve their potential. Fifth, we looked at prosperity and sustainable development requirements for the African continent. Sixth, we looked at digitization and connectivity, and so more so in terms of accessible services. And finally, we looked at universal access, energy access. The above issues are the ones that are summarized by the communique from the Ministers of Finance that was developed yesterday. We do believe that the summary of the communique will provide some efforts in terms of collective efforts, in terms of mutual dialogue, strong partnership, effective and even joint coordination for realization of Africa's economic and even development agenda. That actually was very, very heavily appealed by the team. These are the issues that will be summarized by the communique that will be shared in a closed session by the ministers. But more importantly, they reflect some of the needs that shows that IDA will work, and it will work with those commitments, and we therefore believe that it's going to work. Finally, these are just few remarks, but also I have the honor and the singular honor to invite the President of the World Bank, Mr. Ajay Banga, to address this gathering on the issues at hand, and more so on the IDA21 replenishment. Thank you very much.
And as he's approaching, just to recognize also the presence of His Excellency Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. President Ruto, distinguished heads of state, Your Excellencies, guests, and all my colleagues, I think it's a great privilege for the World Bank to be here at this IDA summit, so graciously hosted by the President of Kenya. But I want to start with recognizing that right now Kenya is suffering in one portion of its country some devastating floods, and I extend my deepest condolences to all those affected, and you know the World Bank will be there with you throughout this period, sir. This is the tragedy and the challenges of climate change. 4 years of drought followed by floods, and this is one of the reasons why, as the Cabinet Secretary spoke, the livable planet is such an important part of our future. These moments are devastating for families and for communities. They pull countries backward. They darken our hopes. But the horizon of Kenya, the horizon of the continent, I'm firmly convinced, remains very bright. We are here united by a shared vision for the future of Africa, a continent that is rich in diversity, in culture, in potential. It is very easy to feel hopeful when we are together anywhere in Africa. You feel the sun in your face, the wind at your back, the fertile and mineral-rich earth under your feet, and most importantly, you feel the infectious energy of young people. But these are the ingredients that can power the future. They are not new blessings, and over the course of history, this abundance has too often brought profiteering rather than prosperity. Today, we are focused on a brighter future for every country on the continent and the people who call it home. The International Development Association has been a steadfast partner in Africa's development journey. This summit symbolizes our objective commitment to accelerating progress. But we have to move with urgency, we have to move with purpose, and we have to have a focus on results and on impact. This will require more from IDA. It'll require more from all parts of the World Bank Group. It will require more from governments, and it will require more from the private sector. We stand at the cusp of a new era of growth and prosperity for Africa, or we have come together merely to admire its potential. The choice of where to go with that is ours. IDA remains dedicated to supporting your efforts, to investing in the people of Africa. We are working to make IDA more efficient. We are working to make it able to deliver faster by cutting burdensome rules, requirements, and redundancies. We believe be deployed with more focus to make meaningful impact to advance the fundamental needs, energy access, healthcare availability, realize the agricultural potential of this continent, and build out critical infrastructure and skills in its people. We see boundless opportunities to advance your development goals, but we're going to have to work for it, and that should guide our discussion as we go forward today. Let's harness our collective energy, point it towards making impacts that will resonate for generations to come. Once again, let me extend my deepest gratitude to President Ruto for hosting in this beautiful country, and to each of you for traveling to be with us today. I look forward to interacting with you as the day goes along. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And before I move on to the next part, just to recognize also the presence of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. We also have the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Abiy Ahmed, who's joined us as well, and Prime Minister Cote d'Ivoire, His Excellency Robert Bogre Mambe. At this point in time, Your Excellencies, allow me to now invite my co-MC, the wonderful and gorgeous Yvonne Dege, who will guide us. Why don't we put a warm welcome as we welcome her to guide us for the next part. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Michael. Welcome again to the IDA for Africa beautiful city of Nairobi, Kenya. As Michael said, I'm Yvonne Dege, and I'm looking forward to guiding you all through a very exciting session by the heads of state. We are very happy to welcome you at this event, which is dedicated to IDA, the International Development Association, which is a partnership between donor and recipient nations. IDA is the World Bank Group's fund that works with countries to achieve sustainable growth so that they can chart their own future. A special welcome to our audience joining us globally via World Bank Live, across Africa via CNBC, and locally through Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. We also have simultaneous interpretation in Swahili, French, Arabic, and Portuguese. Channel information can be found on signs in the room or at the bottom of your screen on World Bank Live. Wherever you are, please join the conversation online using the hashtag IDAWorks. At this moment, it gives me great pleasure and an honor to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, to the podium. You're welcome, Your Excellency, for opening remarks.
Your Excellency, President Mohamed Ghazani, Chairman of the Africa Union Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, my friend, Ajay Banga, the President of the World Bank Group, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Kenya. On behalf of the people and the government of Kenya, I welcome you all to Nairobi for the IDA for Heads of State Summit. It is an honor for Kenya to host this IDA replenishment conference at this historic venue, the place where African heads of state recently united with a bold vision. Here, we committed to transforming our continent into a thriving middle-income region, leveraging our unique potential to drive global solutions. Today, we build on that legacy by actualizing our potential to provide those solutions through necessary financing. I extend my deepest gratitude to each of you for joining us at this pivotal summit. Your presence not only honors us, but also reaffirms our shared commitment to the International Development Association, our cornerstone for achieving the development goals of our continent and beyond our continent. We convene at a critical juncture, facing a convergence of global crises. This includes escalating geopolitical tensions that challenge international unity, a deepening development and debt crisis that threatens our economic stability, and urgent climate emergencies that demand immediate and collective action for our planet's survival. Today, we gather here, Kenya and the broader East Africa region faces severe flooding that devastated communities, destroyed infrastructure,
and disrupted our economies. Concurrently, Southern Africa confronts intensifying drought, affecting nations like Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Just last year, the roles were reversed, highlighting our shared vulnerability to extreme weather patterns. As I speak to you in this podium, 10,000 people in Nairobi City are displaced by floods. That is the gravity of the situation. Only a year ago, we had a devastating drought on the other end. This new normal demands our immediate and united action to safeguard our collective future. This underscores the critical role of IDA for Africa Summit. As a cornerstone of financing for Africa, IDA has directed 75% of its total commitments, nearly $26 billion, to our continent in the last fiscal year, with African nations comprising 8 of IDA's top 10 borrowers. This support is not just financial. It is a lifeline for our development and also our stability. And your presence, personal presence, my friend Ajay Banga, in this meeting is a demonstration of the centrality of the discussions that will happen in this meeting and your personal commitment to this continent, which we appreciate. IDA stands out for its rapid and decisive action during crisis, distinguishing itself from other funding sources. Its demand-driven programs, combined with concessional loans of 40 to 50 years, empower borrowing nations to pursue sustainable long-term development strategies. And this is what we have been asking for: long-term, concessionary. We now want to discuss in this meeting scale. That is the only aspect that is missing in this configuration. And as Ajay Banka said, 2 things are missing: scale and design. Make it simpler. Now, more than ever, long-term concessional financing is vital. As many Africans and other developing nations face severe debt crisis, this financial strain hampers our efforts to combat climate change, transition to low-carbon economy, and adequately fund essential sectors like education, health, and social protection. We have frequently discussed the financial challenges that restrict our economic capabilities and reduce our investment in resilience and growth. High interest rates lead to unsustainable sovereign debt, complicate refinancing, and destabilize our currencies. Additionally, the rising cost of living, increased commodity prices, and supply chain disruptions severely impacting our food security, healthcare systems, and overall preparedness for response to crisis. Last year, we brought to global attention that African nations pay interest rates up to 5 times higher than typical World Bank IBRD rates. This year, the situation has worsened. Developing countries are now net contributors to the global economy, contrary to expectations of receiving net inflows. Projections, for example, for 2024 show a net outflow of $74 billion from IDA countries like Kenya and others to donor nations, while net financial transfers to developing countries have plummeted from $225 billion in 2024 to now a low of $51 billion in 2022. Those statistics are glaring by any measure. Given these conditions, sustainable growth remains elusive for African nations as we allocate more funds to debt service than to crucial sectors like education, health, and social protection. This financial strain was prevalent in 2/3 of African countries even before the pandemic struck. Notably, in 2020, 1 in every 4 sub-Saharan African countries dedicated over 17% of its public revenues solely to interest payments. The IMF reports that sub-Saharan Africa's ratio of interest payments to revenue has more than doubled in a decade, reaching nearly 4 times that of advanced economies by the end of 2022. As a result, over half of IDA recipients today face debt distress or are at a high risk of debt distress. IDA remains their most dependable source of patient capital, with every dollar of donor financing enabling an additional $3.5 in capital market leverage to amplify development impact. This endeavor transcends financial returns. It is about fulfilling our collective global aspirations. Africa's commitment to economic transformation, reducing poverty and inequality, and enhancing human well-being is essential and demands significant capital investment. Moreover, the global goal of achieving net zero by 2050 cannot be realized without Africa's active participation, a failure which would jeopardize humanity's survival, not just African survival, humanity's survival. It is imperative to understand with substantial investment in our vast energy resources, Africa can not only provide power to all its citizens, including the 600 million currently without access, but also significantly advance global decarbonization efforts. Let me say this broadly. If there was a case to be made for a win-win outcome, IDA is the best example, because everybody wins. The donors win, the recipients win. The donors win because it is an investment for them. For the recipients, it is an opportunity. In both cases, we have winners. The donors will put money in renewable energy, in energy in general, and we can continue world manufacturing and industrialization using African energy that we have in abundance and using labor that we have in abundance, and we can share the outcome of that industrialization with the rest of the world. By investing in IDA, we unlock 60% of the world's arable and cultivated land for food security and nutrition, not just for Africa, but for the globe. By investing in IDA, we unlock the human resource potential in our continent, Africa being the youngest continent in the world. Investing in education, in health, in social protection gives us the opportunity to provide 40% of the world's workforce by 2050. Investing in IDA gives us the opportunity to decarbonize global economy and provide for green growth. Let me say this. Our continent possesses 60% of the world's prime solar resources, and our untapped renewable energy potential exceeds 50 times the projected global electricity demand by 2040. However, realizing this requires a shift in investment strategies, with affordable long-term capital at scale being central. Our proposal and request entail a vision for Africa, an Africa-driven socio-economic development, executed with transparency and inclusiveness. And our case is straightforward. Let me put it this way. Significant capital injection into IDA is crucial. The G20 independent expert group recommends tripling IDA's financing capacity to US $279 billion by 2030, while maintaining the essential concessional nature of its financing. At the very least, and if we cannot do anything else, let us not ignore or wish away this expert advice. We seek not just funding, but a partnership for progress. African nations propose a robust plan for climate-positive growth, aligning with the Nairobi Declaration from last year's Africa Climate Summit to ensure stable, dignified, and sustainable livelihoods across our continent. Africa is poised to transform its agriculture, water security, and energy access while creating job opportunities for over 4 million youths entering the job market monthly and expanding our small and medium enterprises as well. Central to these opportunities is our commitment to African-led initiatives. We aim to control our destiny, managing our resources responsibly and sustainably to drive Africa's industrialization agenda using our abundant energy, mineral, and human capital resources. Our commitment to transparency and accountability is in our socio-economic development plans, ensuring the efficient and effective use of IDA is central to our plan. We acknowledge the vital role of diverse stakeholders beyond governments and traditional donors committing to deeper and broader engagement to enrich our development outcomes. We are committed to empower the Africa Union Commission to make it fit for purpose with capacity to engage the rest of the world on behalf of Africa. We are committed to reform the Pan-African Parliament to enhance oversight and accountability over the Commission and establish an African Court of Justice so that we are ready to engage with the rest of the world. Faced with the relentless challenge of climate change and escalating instability, our unity is our strength. Despite the myriad forces that threaten to divide us, we must remain focused on the ultimate goal, safeguarding the future of our civilization, the human race, and the diverse life forms that share our planet. Africa is eager to contribute to the solution. Our continent offers a viable and promising pathway to a future of prosperity for all humanity, harnessing our rich resources and innovative spirit. IDA's efficiency and effectiveness make it a unique force for good. Africa recognizes this, and we don't take it for granted. We are setting an example with our ambitious plan for structural and systemic reforms underpinned by steadfast commitment to tangible results, transparency, and a robust partnership. Given the enormity of the challenge faced by African countries and its global implications as collective emergency, we call on our partners to meet us at this historic moment of solidarity and respond effectively by increasing their IDA contribution from the US $93 billion raised in 2021 to at least US $120 billion in 2024. As we make this call, we as African heads of state and government commit to play our part by taking deliberate and robust actions to improve fiscal discipline, increase domestic revenue mobilization, develop investor-friendly policies, and enhance anti-corruption measures. IDA exemplifies the best of global cooperation, characterized by compassion, lasting dedication, and a fruitful collaboration. By fortifying IDA, we do more than just honor these values. We significantly enhance our joint ability to tackle global challenges. Let us value and expand the reach and influence of this vital resource. Together, let us be bold, let us be ambitious, and let us act with conviction. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of Kenya, for that important keynote address. Thank you very much, Mr. President. This IDA for Africa Heads of State Summit is a critical platform for all heads of state and other leaders from across the continent, together to highlight IDA's impact and to call for a robust 21st replenishment resources in support of transformational development. An ambitious IDA21 will be a lifeline for a world in crisis, and in particular, here in Africa. And to speak about it, I am now extremely honored to welcome the heads of states to deliver their statements. I would like to call upon His Excellency Mohamed Ghazouani, African Union Chair, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. You're welcome, Mr. President.
Excellence, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Président de la République du Kenya, Excellence, Madame et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Your Excellencies, the heads of government, of state and government, Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, ladies and gentlemen of the funders of institutional funds, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like, first of all, to allow my friend Dr. William Luson, the President of the Republic of Kenya, to know that as I thank him, because through him the government and the people of our sister pay for the warm hospitality and the welcome that we have. I'd also like to congratulate him for the perfect organization of this IDA Africa Summit, which is a crucial step in this process of getting resources from IDA. I'd also like to express my sincere thanks to the President of the World Bank, Mr. Ajay Banga, for his leadership and also his conviction engagement with Africa. And also, as I thank him on behalf of the African Union, the group of donors, our stakeholders of the International Development Association, for its generosity for us. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, this 21st meeting that we are having takes place in a continental and international context that is quite challenging, and it is marked by a number of crises. We had the COVID pandemic, the worsening of climatic shocks. We've had security and political crises. There's been armed conflict in Africa, in Europe, in the Middle East, and also just a bit of everything, everywhere. So these crises and these conflicts, beyond the human tragedies that are taking place, they have a negative impact and also deeply of the world economies, especially in Africa. Now, through their efforts and to help us not destabilize the supply chains, and also when we are looking at the energy. So In this light, the massive consequences of the livelihoods of millions who are low-income earners in Africa and all over the world, who are our main clients, and also the eradication of poverty in many horizons, which looked possible when we were launching the development agenda. It is now out of reach for many African countries. In the same way, universal access to clean water and also to electricity are also becoming difficult challenges to meet. Needs for extra financial means have also, as had been estimated by the African Development Bank to $100 million, have now shown that it is necessary to get additional financing if Africa is going to reach its development goals, unless we get more funding. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, so this shows us that the needs we need a more ambitious approach to getting resources, especially if states are going to meet their obligations to service debts, to be able to tackle climate crisis. So this means that resources are not enough. To finance our development, we will need massive resources. And for these massive resources, whether they be private or direct financing, we are also in need to reduce the cost of financing so that we can get more access to concessionary financing. That is why I'd like here and now express my deepest support to the reform that has been taken by the President Ajay Banga and under the wider World Bank, that it is that should be stronger and be more efficient, and in the World Bank as we operate in synergy. I'd also like to also recognize the efforts that have been made to reduce the delays in preparing for projects and also for implementation. I'd like to congratulate them for the collaboration, the chair of the African Development Bank, Adesina, and especially in the crucial domain of access to energy. I'd like to say that this wish that there would be other sectors that would be included in ensuring multilateral development. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, unique role in financing development in Africa amongst our countries in the course of time. So we have more than 1.5 billion poor people amongst our citizens in Africa, but we are now benefiting from IDA financing. These roles need to be reinforced even as we face the major crises brought about by climate change. That is why I reiterate that on behalf of the African Union and also on my own behalf and also on behalf of the IDA for its generosities to be able to reform its ambitious constitution and also to help us rise above the challenges of our times. The cost of inaction would be exorbitant in terms of fragility and precarity, and also there'll be loss of human lives and also loss of opportunities for development, and also there is wastage of resources, of our main resources, that is our youth, and also there'll be environmental deterioration. We could avoid such a scenario by making sure that Africa is still on the path of inclusive and sustainable growth. For this, we really need We have a need of human resources and also resources in natural capital. And it is to help us to transform our enormous potential and social to be able to reach sustainable development with which is value added, and this also needs a reconstitution of the resources from IDA. So convinced that our presence in this summit will help us achieve our objectives. I would pray that this work gets to a successful end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency.
Excellency, I would now like to take this opportunity to invite to the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Robert Bourg-Mambe. Bienvenue.
Excellence Dr. William Ruto,
Your Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and of government, Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, ladies and gentlemen, funders, before I begin, I'd like to share with you the warm greetings of His Excellencies, Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, who, due to other reasons, asked me to represent him at this very important summit on the reconstitution of the IDA Resources 21. I also take this opportunity to address my sincere thanks to His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic, and also to the people of Kenya for the hospitality and the quality of the welcome. I would also like to reinforce the thanks to thank the President of the World Bank, Mr. Ajay Banga, for his determination to reform our common institution for better in efficiency in interventions and also accelerate sustainable development in our states. Like you know, it is this important summit also strategizes to mobilize resources with IDA for the 3 coming years. So the governments of the low-income countries need today to also, they are faced by major obstacles that are becoming bigger and bigger in an environment where the resources are limited. When it comes to the Ivory Coast, digitalization, modernization of agriculture and the production sectors, the development of the private sector, and also employment for the youth are the main obstacles that we must tackle. However, with the security problems in the Sahel, the Ivory Coast has a high growing number of refugees and also who are more than in their millions today, who are also putting pressure on social services and also need a lot of government interventions. So we are calling upon IDA and my country needs a lot of support from the World Bank to be able to be more resilient. That is why the Ivory Coast, which also came up to advocate for more resources from IDA, is also involved in following up on these efforts in reconstituting the IDA21. So it is with great pleasure that my country from the 9th to 10th October of this year, the African Economic Summit will seek to mobilize main finances and partnerships with Global Citizen and Bridgewater Associates to support the campaign to also reconstitute IDA21. So to end, I'd like to also send an appeal to our funders and also to the World Bank Group and its partners that they mobilize resources, IDA resources, to help the governments to face the problems that are becoming more and more bigger and more complex. Ivory Coast supports all the efforts of the World Bank and its partners. I thank you all for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Votre Excellence. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those words. I would now like to call on His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, to give some remarks. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
His Excellency William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Chairperson of the African Union, President of Mauritania, and their Excellencies, the heads of state and government. This is a topic I can speak on for the whole day. I'm therefore glad we have had this meeting where the presidents of Africa meet with some of the Western leaders. The crisis which is in Africa today is because of philosophical, ideological, strategic, economic mistakes, which we have been talking about since the 1960s. This is not an accident. When you see the crisis in many of the African countries, the collapse of states, we predicted this in the 1960s. Philosophical, ideological, strategic mistakes. I don't have time to amplify each one. But I was very happy to hear the President of the World Bank talking about prosperity instead of profiteering. These were his own words. That's what I picked. This has been the problem. Aid has been for profiteering. This has been the problem. Now, the World Bank people and other groups have been talking of sustainable development. Even in your documents, I have seen those words there. Sustainable development. I am now going to be 80 years old. I have never seen sustainable pregnancy. That a woman is pregnant this year, the pregnancy continues next year, 3 years, 4 years, it never happens. In life, pregnancy develops sustainably within the womb of the woman. Quantitatively, the baby is growing bigger and bigger. But at some stage, quantitative growth must be transformed into qualitative change. The pregnancy must become a baby. If the pregnancy remains pregnancy, the fetus will die. So therefore, I would even ask you to change those words in your documents. Africa does not need sustainable, what? You could call it sustainable underdevelopment. Africa needs socio-economic transformation. The pregnancy must become a baby. The baby must grow and become a teenager. The teenager must grow. That's what happens in life. You cannot have quantitative growth and you think you are doing anything. The main reason why there is no growth is because the growth factors are not funded. They are not even understood. What are the growth factors? We now talk of private sector-led growth. Yes, but for the private sector to grow, what does it need? It needs low costs of production. Ministers of Finance, low costs of production. And what are the low costs of production? Number one, transport. You must have low transport costs. Where do low transport costs come from? From the railway. If you don't fund the railway, how will you get low transport costs? Wonderful people, Banco Mundial, IMF, all of this. Where will low cost of production come from if you don't have a railway? I have been here for the last 64 years. I've been watching as a student leader, as a freedom fighter, now as the leader of a country. How many railways have been constructed or funded in Africa? The few that have been was by China, the Tanzania Railway to Zambia, and recently, China, another one here in Kenya, and then Tanzania on their own, they are building a railway line. So, if you are talking of helping Africa, the railway, I don't want to be involved in any other words, no, please. The railway. Because if you fund the railway, you will have low cost of transport, and you can produce products which are cheap, which can be bought in the world. So you audit how much funding, all these billions you are talking about, how much of it has gone to the railway. Audit it. The second cost pusher is electricity. If you don't find electricity and you talk about sustainable development, what are you talking about? Private sector-led growth. Maneno too. Electricity, we must have low-cost electricity, not exceeding 5 cents per kilowatt hour. That's what I insist on in Uganda. I'm tired of all these stories. These neo-colonial civil servants, who have been holding us back. I have put my foot down, say, I don't want to hear those stories. And Uganda is developing, and it will develop, because I don't entertain that nonsense anymore. Borrowing for what? Capacity building. Imagine, seminars, they call you in a hotel, you eat chapati, you eat mandazi. They say that is capacity building. Capacity building should be on the ground, not just seminars. So, the second point, Excellency, is electricity. The third one, those people who talk about private sector-led growth, private sector-led growth. I have been trying to borrow money for our UDB, Uganda Development Bank, a bank which funds manufacturers. No, I don't get support for that. Instead, they want me to go, my people to go to commercial banks. But commercial banks cannot give, no, those commercial banks are to encourage imports. Because the only person who can borrow money and pay it back from a commercial bank is a trader who goes to China, goes to where, Dubai, brings products, sells them quickly, and pays back. So, if you are serious, I needed to hear about the low-cost funding for manufacturing. Not for stories, not for what, no, manufacturing. How about funding for irrigation? Because if you want to stabilize agriculture, a country like Uganda is very rich, we have got everything. But still sometimes we get some erraticness in the rain. So in order to stabilize, I've been trying to look for a loan for irrigation. I can't easily get it. Very difficult to get. A loan for seminars, very quick. The civil servants, what? But a loan for irrigation, you don't see. Now, finally, the loan for, I don't know the situation in other African countries, and I don't have time to talk for a long, I don't have opportunity to talk for long. But Uganda is a very rich country. But one of the problems we were having was that our people were outside the money economy. They were in what they call subsistence sector. They just produce for eating, produce for eating, produce for eating. Wanashughulikia tumbo tu. So I was looking for money. Please give me money to give coffee seedlings to these fellows who are just producing for the stomach, so that they can produce for the stomach, but also produce for the pocket, so that they join the money economy. You cannot imagine that by 2013, a few years ago, 68% of the homesteads in Uganda were still in the subsistence sector, in the non-money economy. You audit your countries. What is the situation? What is the percentage of the people? So I had now to use my own money, because I couldn't borrow money from anybody. The loans are for capacity building, for, I don't know, sometimes they give for ICT, but ICT is a communication system, mainly. What are you going to communicate on that communication? How are you? Good morning. and you think that is communication. Why don't you have ICT linked with agriculture, linked with industry? Oh, now the digital. Are you eating computers? Have I seen anybody eating computers? Just running up and down, maneno tu. So I was insisting that all these Ugandans must be in the money economy. 2013, not long ago, 68% of Ugandans were outside the money economy because Uganda is a very rich country. A fool can survive there. In other countries, fools die. But in Uganda, fools can thrive there. They just eat. He stays with his brothers. He eats. He goes from there to the sister. He eats. He's not earning anything, but he's eating. So we said, no, everybody must be involved in the money economy. We couldn't get any support for that. But we funded it ourselves. Each year, we spend about $300 million of our own to make these villagers join the money economy by producing for the stomach, but also for the pocket. And from 2013, I was now told that for the first time, 61% of the people are in the money economy of the homesteads. It is only 39% that are still out. You imagine those are still there, just eating, no money. So therefore, this meeting is, then you get your neo-colonial civil servants. They talk of import support. Imagine there is money for import support. Import support. The governor writes to me, reports, we have got import cover for so many months. But I don't want to import, I want to export. Why don't you tell me about import substitution and export promotion? Instead you are telling me of import support. So money is available for to become more dependent. So I'm very glad to hear what now finally, the cash, which we told our people about in the 1960s, we told them, part of the wars we fought in Uganda, we had to get rid of the neo-colonial groups which were there, which were stopping us from thinking. We had to get rid of them by force. But one of the problems was Africa producing raw materials. Matière primaire. They call it in Français. Matière primaire. Raw materials. Imagine coffee. The global value of coffee is $460 billion. All the coffee producing countries of the world, Brazil, us, all these, we only get 25 billion of that. Out of the 460 billion, the coffee producing countries get 25 billion. And Africa gets only 2.5 billion. 900 million of that comes to Uganda because Uganda produces a lot of coffee. A country like Germany, which has no coffee, earns $65 billion from coffee. So, I sell a kilo of coffee, good grade coffee, $2.5. Somebody in London will get $241 from that 1 kilo. Okay, there are other costs on the way. I don't want to, because he's the owner of a restaurant and so on. But coffee roasting, coffee grinding, coffee packing must happen here in Africa. It must happen at source. The shirt I'm putting on is Ugandan cotton. I don't put on foreign clothes. It's only the trousers I'm putting on because I can't go naked. Because they have not solved that problem for me. So, if you look at cotton, how many job levels are there? Job levels. You grow the cotton. Okay, that one we do. Those jobs we do. We gene the cotton. Kutoa mbegu, remove the seeds. That one we do here. And we end there. When you hear all these countries which have got crisis, Burkina Faso, I don't know what, Mali, all of them are cotton growing countries. But how much textiles are they producing? They're importing textiles, I don't know from where. So now, if you end at level 2, gening, removing the seeds, then you take the pamba, you take the cotton, to cleverer people who are clever. Watu wenye akili. Wako huko. Sisi hapo tutajiita vipi? Kama mtu anakuzidi akili wewe unasema wewe nani? So they take the cotton, they spinning, more money, more jobs for their children. They weave, more money, more jobs for their children. They put the print, more money, more jobs for their children. I looked at the figures. Uganda consumes 276 million meters of textiles each year. And that wonderful country of yours spends $880 million on clothes. Some of them dead people's clothes from Europe. When people die, their clothes, they are sent to you people, to Africa. And we spend 800, all the money we earn from coffee goes back to bring dead people's clothes. But we have got one factory there called Nitil. It produces 25 million million meters. So in order to clothe our people in Uganda without importing, we need about 11 factories like the one of Nitil. And they would employ about 20,000 people. So and we would save $880 million, which we are just giving to other people. So this IDA, what did you say about the modern slavery of the Africans of producing raw materials? In one of our documents in Addis Ababa, we had talked of Africa producing what it does not consume and consuming what it does not produce. They had put that as a summary in one of the documents of the African Union. We must get rid of the production of raw. I banned the export of minerals from Uganda and process. I banned them. Piga marufuku. Then the agents were going in the corridors, what Mufanyi, no mineral will come from Uganda if it's not processed. You wait until I go away, you can steal the minerals, but not now. I banned this export of unprocessed minerals in 2012. My young brother, His Excellency Ruto, I forgave him and gave him some little iron ore for, I think, 2 or 3 years, because I've got a lot of iron ore, one of the best in the world. I told him, His Excellency Ruto's man, Muhindi wa hapa Kenya, you come and build the steel factory in Uganda at the iron ore. Oh, yeah. I've already built in Mombasa. So I said, okay, because of my young friend, I give you some iron ore for 2 or 3 years. But come and put the factory here. Now you can imagine akili ya watu wenu, my civil servants. An Indian wanted to take that iron ore to India, imagine. Iron ore in Runyankore, in our language, is called obtare, but it is soil, black soil. If you see it, it is soil. To take that to India and do what? Pay your wonderful people $47 per ton. Our iron ore is the purest in the world. It is 70% pure. So you need like 1.5 tons to make a ton of steel. Now, a ton of steel costs $700. Somebody gives you $47 on your wealth, the wealth of your people, and he gets $700 from it. And all the jobs, your children have no jobs. Watoto wa Wahindi wanafanya wampata kazi. I can't be part of that treachery. So I banned, there will be no export of unprocessed minerals from Uganda. So there's no business. What do you mean there's no business? So when I banned them, they are flocking in now. They have opened 7 gold refineries. 7 gold refineries, they are there. Because I banned. The other day I was opening a tin refinery. You can imagine this tin, and Sulu Samia may know where we were, the power station. Both sides, the Uganda side and the Tanzanian side. That is all tin. But all this time, imagine, since the British were here, they were taking, walikuwa wanachukua mawe tu, stones, because tin in nature is a stone, looks like a stone. So they take that. And they give my people $11 per kilo. And they take it to cleverer people. For the cleverer people, they get $32. My people got 11, those people get $32. And all the jobs. So when I was opening the factory, I was asking the refinery, I was asking them, this boy who opened the factory is a Canadian. I was asking them, huyu Mkanada ameleta umeme wake? Has this Canadian brought his own electricity? No. Anatumia umeme wa kwetu. Ameleta maji yake ya factory? No. Anatumia maji yetu. Internet anatumia ya nani? Ya kwetu. So, out of the $32, much of that money will remain in Uganda. Pay for the raw material, pay for the electricity, pay for the water, all that remains in Uganda. So, what does first of all, my African brothers and sisters say about this hemorrhage of Africa? Hemorrhage. Echikurukuto, we call it in Uganda. This hemorrhage must stop. The crisis you see in these countries is because of stagnation of the last 60 years since independence. The population is increasing, the economies are not increasing. What do you expect? So with these few words, Your Excellencies, what do I say? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni. May I call upon His Excellency, Professor Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central African Republic, to please come and give some remarks. Bienvenue.
Excellence, Dr William Samuel Ruto, président de la République du Kenya, très cher frère, Excellence,
very dear brother, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of government and state, the President of the Banque Mondiale and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also talk to my brother, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and the Kenyan people. I'd like to express my deepest feelings and express our solidarity for the solidarity expressed with the Central African Republic following the floods that have led to the tragic disappearance of many people and also a lot of destruction in our sister country. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I take to the stage now representing my country, the Central African Republic. On this occasion of this summit or Heads of State Summit, or Summit of the Heads of State and Government in the ambitious reconstitution of resources of the IDA21 for Africa. Allow me to also express our deep gratitude towards my brother, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and the Kenyan people for the organization, the successful organization of this summit, and also the welcome, the brotherly welcome, very warm, which we have known since our arrival in this really dynamic town of Nairobi. I'd also like to thank Mr. Ajay Banga, the president of the World Bank Group, for his full participation in this very important summit, for his leadership, and also on reconstitution of resources, IDA21. It is also the moment to express my deepest gratitude to the World Bank for the multifaceted approach that we have been given today. I'd also like to thank the entire group of funders in IDA, because it is thanks to their contribution that this institution has the necessary resources to help the most poor countries on this planet to be able to move to some place. So also the African Union, that it is in Africa that we also find a number of natural resources and strategic minerals, and we find that some of these countries are some of the most impoverished of these countries, and the Central African Republic has had a feeling of this level of poverty that we are talking about in this IDA21. So we talk about 0 0.8 percentage growth, which means that a child who was born before the pandemic will only realize 28% of his potential if he has received any education and other services adequately. In 2021, up to about a larger percentage had achieved basic sanitation, but we also had 80% who had no access to electricity or internet by 2017, according to the United Nations. So in April of 2024, so 40% of Central Africans would not eat a full meal. So we are told that there are millions of people, that is about 46% of the population, are living in extreme vulnerability in this 2024, and which needs urgent humanitarian action. Now, in such a very difficult national context, exacerbated by the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic and also tensions at international level, the contributions of the World Bank Group to fight against poverty and also the promotion of socioeconomic development are essential, if not vital. In fact, IDA21 had already borrowed $370 million, already showing its importance in our quest for reducing poverty. So this kind of financing allowed for the construction of a solar park near the capital in Bangui to supply electricity to 60,000 habitants. So we appreciate such a support that also helps us to reach communities that are displaced, also reaching out to vulnerable households. And when you're talking about 40 American dollars for each person, allows us to come up with, support them to come up with income-generating activities and continue with education. The project, the support project in the health sector allowed us to open clinics that are open to millions, 1 million people, with about 362,000 prenatal visits, and where people can also receive psychosocial support, especially where there has been gender-based violence in the districts. That also reached 292,000 people. Now, these figures are 142 million American dollars that have been put in projects, amongst which 16 national projects and 3 at regional level. So cumulatively, so we are talking about a reach of 48%. We'd like to reiterate our wish that these projects that are still in the pipeline be fast-tracked to also help us reach a wider group of the population. Like it was noted, IDA financing has contributed to improve on the livelihoods in the towns and also to mitigate the effects of conflicts and underdevelopment. So we are talking of strengthening of actions and also projects that are underfinanced, and also as we look at having more of the sustainable projects. So when we are talking about 2024, 2028, we are capitalizing on the plan to consolidate 2017-2023 program that had been improved on in the Central African Republic, and also the route map that Rwanda provided. We have looked at it with the improvement in the security situation. The new program allows us to move from humanitarian actions to development and also accelerate the economic growth, reduce poverty, and also improve on the well-being of our population, which is mainly young. Our vision, as we look at 2028, is to construct, we have a prosperous Central African Republic, which has quality human capital that is resilient and also sustainable, and where to have projects that are that inclusive and are open to governance. So IDA21 to us looks like an historic opportunity for our growth and our development. In order to make use of the potential opportunities that could open up and also the implementation of the PND, our priorities consist of investing in human capacity, and also put up roads, digitalization, and also intelligence, and also other projects that also take into account climate changes and also reduce the gap between in populations in the fragile nation. So it is in this sense that could also contribute to also help us reduce the obstacles that stand in the way. So that is why we are looking for concessionary resources, and we making an appeal to our funders to reconstitute what is offered, for instance, as was in IDA19, IDA20, in the context of reconstituting financial resources at international level, and also the compensations and also access to climate finance. So this occasion is also a time for me to honor the simplification of the procedure of IDA, which also gives us options in financing that are simpler, more accessible, faster, and also that we can have a better impact at a greater level and also at a greater speed. I'd like to end and reminding us that IDA is a partnership between donor pays and the recipient countries, and help the receiving states to reach, be able to have sustainable growth as they look at having a more prosperous future. It is the wish that I would have for my country and for other countries that are also benefiting from IDA who are represented here. So we are looking at our level of indebtedness and the conditions of the capital markets. IDA21 remains the most credible factor that we have when we look at concessionary rates for a country like mine, which has just come out from a fragile state, and also to help us add value to our human capital. I'd like to ask all the traditional funders and also the potential new funders to also make themselves useful and you contribute massively to the 21st reconstitution of resources of the International Development Association, IDA21, to have a more equitable and just country. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Votre Excellence. I would now like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, to the stage. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président Ruto, que j'appelle Ahmad Abako, un cher frère.
I call Ahmad Abako a dear brother. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of government and state, Your Excellency, Monsieur Ahmad Ghazouani, the President of the Conference of the African Union and the President of Mauritania, Your Excellency Ajay Bango, the President of the World Bank Group, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of international institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and ladies, greetings to all. I'd like to first of all express on behalf of my delegation and on my own my gratitude to our brother, the President Ruto, for the perfect organization of this summit, and also to our brothers and sisters in Kenya for their warm hospitality and in this beautiful town of Nairobi. As we meet for this crucial summit in order to deliberate on the question of reconstituting the resources under IDA21, I'd like to first of all to underline that Africa finds itself today in a crisis, unprecedented crisis. So when we are looking, there are a number of obstacles. There are economic disparities, environmental degradation, security and health crises, and inequalities in education. However, in the midst of all these problems comes an opportunity that is exceptional for collective action and also for transformative change. Our continent is, in effect, has a lot of potential resources to help us. And also, when we talk about very important human resource. So, to be able to play its role in the world economy, Africa needs big investment in a number of development areas. Ladies and gentlemen who are here, so IDA has proved to be an ally that in our path we're heading towards sustainable development. It is unique in the world where a dollar from the developing countries is also supported by $4 for the financing of development projects. As we engage, this is the trajectory of the IDA21. It is important, it is imperative that we also recognize the indispensable role that this institution has played in the promotion of inclusive growth and also prosperity in Africa. As such, the $23 billion of reconstitution in IDA 2020 allowed the institution to mobilize $93 billion for financement for the member countries, of which 20% have been engagements that are destined to reach African countries. So we can agree with me that is in a very difficult context of access to financial markets. The IDA instrument needs to be honored, thanked, and also strengthened by our contribution that is very important as partners. Also, we also express our deepest gratitude to all our partners, first of whom is the World Bank, so thanking it for its robust and continued engagement and support that is appropriate to help us do away with the obstacles to development that our countries face. So this robust reconstitution of IDA comes from the simple need that is financial and also incarnates a moral imperative and also underlies to ensure that no one is left behind in our quest to be more ready for the African countries. As such, and IDA21, that's ambitious, should give priority to efforts to invest in development areas such as agriculture, energy, infrastructure, and the climatic adaptation before supporting creation of work of quality workforce of young people and underprivileged groups. So this would be created from IDA21. We have been able to get substantial concessionary funds going to the private sector that to help people get out of poverty by creating sustainable employment, economic transformation, and mobilizing resources at national level. Since its creation, so $4 billion of funds have allowed more than $20 billion of investment to the sector, private sector supported in 47 countries. This has also favored the introduction of new financial resources for development in the eligible countries, also helping to reduce in the domains of that the private sector has chosen to invest in. So I'd like to support this partnership with LEADER for having responded to us and to come up with a very strong and ambitious reconstitution of the IDA21 and to make sure that the resources are also meet the aspirations, the collective African aspiration. And in addition to the contributions of our partners, we cannot underestimate the transformative power of technology and cooperation and regional cooperation, so when towards the realization of this SDGs for our economies. Allow me also to underline the importance of accepting the IDA21 with as a task that we take with determination, conscious of the importance, responsibility that we have in common. So we need to come to also support this resolution as we look forward to a better future for Africa, because it is only when we have access to this that we can also achieve the Africa that we all dream about collectively. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to support, to underline the situation that island states such as Comoros are facing. So we would also have to have a plan that also takes into account the effects of climate change, like tsunamis, cyclones, and also floods. The situation is very alarming. So this needs a particular attention from our partners, our development partners like IDA. So as such, my country is advocating that IDA should to look at the specific problems that island states that face as vulnerable states. They are very fragile, and also they are also touched in the environmental sector. They face a lot of food insecurity. They also have external shocks of all natures, and also this means that are dealing with very specific objectives that would help us adapt to climate change. And as such, I would like, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my proposal by a African proverb when we say that we do not handle things singularly. So if we come together to face these obstacles, I would wish us all success in our work, and I thank you all.
Merci beaucoup. If I please may invite the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. Your Excellency, if you could use the podium. Your Excellency, if you could use this podium. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, Your Excellency Mohamed Ghazouani, Chair of the African Union and President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the President of the World Bank, Mr. Ajay Banga, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the dynamic President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto, for the invitation to speak at the summit of the International Development Association, IDA, and for the hospitality of the Kenyan government. This gathering serves as a platform for collaboration and a catalyst for transformative change. As we convene here, we're tasked with a great responsibility to articulate the case for an ambitious and robust 21st replenishment of the IDA, one that will pave the way for sustainable development and prosperity, not only for the African continent, but also for all nations in need. The challenges we face in the 21st century are immense and multifaceted. From the continuing effects of poverty and inequality to the urgent threats posed by climate change and pandemics, our world is in need of bold and innovative solutions. Yet amidst these challenges lies an opportunity to redefine our approach to development, to reimagine our priorities, and to forge a path towards a more equitable and sustainable future. The IDA, with its long-standing commitment to poverty eradication and inclusive growth, stands as a testament to the power of international cooperation. Over the years, it has played a pivotal role in lifting millions out of poverty, expanding access to education and healthcare, and building resilient communities. However, as we look ahead, we must acknowledge that our work is very far from finished. Millions still live in poverty. Millions still lack access to basic services. And millions suffer from the effects of environmental degradation and climate change. Excellencies, all of us are aware, for example, of the enormous infrastructure challenge confronting Africa. The African Development Bank, AFDB, estimates Africa's infrastructure needs at between 130 to 170 billion United States dollars annually, with a financing gap of between 68 billion and $180 billion annually. The infrastructure gap has a negative impact on our competitiveness. It constrains our development, stifles business growth, trade investment, and service delivery, as well as the overall progress towards inclusive and sustainable development. Mobilizing finance and investment remains central to Africa's development needs and attaining the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Our biggest challenge is not a scarcity of financing, but overcoming a global economic system that has not allocated sufficient long-term resources to support Africa's economic transformation. That is why boosting the resources of the IDA, whose ability to generate concessional financing represents an effective way to respond to the obstacles that African countries encounter in the present global system, is so critical for the prospects of Africa's development. With the burgeoning population, our challenges hinge on our ability to provide reliable electricity, affordable and decent housing, improved transportation networks, education, and health infrastructure. Without this, we will be staring down again the possibility of a lost decade, characterized by suboptimal GDP growth. Excellencies, more than half of African countries are debt distressed. Ghana is currently going through the restructuring of her debts under the G20 Common Framework, which we all know is a slow process and needs to be stepped up. At the same time, we're suffering from the increasing effects of climate change and the devastations caused by COVID-19 and other adverse global developments. Doubling IDA to provide more concessional facilities to our countries is of utmost importance to help us cope with these challenges. The intersection between climate and debt makes imperative the need to reform the global financial architecture in a way that delivers more resources to our countries to help address the current polycrises affecting our development and that of future generations. Therefore, the time has come for us to redouble our efforts, to recommit ourselves to the principles of solidarity and shared responsibility, and to unlock the full potential of the IDA. This replenishment presents us with a unique opportunity to mobilize resources, to leverage partnerships, and to scale up our impact. It is a chance to invest in the future, in education, in healthcare, in infrastructure, and in the resilience of our communities. But let us be clear, this is not just about funding. This is about vision, about leadership, and about political will. It is about recognizing that development cannot be achieved through aid, but requires a comprehensive approach that addresses the root causes of poverty and inequality. It is about empowering communities, building capacity, and fostering innovation. And it is about ensuring that no one is left behind, that the most vulnerable amongst us are given the support and opportunity they need to thrive. In conclusion, I want to state that the task before us is daunting, but the stakes are too high for us to falter. Together, we can shape a brighter future for generations to come. Together, we can build a world where every child has the opportunity to fulfill his or her potential, where every family can live in dignity and security, and where every nation can achieve sustainable development. Let us seize this moment, let us rise to the challenge, and let us make history. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to call on the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of Federal Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mohammed Ghazwani, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and the Chairperson of African Union, Your Excellencies, fellow African leaders and heads of states, His Excellency, Your Excellency Mr. J. Banga, the President of the World Bank, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As an opening, it is an honor and privilege to participate in this great occasion of the discussion of the African leaders on the future agenda with the President of the World Bank, his senior leadership team, and donors. Instead of well-replenished IDA21 means more opportunity for investment, job creation, economic growth, and effective response to the devastating global shocks like the climate change, which hampers all our progress, despite our minimal contribution as a continent. Essentially, in this age of increasing global uncertainty, socio-economic, political, and security risks like the Red Sea crisis, as well as the enormous development financing need, we must ensure IDA21 becomes the main vehicle to support sustainable development. Without this, almost all developing low-income nations will struggle to deliver progressive changes from the offset. I wanted to thank the government and the Republic of Kenya and His Excellency President William Ruto for hosting this critical meeting on IDA21 replenishment and for bringing us all together. I also wanted to recognize the visionary leadership of His Excellency Ajay Banga, the President of the World Bank Group, who has demonstrated that he is firmly committed to leading a responsive bank that delivers results through the evolution roadmap. It is encouraging that the World Bank is listening, learning, innovating, and acting to provide a tailored context-specific support for our most urgent priorities to spark growth in Africa. Somalia and IDA for Somalia. IDA is a major lifeline that we are relying on enabling our ambitious national transformation agenda in these hopeful and post-debt relief priorities. IDA's impact on Somalia are enormous and include core institutional and system building, culminating in the achievement of heavily indebted poor countries have a completion point in December 2023. Up to 20% of the Somali population have benefited from the World Bank funded activities in Somalia since 2018. Approximately 69% of these beneficiaries were poor people living with small children and were affected by the drought, floods, and a locust infection in many parts of Somalia. Support to the rehabilitation of access roads and climate-resistant infrastructure in many parts of Somalia and many municipalities and corners of Somalia bring various benefits to millions of people, including internally displaced people, IDPs, that had migrated to urban areas due to security, natural disasters, events. Provision of effective livelihoods and life-saving assistance to our citizens throughout the triple crisis of climate shocks, locust infestation, and COVID-19 pandemic. Essentially, IDA in Somalia has meant more vulnerable people out of extreme poverty, more social protection, and women and children are focused on supporting government institutions by helping those vulnerable groups. Despite our successful decade, long economic reforms to achieve debt relief throughout the highly indebted poor countries initiative, HIBIC, we remain among most fragile states in the African continent and the world. Without doubt, Somalia has come a very long way from where we were on a decade ago in terms of macroeconomic stability and socio-economic development. We also have exciting and empowering plans to keep the reform momentum going on, to lock in the vital gains we have made and build on them for a transformative change. However, these efforts require resources. Accordingly, we require the upcoming IDA21 replenishment to be of the scale and ambition that will help shift the situation from fragility to resilience and growth in Somalia. And this can only happen through greater investment in human capital, infrastructure, social protection, job creation, increasing affordable energy access, and building resilience to the disastrous and disproportionate impact of recurrent and cyclical climate emergencies in my country through IDA 2021. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a government, we are truly committed to build on the economic reform gains from the debt relief process by the future. Mobilization and strengthening public and financial management, debt management, and deepening financial sector development in Somalia. We are cognizant that the most reliable income for the nation is what it collects from its citizens and investors to reinvest the priorities and the public service needs accordingly. With a focus on clear laws and more efficient and effective tax administration, we are steadily growing domestic revenues. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude that IDA is a tool that helps Africa to progress, and in particular Somalia to move forward as fast as we can. Adjustments, tolerances, and flexibility is what is required in the years to come to benefit from the IDA resources. Again, I would like to thank the government and the people of Kenya for providing us this opportunity to discuss about the future of our nations in economic development. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to invite the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, the African Union Chairperson and President of the Republic of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, President Ajay Banga, and senior management of the World Bank Group, representatives of the United Nations, the African Union, and other regional bodies, representatives of governments, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you very warm greetings from the government and people of Sierra Leone. I extend my deep gratitude to President William Ruto and the people of Kenya for hosting the 21st replenishment of the International Development Association Summit for Africa 2024, IDA21. I express similar appreciation to the International Development Association team and its partners for their relentless effort in accelerating the mobilization of much needed resources that will support the transformational development objectives of low-income countries, including those in our beloved continent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is at a crossroads. Our continent faces an array of challenges unique in its history. Recovery from the devastating impact of COVID-19, rising debt and economic vulnerability, political instability, the growing disruption of climate change, often compounding underlying fragilities, and the full crisis triggered by the conflict in Ukraine. According to the Sustainable Development Goal Report 2023, if the current trends persist, about 7% of the world's population, which is 575 million, will remain in extreme poverty, with most of them being in sub-Saharan Africa. Many governments in Africa are making huge strides to advance sustainable development and alleviate extreme poverty in their countries, in alignment with targets set out in the African Union Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. However, with 6 short years left to achieve the SDGs, most of our countries are not on track to meet the targets. Under current circumstances, a business-as-usual approach to Africa's development is not going to work. We need a change in our approach. We need a bolder vision that will transform Africa, reduce its vulnerability in a turbulent world, and set it firmly on a path to sustainable growth and prosperity. Our current exigencies call for decisive and collaborative actions from African governments and the international community, and reliable development partners, such as the World Bank Group, to usher in sustainable transformation in Africa. For IDA to remain relevant to the evolving needs of member countries, especially in Africa, it must grow and adopt responsive and innovative mechanisms to finance transformational development. Our collective aspiration to accelerate development in Africa by providing sustainable financing from IDA21 replenishment remains a critical milestone that must be achieved with resounding success. A renewed commitment to good governance, transparency, and accountability must be central to our efforts. These are the cornerstones upon which we can build resilient institutions and foster an environment conducive to investment, innovation, and economic growth. Therefore, Sierra Leone unreservedly endorses the Nairobi IDA communique and looks forward to working with recipient African nations to advocate for a mega 21st IDA replenishment. The communique reflects our vision to ensure prosperity of Africans, and particularly safeguard the aspirations of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, which aim and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. Today, as we present the IDA Nairobi communique, we are optimistic that the provision of additional resources would support our vision for a climate-smart, resilient, and integrated Africa. The IDA21 resources should help our countries expand quality, sustainable, climate-smart infrastructure investment in agriculture, energy, transport, water, and sanitation, healthcare infrastructure, and other sectors. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is key to global growth, security, and ending poverty in a livable planet. Despite the many threats our nations face, there are also real opportunities on the continent. Our natural resources, youthful population, and rapid growth of African cities and the middle classes have huge potential as they are beckons for investors to search in search of new markets. If Africa is to meet the targets of SDG 8, decent work and economic growth by 2030, we must act now to transform the working age population into productive forces with more decent and inclusive jobs for the youth, especially our women. According to the International Labour Organization, ILO, over 72 million youths in Africa are not in education, training, or employment, and the majority of these are women. The IDA21 replenishment thus provides a window to increase job creation through scaling up private sector investment, increasing critical and growth sectors, promoting entrepreneurial skills, technology and innovation, and boosting female empowerment. As measured by the World Bank's Human Capital Index, assuming that a child born in sub-Saharan Africa benefits from complete education and full healthcare coverage, he or she is anticipated to realize only 40% of future productivity. The Human Capital Index, this Human Capital Index is 48% for lower income countries and 71% for higher income countries. Clearly, we have more work to do for Africa. Therefore, stronger global cooperation and a commitment to investing in African capital, human capital, and creating a productive workforce are important ingredients in enabling developing countries to escape the trap of poverty and enhance economic growth and development. As we all strive to prioritize education and skills development, enhance quality health and well-being, and promote social protection policies and coverage, we must do so with a strong desire and will to advocate for increased resources that will make an indelible footprint in our lives for our people. In our collective action for IDA21 replenishment, we must ensure that women and girls, we must ensure that empowering women and girls is not optional. It is a condition for achieving inclusivity and sustainable development on our continent. We must allocate increased resources for gender mainstreaming in all our development programs. This includes improving women's access to productive resources, strengthening access to quality social services such as education, maternal and child health, addressing gender-based violence, and advancing women's leadership and representation in decision-making platforms. Also, given our prevailing fragilities, increased resources for security, conflict prevention and management, peace building, access to justice and crisis, and emergency response, we serve as important pillars in building stronger and a more peaceful continent. But furthermore, as our countries seek to leverage the fourth industrial revolution technologies, scaling up digitalization efforts across the continent requires enormous financial resources. As global leaders, we must be resolute in changing the face of business processes, systems, and models in our institutions. The call for IDA21 replenishment should ensure that we make additional investments in areas such as payment systems development, digital financial inclusion, fintech development, and digitalization of tax administration systems. Your Excellencies, closing Africa's huge infrastructure gap should be an important component of the blueprint for the pending IDA pooling of resources. Investment in critical infrastructure such as energy, roads, information, communication, and technology remain the pathway to a buoyant growth. Through the IDA21 resources, the World Bank's new energy program could support member countries in making huge investment in renewable energy sources and power transmission lines, an important sector required to spur economic growth and support our industrialization, as has been ably spoken to by our big brother, President Yoweri Museveni. Improving service delivery, accountability, and transparency in governance is critical to all these. Strengthening domestic revenue mobilization efforts, improving public expenditure efficiency and management is key. Improving debt management and exploring innovative ways to deal with unanticipated shocks is of utmost importance to all of us. We anticipate that the IDA21 replenishment will further help countries with increased debt budget support for their development programs. In conclusion, most of our countries are facing dire economic challenges, worsened by high levels of debt service payment. Despite these financial challenges, my government remains committed to delivering people-centered development through our medium-term national development program, plan. We are leveraging the big 5 game changers, priority areas of intervention to improve the quality of life of our people. These include 1, our flagship Feed Saloon program to boost agricultural productivity and achieve food security. 2, accelerating human capital development. 3, developing youth employment schemes. 4, revamping our public service architecture. And 5, infrastructure development and improving technology. We require substantial financial and technical support and strategic partnership to spur sustainable growth and social progress in the region to alleviate extreme poverty in our country. Given the need to support the pact articulated in the Nairobi communique, I join my colleagues in the call to generate resources for IDA21 replenishment that will be significantly higher than the record 93 billion raised in 2022 for IDA20. As we continue this appeal, we are not oblivious to the challenging economic and geopolitical landscape that could have implications for major donor countries. We, however, remain optimistic that our traditional donors, new and emerging donors, and philanthropic organizations will once again rise to the occasion and give their valuable support to the IDA replenishment effort. Let us build a stronger Africa, share prosperity with IDA, and strengthen partnerships and cooperation to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I invite the next leader onto the stage, may I very politely and humbly ask those who are yet to speak to keep to the allocated 5 minutes, please, if you can. Allow me on that note to invite His Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, to the stage.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Aja Bange World Bank Group President, IDA representatives of other regions, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by thanking our host, my brother, President Ruto. As we gather today, our shared vision for prosperous, equitable, and sustainable future hinges upon our ability to address the pressing challenges faced by countries across the continent, while also harnessing the immense potential of its youth population. Allow me to shed light on the state of affairs in Ethiopia, a nation that has been harnessing resilience in the face of a spectrum of challenges, aggravated by external forces such as climate change, pandemic, geopolitical tension, and the soaring global cost of living. First and foremost, the Ethiopian government has navigated structural macroeconomic reforms amid challenges, focusing our attention on macro-financial stability, productivity enhancement, and favorable investment climate. Second, and central to our collective aspirations for a peaceful continent, we must foster dialogue and reconciliation. In late 2021, Ethiopia formed the National Dialogue Commission to lead inclusive talks, independently tackling ongoing conflicts with wide public. Thus far, had consultative dialogue involving tens of thousands of stakeholders over 2 years. Regional dialogue are imminent, aiming to expand participation further. Third, like many IDA countries, Ethiopia faces unemployment and a skill gap challenge, with the government prioritizing accessible education to empower citizens while encouraging youth engagement in startups across various fields. Investment in skills and education is central to Ethiopia's 10-year development plan, with a focus on sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism, expected to cover over 2 million new jobs. Fourth, universal energy access stands as a cornerstone for sustainable development. As it stands currently, half of our population is still without access to reliable electricity. We are massively investing on clean and renewable energy generation projects, which aims to accelerate universal access to affordable and reliable energy for all our people. Despite possessing over 60,000 megawatt potential from our diverse renewable energy sources, realizing this capacity demands substantial investment. Fifth, the digitalization of economies holds immense potential to enhance connectivity, spur innovation, and expand access to essential services. In Ethiopia, our telecom sector liberalization, mobile money, and digital payment system have expanded financial access in Ethiopia. The National Digital ID program we have launched is also a crucial step towards our digital transformation, greatly improving public service access. Lastly, as stewards of our planet, we must prioritize efforts to build a livable future for all. The Horn of Africa faces escalating threats from climate change, including rising temperature, food insecurity, and extreme weather events. Ethiopia is actively countering this challenge through its Green Legacy initiative, prioritizing afforestation, reforestation, and environmental conservation. With over 32.5 billion seedlings planted towards a goal of 50 billion over 2 phases. Ethiopia aligns with global agreements like the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Excellencies, while the international development associations' existing support must be commended, the sheer scale for challenges many African countries face necessitate a renewed approach. With 120 million people, Ethiopia has great potential for prosperity. Yet, as a key recipient of IDA support in Africa, Ethiopia faces a significant financing shortfall that may hinder its progress. Meeting the goals of IDA21 replenishment is vital to accessing essential development funds and driving Ethiopia toward its maximum potential. We urge IDA to significantly enhance its financial capacity and funding models, specifically increased support for crisis preparedness, response, and recovery is essential. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very happy and excited to invite to the stage Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, our host, Chairperson of the African Union, President Mohamed Ghazouani of Mauritania, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, President of the World Bank, ladies and gentlemen, I thank President Ruto and the government of Kenya for the warm hospitality extended to us and commend him on successful hosting of this summit. Last December, Tanzania hosted IDA20 midterm review meeting, which among other things highlighted the impact of IDA financing. In addition, to emphasize the need for an ambitious IDA21 replenishment, its appreciation for IDA's collaboration, which has helped to improve maternal and child health indicators, rural electrification rates, access to safe drinking water, and economic recovery more broadly. We believe that it should be a collective effort to highlight both the impactful success stories of IDA and the potential that IDA still has. Indeed, IDA has great potential to help its recipients to leverage resources from other partners. For instance, in Tanzania, we have an infrastructure project in Dar es Salaam called the Msimbazi Basin Development Project, which benefited from World Bank support worth $2 million. Having secured these resources, Tanzania has already been able to leverage an additional $60 million from other partners for this project, which aims at strengthening flooding or flood resilience and integrated urban development in our economic hub. Excellencies, in a bid to consolidate and building on the successes obtained during IDA20, we are pleased to advance this most important dialogue on IDA21. We are doing so at a time when Africa and the world are still facing the effects of multiple crises. In light of this crisis, coupled with significant shortfalls in development finance and shrinking fiscal space, what is required in going forward are more concessional resources. Moreover, considering the challenges related to present projected debt levels, we strongly believe that IDA21 should focus more on providing concessional loans, such as the 50-year credit loans. Given the present debt architecture on the continent, these facilities would provide more fiscal space to African countries to address competing development needs. Additionally, in the forthcoming IDA21 cycle, it is critical that policies are simplified and operational processes are streamlined. This is a matter that has a bearing on the access to development finance, the indirect cost of finance, and the achievement of the development objectives within the planned framework. Excellencies, all what would be discussed during this meeting are underpinned by investment in our human capital, which drives innovation and growth. And this is where my brother, President Museveni, was talking about. Africa needs transfer of technology and technical know-how. It will be recalled that in July 2023, Tanzania, in collaboration with the World Bank, hosted the African Heads of State Human Capital Summit. At that summit, we committed to investing in people for improving productivity and building inclusive and resilient economy. We believe that the commitments highlighted in Dar es Salaam Declaration on Human Capital are relevant and merit IDA's support. Excellencies, history attests to the transformative potential of IDA support for countries to transform and graduate. We expect the same spirit to guide us ambitiously in the IDA21 replenishment. It is on this basis that Tanzania also calls for an ambitious IDA21 replenishment that matches Africa's development aspirations with the resource needs. Once again, we commend IDA partners for their support and call upon them to honor their pledges to foster economic development and improve living conditions. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to invite to the stage His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, the President of the Republic of Burundi.
Excellency, Monsieur Samuel William Ruto, President de la République du Kenya.
Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, the President of the African Union, the Chair, who is also the President of Mauritania, Your Excellency, the President of the World Bank, dear heads of state and government, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin my speech by appreciating God who has allowed us to meet in this beautiful town of Nairobi, and also to address my thanks to my brother William Ruto for the warm and brotherly welcome that we have experienced since our arrival. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now talking about our countries, Burundi now is interested in all that we can do to improve on our lives and also to address inequalities and operate in a way that would increase and diversify production without touching on ecology, and also address the ever-increasing demographic factors in view of climate changes. The Burundi people are also, when we look at the emerging Burundi, and also that was developed in 2000, the Burundi people have also, beginning with the young, have also started fighting against poverty and are looking towards sustainable development. So it is in this light that Burundi rejoices to be accounted amongst the partners, amongst whom in particular the World Bank. So the Burundi greatly appreciates the interventions of the World Bank over the years, and which has also helped in the social economic growth. Now, the IDA21 financing enabled us to have sustainable impact in the energy sector, economy, the environment, education, health, community development, infrastructures for transport, and social development in the context where our economy had been touched by a number of shocks, and including COVID-19, the Ukrainian conflict, the world fiscal condition, climate changes, and to all this we can add the sanctions that Burundi has known since 2015. Now in 2023, this year was particularly marked by some slight improvement in our economic development and in the service sectors, the putting in place of social infrastructure, and also abundant agricultural production, thanks to the cooperation that was lent to locations that improved to the different sectors. Now, this effect also had in the improvement of performance in Burundi that is also seen in that improved for the 2022-2023 fiscal calendar, and which has improved as we move to 2023-2024. This performance on our capacity also comes from the efforts and the reforms that have been initiated by the government, and especially in the summit meeting that enabled us to follow up on the projects, and also the strengthening of dialogue between the government and partners using the national strategy in the development cooperation, the strengthening of the budgetary discipline in state institutions, and also microeconomic reforms as outside the dynamic coordinating team for projects, and also the diligence, the communities that also were also part of this team, and also in terms of fertilizers that we have had and seeds, and also the putting in place basic social infrastructure, and also integrated community development projects. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, with the new gap that Burundi has fixed, our priorities that my country is looking at as we take part in IDA21 to cover areas of health, education, and environment health in face of climate change, and there are certain domains, especially on reforms in terms of economic governance and statistics, as well as development of important growth sectors such as digitalization of agriculture, tourism, energy, and infrastructure. Your Excellencies, Madam, ladies and gentlemen, in such an exceptional context, we have also been able to know that our tools in the industry are sometimes obsolete, and this also has an impact on production, and also the need for social economic integration, the effects of climate change in particular, and especially the rising have had floods as well. These all lead me to advocate positively for more aid to Burundi so that we can also accelerate transformative processes. I would not hesitate also to advocate for financing of the national strategy for socially economic integration for people who have been affected, and this includes a project of retention of human labor. So we are confident that the investments and the actions that are foreseen in the priority areas that we have identified that are in coherence with our 2024-25 vision and the objectives of development that allow for transformation in the continent will find favor with our technical and financial partners, with the World Bank, and also as we look to have economic growth. I'd like to end and as I express our thanks to the efforts of our leaders, and also reaffirm the commitment of Burundi to play its role to ensure resilient and inclusive growth. I thank you all for lending me your ears.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to move swiftly forward and invite the President of the Republic of Madagascar, Your Excellency André Rajoelina. You're welcome to the stage.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République du Kenya, Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
heads of state and government, and also the president of the World Bank, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of leaders and institutional financial institutions, and your excellencies, our lenders, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, first of all, to express my gratitude and my thanks to the President and the people of Kenya for the hospitality in this that my delegation and my team have received since our arrival here in Nairobi. I'd like to congratulate President William Ruto for the organization and the World Bank for the regular organization of this high-level meeting that reunites the contributors and the leaders and the beneficiaries, and also to strengthen solidarity and to have a better path for our continent, that is Africa. In effect, this summit allows us to express ourselves to strengthen the financing of the African country pays, and also to help us attain our development objectives and sustain the people who have lived through the consequences of climate change. The participation of Madagascar in this meeting is important because that gives me the opportunity to also talk about the important, considerable impact of this project in Madagascar that is financed by the World Bank through IDA. Like you know, in the later years, the consequences of climate change have become more and more devastating. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my solidarity with the Kenyan people who are still going through today the consequences of tragic flooding for a number of weeks now. In Madagascar, the cyclones have become more and more frequent and violent. Like you know, my country is really exposed to climate change, and especially when we talk about the strategic position of the country and the character of our geographical position of our country makes us more vulnerable. The last cyclone just destroyed the north of my country. Kilometers of roads were destroyed. Thousands of agricultural land was flooded and destroyed. And we have just, in a year, we've had about 4 successive cyclones. So that, I'd like to share with you that in one day, the cyclones need at least 2 to 3 years of reconstructions. Yet in the light of climate change, in the south, of the mountain, we have seen a diminution of the lands are arid and do not allow the people to till them well and also to meet their basic needs. Families are living we have thousands of children who are also malnourished. Ladies and gentlemen, dear leaders, you know that each day for decades now, Africa faces fratricide to fight against poverty because this leads to deaths daily. We need more financing to be able to combat this, to win this war. Today, on the African continent, more than 215 million children are suffering from underdevelopment and malnutrition. Like the African Bank of Development says, malnutrition is one of the causes, one principal causes of mortality of children under the age of 5. The daily reality of more people is touched by this tragedy. Now, in the light of such an obstacle, so the solutions that will look at investment in population, and that means that we need to be more powerful. That is more powerful than guns and missiles. I'd like to thank the World Bank and its leaders for having given us the means to combat malnutrition in Madagascar. today, you may not know that the military expenses as 2023 went up, highest in over 10 years. So we'd had up to millions of dollars, and we are also suffering the effects of the war in Ukraine. But I have a question. We have invested $2 billion for $2.14 billion on arms, but how much are we going to invest to save lives on the African continent? So I now would like to invite our partners and like-minded countries to commit finances to construct, to also fight this war that we fight daily on the African continent, but also to develop and construct the Africa that we want. I am persuaded and convinced that with solidarity and international cooperation, we can have tangible solutions to this problem. Dear partners, I would like to share with you that since I became the head of Madagascar and since the beginning of my second term, the cooperation with the World Bank have allowed for an positive evolution, for growth, and also to reduce the rate of chronic malnutrition in Madagascar, coming from 40% to 38% currently. So we are able to reduce it further, the level of malnutrition in Madagascar by another 4%. So at this rate, I am persuaded that in a number of years, we are going to have at least maybe 30 in maximum. We'll be able to eradicate malnutrition in Madagascar. In the south of my country, a resilience program has also been put up, dealing with agriculture, water, and local governance. More than 2 million people have benefited from health services and nutrition, with at least 450 communities that have been strengthened. However, the investments in the system, in health system, have allowed us to save a number of lives. Money transfers and other social effects have also allowed us to come to the aid of more than 5 million people in 65%, amongst whom are 65% women. I'd like to thank the World Bank for all these years of collaboration, for financing that has been allowed us and have allowed us to improve our development on significant projects, and with our emergence program in Madagascar, and the results are palpable. I'd also just like to cite a few examples. Through the main town, and also the construction of strategic roads, which has eased access to agricultural areas and the markets. So we have, since Madagascar has been existing, we have always had the problem of inaccessibility. But right now, the road is tarmacked and it facilitates access of people and goods. This program has impacted and changed the daily life of the population in this region. You know that in Madagascar, about 80% of the population are agriculturalists, but unfortunately, the land does not belong to them. It is for this reason that I have this CASEF project that has allowed us to million land title deeds of agricultural land, which represents 40% of the population. This will allow the exploitation, the farming, and benefit from the national heritage. Land is sacred, and it is part of our identity. Despite these major advancements, we still have complicated obstacles, and resilience is becoming more and more difficult. Madagascar needs more financing, and it has to be consequentially financing to help us tap to the resources that have accumulated over the decades, and also to have electricity made accessible to the population in the big towns. The majority of African population, about 65% of Malgache families, do not have access to electricity. It is for this reason that we have put in place a program to electrify each home through a program which we call Azavana Wano, or Light for All. We have decided each household in Madagascar has a solar kit. So our objective is within a year and a half, more than 4 million households will have this kit to light up their houses. And thus will also lead us to an economy that will see $950 million that which is spent in, and that is about $2 per. So this is what we are talking about on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, dear partners and leaders, like I had said, and I have just done so. So all this investment is to support. It is not only where we functional. We also have a number of the harms that are devastating us: hunger, famine, natural catastrophes, illnesses, and most of them are brought about by climate change. These are the kind of harms I'm talking about that are touching us annually, and each day there are millions of children who succumb to malnutrition. Millions of people die of hunger. And we also have others who do not get adequate access to health because as they suffer from the devastating effects of climate crisis and change. I'd like to invite us leaders to also improve, grow our financial support from from the World Bank, because Africa has many obstacles to face, and also enable the concerned countries to catch up in terms of development. May our voice go out in one as an echo. May it also speak about our engagement as we talk about a better future for all. And together, we'll be able to make a difference. Together, we can transform poverty into a prosperous future, and with a dignified for our people, so that all generations, the lead generations, depend on what the leaders do today. Thank you to our partners, partner countries, and also to the contributors to IDA. Your aid is determinant in development on the African continent, and as such, for a country like Madagascar, we support this for our country. So long live today's leaders who are bringing development for tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Votre Excellence.
Thank you so much.
Before I introduce the next head of state to address us, I'd like to recognize the presence of the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Mr. Raila Odinga, and the Chief Justice of Kenya, Martha Koome. You're both welcome. Allow me to ask His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Malawi, Mr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, to come to the stage.
Your Excellency and my brother, Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Over the past 4 years, Malawi has been through the hardest times, and everyone in my country feels it. Like a patient suffering from serious multiple attacks against multiple organs in quick succession, in the less than 60 months I've been president, Malawi, a nation I found already drowning in unsustainable and toxic levels of debt, has not only suffered the devastation of the COVID pandemic, but before we had any time to recover, was attacked by cyclones Ana and Gombe back to back. And before we had any time to recover from that, came the worst cholera outbreak in our nation's history, affecting every district. And before we had any time to recover from that, came a drought devastating the breadbasket northern districts of Malawi. And before we had any time to recover from that, came the monstrosity of Cyclone Freddy, killing thousands, displacing over 500,000, and trampling on decades of development gains and food crops for millions. And now, before we have had any time to recover from that, we have been hit by El Niño weather that has forced me to declare a state of disaster in 23 out of 28 districts, making me the first president in Malawi's history to declare a state of disaster every year of his time in office thus far. And if hearing all this makes you feel like Malawi should not have survived such shocks, you're right. But I came here to tell you that Malawi is a miracle, because despite the anguish Malawians have gone through and the pains they feel, Malawi has not only survived, but is in fact showing signs of recovery. And one of the secrets to our survival and recovery has been the World Bank's IDA, which I would describe as Malawi's trusted and reliable ambulance in addressing the structural imbalances on the physical, current account, and monetary side occasioned by the shocks we have encountered. And like any good ambulance, IDA has saved Malawi from the brink by operating at 2 speeds simultaneously. The fastest speed to immediately treat the collapsing organs of our ailing economy in real time, whenever disaster strikes, using quick response instruments to mitigate the impacts of external shocks on the poorest, and the slower speed to get the economy to the hospital for long-term treatment through structural reforms for sustainable and inclusive recovery. On the faster speed of immediate treatment inside the ambulance, IDA has swiftly provided Malawi support to respond to national, regional, and global emergencies affecting food security and balance of payments. Key to this have been initiatives like the Social Support for Resilient Livelihoods Project that aims at responding and building national resilience to disasters. Another example was the $60 million in IDA support we got from the crisis response window to restore the operations of Kapchira Power Plant, which was damaged by cyclones Ana and Gombe, resulting in the loss of 1/3 of our electricity generation capacity. Similarly, IDA is financing big reconstruction and infrastructure damaged by Cyclone Freddy last year, as well as helping us scale and smarten up our social protection systems, and engage communities in the restoration of forestry, riverbanks, and degraded landscapes. A more recent example is how the bank has quickly responded to my appeal for $446.5 million in international support for the 9 million Malawians in need of food assistance in the face of El Nino. And it has done so by releasing $57.62 million to support the country's disaster response, while a further $7 million is coming through the sovereign drought insurance policy with the Africa Risk Capacity, ARC. So in total, the emergency care we have received inside the IDA ambulance en route to the hospital has risen from an average of $100 million in disbursements 4 years ago to now around $6 million, which is a record. In fact, Malawi is the first African country to sign up to the IDA's new crisis response toolkit, which will enable IDA to respond even more rapidly going forward. But let me conclude by talking about our ambitions for IDA on the long-term structural issues. Our ambitions go beyond stabilizing the patient, as we have done with our macroeconomic conditions, through our close collaboration with IDA and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Our ambition is to access even more substantial facilities in the IDA and other instruments the bank has tailor-made for us, so that we can invest in the implementation of our ATM strategy, which aims at making heavy investments in the economic potential and productivity of our agriculture, tourism, and mining sectors. Our ambition is to create an inclusively wealthy middle-income economy within the next 6 years by creating mega farms that feed the world, by leveraging irrigation technologies that transcend weather conditions. Our ambition is to generate foreign revenue through tourism products that make Malawi the destination of choice for tourists. Our ambition is to generate wealth from our bastion of mineral riches by adding value to them and using the revenue to develop our people, our public service delivery, our industries, and our infrastructure through the operationalization and capitalization of the newly formed Malawi Development Cooperation. We will therefore appeal for flexibility in the accessibility of IDA facilities, for our ambition is for the bank to go beyond in-ambulance emergency treatment and in-hospital long-term recovery. Our ambition is for the bank to partner with us in building a new Malawi, one that is healthy, a healthy economy capable of being productive and competitive globally, leveraging on the new opportunities and markets emerging from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And to safeguard the impact of your investments in this ATM strategy, we have rolled out a fully integrated and comprehensive financial management information system, IFMIS, that will support our first program for results, P4R, financing with IDA. We have implemented energy sector reforms to crowd in new private investors through public-private partnerships. We have enacted the Malawi Disaster Risk Management Act to put our disaster risk management framework in order. And we are seized of the urgency of reconfiguring our civil service to focus on rewarding execution and delivery of projects, not entitlement and dysfunction. I must therefore thank the World Bank for recognizing these reforms by resuming general budget support to Malawi under Development Policy Operation, DPO, after a decade-long hiatus and following Malawi's successful qualification for the IMF's Extended Credit Facility, ECF, 6 months ago. And with these remarks, Malawi fully welcomes the replenishment of the IDA as a vehicle for economic transformation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'm going to politely and humbly reiterate the request for the remaining leaders to try to keep their comments to the agreed 5 minutes. On that note, allow me to invite Son Excellence, His Excellency Nadir Labawi, Prime Minister of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Welcome to the podium, sir.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, William Ruto, President of Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to convey to Your Excellency and to the brotherly people of Kenya the warmest greeting from your brother, Excellency President Tebboune, who honored me by representing him at this important summit and delivering his statement, the text of which is as follows. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة السيد ويليام روتو رئيس جمهورية كينيا الشقيقة، فخامة رئيس الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية والرئيس الحالي للاتحاد الإفريقي السيد محمد الغزواني، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أعرب عن خالص شكري وامتناني لأخي فخامة السيد ويليام روتو ومن خلاله إلى الشعب الكيني الشقيق على استضافته الكريمة لهذا الاجتماع الهام وتوفير أسباب نجاحه. وتكتسي هذه القمة أهمية بالغة
has a lot of importance because it's a basic point to fund African since its establishment and this IDA, International Development Authority. And this is to give us the way to solve the challenges that faces us, especially in the level of debts and the funding, which wants a lot of countries which are poor to get the essential financing for their services like health, education, and climate to realize the sustainable development for 2030 and to get resolutions for the challenges and disasters that is facing them and instability. Your Excellencies, Algeria renews its role to finance the International Development Authority since its association 70% for the African countries in the 2020 since the establishment of the organization. Algeria will continue in this to specify resources to help in the Africans for the needs of the countries which are benefited, and will continue to fund so that to resolve the issue of a lack of funding in the various issues which are of priority for us. In addition, funding of development in Africa is linked to the African vision and African Union of vision for 2063, which Algeria will want to continue in it and to fund its various national projects and other development projects in the neighboring African countries. Excellencies, Algeria, which has always been leading the financing of projects to come with a new economic policies, want to make this summit to be successful so that we can have a successful project and discussion and to come with a good example so that we can have development in our continent. And from this, I would like to point out to the projects, economic projects which are being co-funded by Algeria to come with the resources and come with the spirit and to support the progress in the last 2 years, which has been supported by Algeria, and to continue with the social development, to fund the infrastructure in the continent. We have come with an issue with a new infrastructure and investment to come with this law, with the transparency, to work with the national and foreign investment and with a new scheme so that to invest in this and to come with the banking and financing for the Algerian banks, especially in the African continent. And on the social, we want to continue to have a social justice and enable the citizen to get the services, all the services in all the sectors. This is a balanced agreement to have development within the country, and which has made Algeria to realize the objectives of the sustainable development in our continent. Excellencies, in conclusion, I would like to renew our commitment of Algeria to work with all the countries and to support all that will come out from this summit, which is necessary for our African continent as a plan to work with the to continue for a good future and sustainable development. I thank you for listening to me, and thank you very much. May peace be upon you all.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much to the Prime Minister of the People's Democratic Republic. I would like to now take this opportunity to say thank you to all heads of states and leaders for their statements, and invite my colleague, Michael Gitonga, back on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Can we give a clap, please? Thank you. And all other excellencies and heads of delegation will speak at the next session, and we'll handle that. So for us to transition to the next session, I will just guide you. We're going to have all the heads of state, only heads of state, to exit the room, while the rest of us will remain seated. So at this point, I would like to kindly request all the heads of state to exit the room. They'll be guided by protocol officers, where we'll have a family photo. Kindly note, only heads of state to exit. The rest of us, please, let's remain seated, and I'll guide you shortly. For those participating in the closed-door session, we will proceed from here to that room so that the heads of states, after the family photo, they will find us ready for them. So only heads of states to exit, where we'll proceed for the family photo at the front courtyard, at the front of the courtyard by the stairs. The rest, kindly, let's remain seated. For those participating in the closed-door session, we'll proceed to the closed-door room, which is to your right, my left. But I'll guide you on when we'll do that, once we've had all the heads of state having exited the room. Thank you. So those participating in the closed-door session, after the heads of state have exited, we shall proceed to the room which is to my left, which is your right, and you will be guided as soon as we have the heads of state having exited. The rest of us, kindly, let's remain in our positions. Thank you. We do have another session that will be taking place here after the closed-door session. So for the rest of the teams that are not going to be participating in the closed-door session, we will proceed to the tent at the courtyard for lunch and be back at exactly 1:30. At exactly 1:30 for us to proceed with the next session. So for those participating in the closed-door session, the room to the left, the door is right there, so security will guide us, and please let's proceed to the room where the closed-door session is going to be taking place. That will be the other excellencies, heads of delegation, and ministers who are participating in the closed-door session. Please let's proceed to the closed-door session room, which is to my left, which is your right. The rest of the delegates will kindly request that we proceed to the tent just by the statue where we're going to have lunch and be back in an hour. That's at 1:30 p.m.
Tangu dikes zijengwe hapa, sisi wakazi wa Namsat tumeweza kuishi bila hofu, sababu unakuta dikes zilijengwa zikapata kama nyumba zetu zilipomomoka sana. Sasa wengi walitorokea nje, lakini wenye tulibaki tumeweza jenga nyumba na tutarajii, hatuna wasiwasi ya mafuriko tena, tunaweza lima.
We are currently on top of the dike. This project has two dikes. There's one called the northern dike and the southern dike. They are each 17 kilometers long. So we are currently on top of the northern dike at kilometer 12 plus 400. What is going on here is we are improving the infrastructure of the dike so that we can protect the livelihood and the community who lives around here.
Tuko nao watu walioanzoea wanajaribu at least kuziweka madaiki na hizi mitaro. Sasa ni kesa hata mafuriko ikija, tunajivunia kwamba hii maji inaweza kuja na ipitie kwa hizi mitaro in case wakikatakata zikienda. Sasa hazitakuwa zikikaa venye zilikuwa zinakaa hapo awali.
During the design, it was very clear that even if we do the irrigation project in Zoia and we don't do the dikes, then the project is not sustainable per se, because every time it floods, farmers will have to move away, mostly especially in Busia. According to the design, once we are done with what we have assigned the contractor to do in the dikes protection, then the irrigation project is done, the whole project will be very sustainable.
The main beneficiaries are farmers who are irrigating an area of about 4,000 hectares of land. So they will benefit through access of water for the irrigation, and this will help them diversify crop production from the current Bunyara irrigation scheme, which is basically a rice scheme.
Once the irrigation project is a project that acreage under production in the lower regions of the Zaya River, where Bunyala irrigation scheme is situated. It is a project that is not entirely rice. It is both food security and wealth creation project, where on the food security we are targeting to do the rice in the lower ridges, that is in the lowlands, and the rice is taking about 60% of the total acreage, so it's about 6,000 acres.
Farming has helped the community in a big way. In families, paying for their school fees, managing their day-to-day affairs in feeding, and also making sure that the farmers have their own houses. Farming has also helped in ensuring that their health is catered for.
Kazi nilifanya vizuri kwa hii eka yenye na transplant sahi, ambapo nilipata 37 bags kwa eka. Kwa eka yangu nina wafanyikazi 6. Na hawa wafanyikazi 6 tunawalipa shilingi 500 kwa kila labora. Baada ya kuvuna, ukipiga ile cost of production na ile pesa yenye umepata hiyo time, unapata kwamba faida iko, hakuna loss.
The total target population of farmers we intend to train is 12,600. So far, through the Farmer Producer and Marketing Group approach, we've gotten to train 5,600 farmers, and each of those has adopted at least one technology that has been promoted from this project. And the greatest impact is first to start with the food security at the household level, because the Lower Nzoia irrigation project is a food security project, enabling the household to have sufficiency of food and make income through it.
Nilienda training ambapo imetusaidia sana kukeep records na magonjwa na jinsi ambayo tunaweza kujitegemea. Wakatulink pia na soko, washatuweka mahali tunaweza kujitegemea.
Tomato farming has been good to me. The last season I did 200,000 with an expense of 45,000. So you can see, the difference. The biggest challenge in market is getting the right price. The market sometimes gets flooded with other things from other countries. Like in Uganda, we are so much to the border.
The main economic impact to the country is increased food production. Through, as you can see, the basis of supplying additional water with good infrastructure that helps that water to be used in an economic way. So it will raise the standard of living of the communities in Western Kenya, specifically in Busia and Siaya counties. So that means in that region, you will have more access of good food and nutritious commodities to the region, good incomes, much enhanced incomes from the community and the other beneficiaries, and therefore an overall improvement in the economy of this country.
Well, that is the ongoing International Development Association IDA21 Heads of State Summit at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. Right now, what the session has led to is that a group photo of the over 16 heads of state who are currently appearing before KICC and of course will be taking a group photo, and then later on there is currently a closed-door session that is ongoing to come up with resolutions that is expected to ensure that they link up with the development agendas that have been outlined in that particular session, and later on they'll be back at exactly 1:30. But I do understand that our senior business reporter, that is O'Brien Kimari, is on the ground. O'Brien, could you tell us what has been able to be, of course, fronted by the numerous heads of state in terms of more resources? Aside from the resources, what other issues have they raised?
It has been a morning and afternoon of conversations on how to reform the global financial system as well as streamline development assistance. Welcome to the IDA21, which is the International Development Assistance 21 version, where African heads of state are converging here together with thought leaders and the civil society just to try and develop a common position on how the IDA21 and IDA 2022 and subsequent IDAs are going to be configured in terms of developing assistance to the needy countries. This is the first time African heads of state, together with civil society, have been given an opportunity by IDA or by the World Bank to have their voice inputted in the final document, which is going to be tabled in Washington sometimes in December. We have heard from more than 10 African heads of state on what needs to be done. And one thing is coming out. There is need to direct more finances towards climate adaptation projects. Guess who is joining me here? This is Dr. James Mwangi. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Equity Group. He's part of this conversation. He's listening keenly, and he's going to share with us his ideas. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. for joining us. I mean, when you listen to the conversations taking place here, what is this one conclusion do you make?
Thank you very much. Let me first of all acknowledge the World Bank Group for having the IDA 21st conference here in Nairobi, and particularly for the Kenyan president being the host. What I'm hearing is a renewed focus on the African continent. We're now seeing the World Development Association focusing on Africa. The second aspect is the priorities of Africa have been put on the table by the African leaders. So the African Leaders Summit has come at a very timely time. It's like exactly the convening of the Heads of State Climate Conference that was here in last year, where the voice of Africa was put on the table, and Africa put its agenda on the table. And broadly, what I hear is urgency and priority in reforming the global multilateral system so that it's responsive to the needs of the African continent.
Speakers after speakers who are coming here, they are highlighting the need for us now to relook into the global financial system and the architecture and tailor-make it to today's needs. Do you think this is going to happen anytime soon?
The current global financial architecture was done in 1945 in response to the Second World War. Yes. And that is what also like the Marshall Plan for Europe. We're saying circumstances have changed. The situation has completely changed, and there is need for global reset. And if we are doing a global reset, particularly to respond to the issue of climate conversations, then we need a fresh look at the financial system. And it's for that reason I think it is inevitable it will happen. But the question is how it happens. So I deeply appreciate His Excellency President Ruto's focus to have this convening in Kenya, so that how it happens is informed by Africa. Africa, for instance, only has contributed 3% of the global emissions, but is the most affected and impacted the continent in the world by climate change. So that fact should be on the table when you then think of how to allocate financials. The second thing is the question of focusing on risk and pricing of finances. Essentially, Africa has proven it's one of the lowest risk borrowers. But that doesn't correspond to the price that Africa pays. Consequently, it's inevitable reforms are necessary and will eventually happen because their time has come.
And when you look at, for example, the cycle that we are coming that is coming to the end, which is between now and 2025, Africa, between 2021 and 2023. Developed countries pledged about $93 billion US dollars to the IDA. And when you look at how much of this has gone to Africa, we are talking about 26 billion USD. Do you think this is enough, or we need to do more?
I think that is one of the drivers of the need for change. Because when you look at the need, Africa dominates in terms of its financing needs, whether it's climate change, whether it's development, whether it's infrastructure, but the allocation is not proportionate. It's simply getting 25%, yet its need speaks to 60-70% of the global needs. And that prioritizing is what is needed. But more importantly also is the criteria of qualifying for allocation that needs to be relooked. The need of Africa is acknowledged, but the criteria of allocation acts as a barrier to Africa accessing funding.
Mm-hmm. And I like the fact that you're bringing in the issue of application of these funds. And we have had it from, I think, about 3 presidents who have decried the long and bureaucratic process of accessing these funds. What do we need to do then to cut this red tape and ensure that this fund responds to the needs of African countries?
The first thing we need to do is the need, because financing should be directed by financial needs. The second aspect is the process. Bureaucratic process is not helpful to anybody. And the third one is the barriers to access, particularly to emerging and developing economies, majority of who are in Africa. The process is not friendly to them. The process has no empathy to the situation that needs to be addressed.
Mm-hmm. And at the end of this conference today, we expect to hear we expect the issuance of the Nairobi Declaration, which is going to be read to the world. What do you expect this declaration to contain?
There are 4 aspects that I expect to be on the front page of the declaration. The first one is the need to open Africa by financing infrastructure. The second one is the need to finance renewable energy that Africa has in abundance. The third one is the need to support Africa through financing of agriculture to contribute to global food security. And the last one is the agenda of climate change, helping Africa to mitigate and adapt to the new environment that it has barely contributed to.
Mm-hmm. I was expecting to hear this from you. Facility towards commercial banks to be lent to the less fortunate at a cheaper rate.
Of course, you asked me about prioritization. I guess there is an agenda on the table for allocating portion of the funding to the private sector. The private sector is the one turning the wheels of the real economy. When you talk about agriculture, when you talk about education, when you talk about manufacturing, when you talk about mineral resources, which Africa has abundance, that is financed by the private sector. We need to enhance the capability of the private sector. We need blended finance so that financing in Africa to the real economy become much affordable. And lastly is what you just said. Africa needs financial inclusion. And one of the barriers to financial inclusion, particularly borrowing, is the cost of funding. That needs to be relooked, and IDA could support private sector funding so that we have blended finance that makes it more affordable.
Very good. Dr. Ari, thank you so very much indeed for stopping by and, of course, for giving us those ideas.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you very much. Dr. James Mwangi is a CEO of Equity Group, joining us here to give us his thoughts on what's happening here. We're keeping an eye on what's happening here at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. This is where presidents from various African countries are congregating here so that they can craft and draft the Nairobi Declaration, which is going to contain the aspirations of the continent when it comes to how international aid assistance is channeled to the continent of Africa, which has the most needs. Oh yes, and you have heard it from Dr. James Mwangi. The continent is receiving about 25% of all pledges, which was about 95 billion USD. That was in 2021. We're just getting about 25% of all these. And the question is then, how do we upscale these to about Group of developed countries are going to meet in Washington, whereby they're going to pledge more resources. It is expected that the number is expected to breach the $100 billion mark. And the question is this: what do we need to do as Africans to ensure that we get a significant chunk of what is going to be pledged in December by developed countries? This is the kind of conversation that is happening here. The heads of state have taken a short break. They're going into a private session. Thereafter, they'll come back to the plenary and, of course, update the world on what they have agreed. We are all here. I am joined by my colleagues, that is Betty Kim Toom, as well as Karen Jenga, who are also around here and, of course, going around trying to get the best comments from the best thought leaders. O'Brien Kemal is my name. I'm taking you back to Broadcasting House, and thereafter we'll touch base later. Bye for now.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
One day I want to hear a real Gujeng performance.
Kenyan men have been voted to be the most handsome in Africa. Hey, and we cannot keep calm, Manzea.
The goal is to bring people from all walks of life together to enjoy a day of music, art, food, and of course the color that brings it all together.
Dance is how I release my anger. Dance is how I attract people. Dance is how I get my dollar. It's my ecosystem.
But different.
With popular hit songs such as Yeah 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 and Story Ilianza, Boutros is Shrap's most successful story yet.
Rap music started off like us trying to identify ourselves or whatever, but right now it became like something that can hold on to the industry. There's too many fish in this.
Matunde, who are you?
I am me.
I. Come out here and knock properly. What's just a mess? My eye got to the toilet. You are growing water and you are becoming backward and primitive. Correct. Sasa wewe iko wapi sai? Mombasa.
Mnaenda wapi kama mtanilipa?
Chukua.
Mulikula tena mbom.
There's difference between kitchen and chicken. Wewe nataka nini kwa maisha? Gari. Don't just locomote in the name of driving a car. You should get a machine. Nimenunua gari na ni mpya, waende nayo wakuche walete vitu haraka haraka ziko wapi?
Well, with all eyes focused on the Kenyatta International Convention Center here in the capital, Nairobi, in terms of what is going to be presented there. Remember, this summit continues. They're currently having a closed-door session, and they'll be back at exactly 1:30 p.m. Of course, they will have to read some of the resolutions they have. Remember, also, a communique will be coming out of this particular session, similar to what you witnessed last year in the African Climate Summit 2023, matters to do with addressing poverty, literacy, and, of course, other challenges dogging the continent. Welcome to our broadcast this afternoon. My name is Abdiaziz Hashim, and of course we're focusing on that as well as what is happening in the country, especially when it comes to floods. Now, we want to start on a tragic note in Naivasha, where over 20 bodies have been recovered in Mai Mahiu, Naivasha, Nakuru County, after a dam burst its banks in Old Kijabe area, submerging several homes in Kamushiri village. There are fears that the death toll could rise, with tens of people unaccounted for following the Monday 4 a.m. incident.
Siku wa leo tumepata madhara makubwa zaidi. Maji yametokea huko juu, huko Kijabe ile ya samani, Kijabe mzee, yakakuja na nguvu nyingi sana, na maji yameleta madhara ambayo hayajaonekana Mai Mahiu tangu tuzaliwe, sababu imebeba watu, imebeba manyumba, imezoba mpaka magari. Sasa bado watu wanazidi kutoa maiti.
Operations have been going on. Trees are down. There are bodies. They are still looking for more bodies are here. It's just sad. It is a sad moment for us here.
Quite a number of people have been taken to the Naivasha Sub-County Hospital, while a good number are being treated at Mai Mahiu Level 4 Hospital and also private facilities within this vicinity.
Now we have our reporter Yusuf Farah on the ground and is currently informing us that the Roads and Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has arrived at the Mai Mahiu to assess the situation following the dam in the Old Kijabe. Pass sweeping through the villages, cutting off. We can confirm to you now that 45 persons have been confirmed dead. I also do understand that the county governor, that is Susan Kihika, was currently addressing members of the Fourth Estate. Let's listen in to what the governor will be listening. I do understand we're trying to get a hold of that particular link. When we get that particular link in terms of what the county head is stating to the members of the Fourth Estate, we'll be taking you there live. Right now, 45 persons have been confirmed dead. Now, to other issues in the country, where hundreds of students who reported to school have been left stranded after the Ministry of Education suspended the reopening of all primary and secondary schools to next week, 6th of May. Parents in Kajiado County who had travelled from far-flung areas have expressed their displeasure with the government for the cost incurred due to the late announcement.
This is the situation in Kajiado County, moments after the Ministry of Education released a circular suspending the reopening of schools to the 6th of May this year. Students and parents who had travelled from distant places were shocked to learn of the announcement in the middle of the night.
Kama walimu wajipange, wasikie kama wangekuwa wametuambia jana, ili tusiharibu nauli bure. Sasa bado nilikuwa naenda kufanya, lakini hata pesa ya nauli nimeshaitumia.
Nimepokea taarifa wakati nimefika hii town na nilikuwa nampeleka Orkejodo Boys Primary School.
Wao wanaweka fixed date ambayo inafaa kwa watoto, hata kama changamoto kama hizi zinaweza tokea, wangekuwa wanatangaza hiyo kitu mapema.
Some of the students travelled last evening and some on Monday morning are stranded at bus stops. Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogo says the postponement of school reopening has been occasioned by corroborated data that shows most schools have been adversely affected by the ongoing floods. Sarafina Robi for Lunchtime News.
Now, still with the floods, I need to take you to Mombasa, where earlier on the government spokesperson, Dr. Isaac Mora, was speaking on the flood situation in the country. Let's get more from him. He was speaking earlier to the members of the Fourth Estate. Let's listen in.
103, lakini hii haijumuishi wale ambao wameathirika kule Mai Mahiu kwa mfano. Lakini lazima tuhakikishe kwamba tunapopatiana takwimu kama serikali tumeweza kuhakikisha kwamba ni sahihi. Kwa hiyo tutakuja kwenu tukishajua kwa kweli ni wangapi ambao wameathirika kule Mai Mahiu, lakini kwa sasa takwimu rasmi ni watu 103, 29 wameweza kujeruhiwa na zaidi ya nyumba 28,000 zimeweza kuathirika, na hiyo ni idadi ya watu 1,184 ambao wameweza kuathirika moja kwa moja. Na ukiangalia hata katika haya maeneo ya pwani, Tana River imeweza kuathirika sana, na kutakuwa na maafisa wa ngazi ya juu wa serikali ambao tumesema kwenda kule ili waweze kutoa msaada wa dharura. Tunashukuru Kenya Red Cross tayari wako pale wanasaidia, na tunaomba kwamba watu wote waweze kujitokeza ili tuweze kusaidiana kwa pamoja. Lakini wewe kama Mkenya usitarajie kwamba lazima serikali kuje kusaidie. Kwanza wewe jisitiri, usipite katika maji ambayo yana kasi. Usikue mahali unaona kama kuna udongo pengine umeanza kumonyoka. Ni vizuri tuweze kuwa na hiyo tahadhari, kwa sababu maji mengine hayaji kwa sababu kwenu kuna mvua, ni kwa sababu yametoka pengine milimani huko. Kwa mfano ukiangalia eneo la Garissa limeathirika kwa sababu maji mengine yanatoka kule kati mwa Kenya na pia Tana River. Na tayari nimekuwa kama msemaji mkuu wa serikali, nimezungumza na wabunge kule kina Mejadeko wakitaka ufadhili, watu wa Suba kule, Mheshimiwa Karoli Omondi, na wengi ambao tunafanya kazi kwa pamoja. Hata wengine sasa wako kwa ground kule, ndiposa tuwasaidie kama serikali na tusaidie Wakenya waweze kufaidika kupitia viongozi wao, kwa sababu hili ni jambo ambalo ni la dharura na ni la kitaifa. Lakini pia ningependa kutoa kauli mbiu kabla sijamuita CEC wetu alafu tufungulie maswali, kwamba bunge letu la kitaifa liweze kupasisha ule mswada wa disaster risk reduction, kwa sababu umekawia sana kule bungeni. Kama ungalikuwako ungaliweza kutusaidia ili tuweze kujikinga ama kuwa tuko tayari zaidi kujihami wakati mambo kama haya yanatendeka. Kwa hiyo nafikiri ninatoa mwito kwa wenzetu wale wako kule bungeni wapitishe huo mswada, ndiposa hata wale ambao wamesomea hii taaluma waweze kuwa wanafanya kazi kirasmi kwa serikali, waweze kusaidia ma-DCC wetu, ma-CC wetu, askari wetu wafanye kazi kwa pamoja, ndiposa tuweze kuwa na hilo jambo. Kwa sababu ikifanyika vile, tutakuwa pia tuna uzoefu wa kwamba sio tu kila wakati kuna majanga kama haya ndio tunakuja tunakusanya tunasema tufanye namna gani, ilhali tumepoteza maisha ya wenzetu. Kwa hiyo tunatoa rambirambi zetu kwa wale ambao wametuacha Wakenya wenzetu, lakini serikali, ningependa kuhakikishia Wakenya serikali ipo katika mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba tunatoa suluhu kwa yale ambayo yametukia. Kumekuwa na mikutano, misururu ya mikutano tangu tumekuwa na rais Alhamisi katika Ikulu, tumekuwa na mheshimiwa naibu wa rais akituongoza pale Ijumaa. Pia kumekuwa na mikutano hata jana na sasa hivi, ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunatoa usaidizi, tunatoa ufadhili, tunaweza kuwajibika kama serikali ya kitaifa. Na niseme kwamba msaidie mwenzako, na pia kama unaishi karibu na mabwawa ya maji, tafadhali kama unaona kuna maji yamezidi
Well, if you're just joining us, that is Dr. Isaac Mora, the government spokesperson who was speaking earlier on in Mombasa, just giving us an update on the flood situation in the country and, of course, more focusing on the incident that has just been witnessed in Mai Mahiu, Naivasha in Nakuru County in terms of the dam burst, where in Old Kijabe area submerging several homes. He clearly stated that the government will be issuing a substantive statement later on in terms of the number of people who have lost their lives, and condolences to the families who have confirmed their loved ones are no more. And of course, he said 103 have been injured, 29,000 houses have been affected, and 130,000 affected households in the country as well. And of course, earlier on, I told you that Roads and Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen is currently on the scene, as well as the governor of that Nakuru County, who is Susan Kihika. We can confirm to you through our reporter Yusuf Farah, who is currently on the ground, that 45 people have been confirmed dead. But before we get you those images in Naivasha in Nakuru County, let's tackle this story first. Clerics from the Maa-speaking communities in Isiolo and Laikipia counties have started an initiative to use gospel evangelization in a bid to root out cattle rustlings among pastoral groups in the areas. Speaking at a meeting attended by over 100 pastors from the Maa community, Reverend Julius Joel, the Pastors Forum coordinator, said government efforts alone will not curb banditry, hence the need for a multi-sectoral approach.
Hii ni kitu ambayo tumeweza kuangalia kwa undani na kuelewa kabisa shida ni gani. So tunapoenda kama Leparwa tunajua shida yao ni gani. Na neno la Mungu itaweza kuwatatua. Tunaongelesha kupitia neno la Mungu. Kunaye zile actions ambayo tutafanya, tutamwaga mafuta pale ili kuweza kumaliza na kudestroy zile demons ambayo zinatumika pale. Na hapo ndipo tutaweza kuzungumzia na kuambia hii mila imepitwa na wakati.
Viongozi wetu wa tabaka mbalimbali. Tuna viongozi wetu wa kaunti ya Laikipia pamoja na Isiolo. Tunaomba kwa unyenyekevu kwamba mtushikilie mikono kama wachungaji na mashirika mengine ambao wanahusika na kitu ambacho kinaitwa amani.
Na nashukuru Mungu, watumishi wa Mungu tumeweza pia kufika kwa county commissioner wa Isiolo na kuomba sasa hii ushirika ya kuwa pamoja, kwa sababu kuna pastors kutoka Laikipia na kutoka Isiolo. Ushirikiano hiyo tuweze kuosha nyumba yetu, tuweze kuwa pamoja tukielekea kuhusisha ndugu zetu ambaye wako na shida kama hii yetu.
And in other news, a community-based organization in Kilifi County has established the first modern pre-primary school in Habura Village, Magarini Sub-County. The school, constructed by the Uzima Community Development Project through funding from the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, aims to help students from walking more than 20 kilometers to the nearest Galana ADC farm. This comes as the county government is set to construct 2 more classrooms in the area as it vows to absorb all volunteer teachers in the school into the county's payroll.
Kama walikuwa wameandikwa na wazazi, watachukuliwa na county ili walipwe na county. Kila siku tunalisha watoto 60,000 wa shule za chekechea wanapewa uji katika county nzima.
Unipatie ruhusa tuweze kuongeza darasa zingine 2 kama county government. Tafadhali mstahiki gavana.
Tukapata habari ya kwamba kuna KEMSET wana miradi ambao wanafadhili kwa jamii, na hivyo basi sisi tukachukua fursa na tuka-apply kwa nguvu za Mwenyezi Mungu, tukapata hiyo mradi na tukaamua kupendekeza madarasa 3 katika maombi yetu, madarasa 3, vyoo 2 pamoja na tanki 2 ambazo mnaziona hapa, pia vile na madawati 60.
Na jamii hii ya Waata ambayo katika mradi wa KEMSFED tunawaita vulnerable and marginalized groups, wakasema kwamba shida kuu ambayo wangependa kuitatua ni kujengewa madarasa.
Huu mradi ulikuwa wa pesa milioni 9 na kweli tumeona leo umesaidia watu wa huku. Wajua ni huku mbali, ni mwisho wa Kilifi.
Kuna shida, kulikuwa na hatari za ndovu sana kwa muda mwingi. Hata mtoto ulikuwa kama ni shule mpaka umpeleke, hawezi enda peke yake.
And in other news, State Director for Housing and Urban Development in charge of Nyanza Region, Jared Boga, has announced that the affordable housing project at Mabera in Migori County is almost finished. The project comprises of 60 units.
The State Department is also doing markets. These are economic stimulus program markets that the State Department is doing in partnership with the county government of Migori. We recently handed over sites to 6 markets which the contractors have taken over fully and are already works are ongoing.
As a county government, we are really looking forward to working with the State Department very closely to make sure that we have as many affordable houses within Migori County and the accompanying infrastructure within those areas that have been earmarked for the affordable houses.
Students from technical and vocational education training institutions in Mount Kenya region have teamed up with the Kenya Forest Service to rehabilitate degraded water towers affected by deforestation and charcoal burning through an afforestation program seeking to plant 350,000 trees. During a tree planting exercise at Tumutumu Hills in Nyeri County, Environment Conservation urged each student to plant at least 10 tree seedlings during the current rainy season. Through the initiative, the students are targeting rehabilitation of 5 water towers in Mount Kenya region.
We need to come together as regions, as people, as institutions, as organizations, so that we come together to plant these trees, not really planting but growing the trees.
Ile percentage tuko naye ya tree cover ni 11.2%, na zile area ambazo zimechukuliwa na misitu yetu ni 9.89%. Ni kuonyesha tuko na kazi ngumu, tuweke bidii zote, tupande miti kwa wingi ndio tuweze kufikiza ile target ya 30%.
Tunanuia kupanda miti zaidi ya 10,000. Kwa hivyo hii ni kazi ambayo tunaona tunafaa tuendelee nayo, na si hapa peke yake Lusoi Hill, bali ni katika kaunti mzima ya Lake.
Welcome to the world of business. The American Institute for Research AM has opened a new office in Nairobi in renewed efforts to boost research and provide technical assistance in education, research and food security in the East African region. American Institute for Research Managing Director for Kenya, Christine Kichia, says that the institution is partnering with 4 public universities in efforts to bridge the gap in evidence, data and research for policymakers and programmers in decision making.
Which works with University of Nairobi, University of Dar es Salaam, and we have recently expanded to also include Kenyatta University, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, and our main focus is to build capacity of faculty so that then they are able to teach.
AIR believes that evidence should be centered around the people who are part of the situation and where they live. And so we have Kenyans conducting research and evidence to provide this evidence for policymakers in Kenya. And we want to continue to grow that and expand that with this new office.
Agriculture Principal Secretary Dr. Kiprono Rono says there is need to embrace agricultural technology to address food insecurity and promote agricultural sustainability in Kenya. Dr. Rono says a partnership between the private sector and the public is key in facilitating the adoption of new technologies and innovations to transform the agricultural sector.
As the noise continues in Africa in trying to address the many issues faced by African continent on agriculture, the big element has come called technology in agriculture. We have a plan on agriculture issues to do it food security, and it will be an opportunity for us as a ministry to really get ideas, some wisdom, and make some decision on how best we can deliver on the agenda on food security.
The county government of Kwale has partnered with Kids Care Kenya organization in beekeeping program that is set to benefit about 1,200 orphans and 240 families in Lunga Lunga. Here is Edna Gatwiri with the details.
Kids Care Kenya organization has rolled out an initiative to economically empower households in Lunga Lunga by providing stability through provision of social support, diverse training in economic empowerment, and fostering income-generating activities.
Tutafanya kwa vikundi 20 na vinne ambavyo kwamba ni vile ambavyo ni watu ambao walikuwa wamebakia. Tulikuwa tushaanza ya kwanza, ya pili na hii ni ya tatu. Bado italenga kama vijiji 24 ambapo tutapata watu ambao tunapatiwa na jamii wenyewe, wale ambao kwamba hawajiwezi, lakini tunaweza tukaungana nao tukaboresha maisha polepole. Mwishowe ni kwamba wakaweze kuwa wanaweza kujisimamia.
Pia mimi ninasikia kushukuru kwa sababu nilikuwa sijui maana ya nyuki. Ninajua tu nyuki wale wakiwa wanaenda, lakini nilikuwa sijui kuwa wako na umuhimu.
The project will mainly target to economically empower households who have a member of the family with cerebral palsy.
Tunataka tuangazie pia shirika na serikali soko ambalo lina mapato zaidi. Na ikiwezekana hata hii asali yetu ikaweze kufika masoko makubwa.
The beekeeping program will also focus on environmental conservation. Edna Murungi for Lunchtime News.
Also, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has issued 60 enforcement notices, 8 penalties and 6 fines since being operationalized in 2019. Data Commissioner Immaculate Kasait says the Office of the Data Protection Commission has a complaint resolution rate of 75% after receiving over 5,300 complaints to date, mainly from data protection issues related to the use of personal data by data handlers.
The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner in September last year imposed fines totaling 9.3 million shillings on 3 distinct businesses found guilty of breaching data protection regulations. The Data Protection Office says its efforts have not been in vain as it seeks to streamline data protection compliance, especially by data handlers.
We've had cases where we have determined in the recent past for health institutions that have violated right to privacy, mounting surveillance. We've had cases of even designers who have picked the videos of their clients without their consent and played on their Instagram pages.
The compliance also stems from awareness, even as the country is beginning to grapple with emerging issues, such as the use of artificial intelligence in data handling.
In our awareness creation is to urge compliance in as far as whether it's AI or any other aspect in as far as the technology is concerned.
In terms of government, we're already moving with speed and working on an AI strategy. We realized instead of just giving guidelines and policy on AI, it's first to engage the public and the private sector on a strategy for AI so that we can come out with a substantive law that governs AI.
They were speaking ahead of the Network of African Data Protection Authorities annual general meeting and conference to be held in Nairobi from next week.
Why is it important for Kenya to host the conference? One, when we talk about in the digital economy. So therefore the conference brings together experts from public and private sector, civil society, NGOs and development partners, and really it's for an opportunity to share and deliberate in advancing trends in personal data protection space.
And now to the interview portion that we have prepared for you this afternoon in terms of technology and sustainability. Now, dear viewer, did you know that we produced over 50,000 of e-waste annually and we have no capacity of recycling it? So what impact does it have on the environment? And given that the country is focusing on a green economy, a little bit history is that electronic waste processors are calling for the propeller development, implementation and monitoring of e-waste policies if the country country is to be sustainably control the disposal and recycling of discarded electronic devices. To have this conversation with us this afternoon, joining us in studios is Frederica Cheng, the Communications Manager for OPPO Kenya. Welcome to the show, Frederic. Karibu sana. The first question is on that particular bit. We are producing over 50,000 of e-waste annually as a country, and of course, given that you work for OPPO, a technological giant, so how are you focusing your company in addressing such issues, given that now as a country we're focusing on economic sustainability?
So for OPPO Kenya, we are looking at different ways whereby we're able to limit electronic waste. For instance, we've come up with programs like the trade-in program, whereby a user, once, for instance, you no longer want to use your device, you can trade it into any other trading company and you're able to get a different device. That's one way. The second way is through the use of recyclable material from our packaging, in terms of the small pieces that are used while making up of the phone. Through the power of AI, we've found different ways whereby we can be able to, AI can be able to detect this, for example, a chipset, through its constant use, it can stay for this, for example, like 5 years, 10 years, such kind of things. So we are using a lot of integration of AI, plus also trying to also reduce our carbon footprint across the board. Yeah.
And of course, this is some of the issues that even came last year from the SES 2023 in terms of how can companies as well, private companies such as yours, address such issues. Because what is staggering is that a 2023 report by the European Trading Foundation clearly stated that 51.3 metric tons of e-waste every year and only 1% recycled, with the remaining 99% of the generated e-waste ends up in dump sites and waterways, causing soil, water and air pollution, meaning that the current laws are yet to be felt by managing e-waste in the country. That is the other issue. Are these laws being fully implemented?
I would say dependent on each manufacturer. Each manufacturer tries their best to be able to follow into these rules and regulations, because at the end of the day, we want a world or on an earth that will always continue being there. So through different ways, through different mechanics, each manufacturer, such as OPPO, are looking at different ways whereby they can be able to implement such rules. Yes.
And of course, in your company, are you creating what do you call self-awareness and ensuring that your customers, not only your customers, but the potential customers that you're going to get currently awoke in terms of climate change matters?
To some extent, yes, we do. This is through when we have forums. Most of the time, it's only from the international basis. When you have forums, we're able to educate each and every of our users that, as a company, these are the ways that we're able to reduce waste, and also we can also try and show our users how best they can also help in terms of reducing their waste. Yes.
And earlier on, you were talking about artificial intelligence. Of course, these are new trends that are coming in the technological world. So how are you keeping up with AI?
It is very interesting, very, very interesting, fun. There are things such as the use of AI in terms of photo editing, whereby previously you'd find that if I want to edit, I want to remove my picture or a part of my body from an image, I'd be able to use a third-party software. But right now, through the latest version of the OPPO Reno 11 series, you're able to edit all of these things within the phone. You don't need to have a third-party option, and you also don't really need to be well-versed in editing of this.
Does anymore, because if these advancements continue, these machines are taking over our jobs. So how are you also addressing those issues?
So for that, we are not taking up AI completely and completely removing the human aspect of it. What we are using as a company is being able to merge both solutions. AI is able to detect for us. You can use 1, 2, 3, and also we can also be able to implement AI's recommendations through a human touch. Yes.
And of course, what are some of the impacts that you have been able to witness, given that you have been in this field for how many years now?
In the Kenyan market, this is the 10th year.
Yes.
Globally, it's 20 years.
Yes, you see, being that those are 2 decades you have been in this particular industry. So in terms of ensuring, promoting sustainability, not just for the economy, but for the environment as well, given that I'm going back to that issue, is because you're currently witnessing the climate changes that we're currently experiencing here in the country. So in terms of industry-wide initiatives aimed at reducing some of these environmental challenges, and of course for economic sustainability for your company and the country as well, so what are some of the initiatives the company is taking?
So there are three major initiatives that OPPO is taking. One, through the use of, for our packaging, we're able to use 100% recyclable materials. The other thing is through manufacturing of our products. There's a mechanism called battery health engine, whereby if you look at a typical phone, the battery would last for around 2 years, but through our proprietary battery health engine, our phone is able to last more than
2 years.
More than 2 years to a minimum. A minimum is around 4 or 5 years, but it can go longer depending on how a user is able to, how a user uses it. Yes.
What are some of the challenges you're experiencing currently?
Challenges,
yes.
There are a lot. There is the aspect of trying to adjust to the climate, with being able to adjust to new trends, new technologies. So each and every day there's always a challenge, and we're always trying to make sure that we can be able to go through the challenge and give our users a better experience.
Now, given that demands for smartphones are all over the world, and especially here in country, with smartphone cameras continues to rise, how do manufacturers balance between the push of technological achievements with the need for sustainable manufacturing practices and resource conservation?
Through that, we are able to, there are few things that we are doing in terms of using of like the battery health engine that I've just talked about.
Yes.
That one is able to expand a product's lifeline. So instead of using it for 2 years, use it for 4 or 5 years. The other thing is, again, through the use of trade-in programs, whereby a phone, by the time you're done with a phone, it doesn't even a new lease of life to another user. So those are the kind of major things that we're doing as a company to be able to take up the users constantly wanting something new, but also considering the environment.
You've just seen the latest push by the current administration, which is the government. They're talking about manufacturing our own devices here in the country, and especially have they been able to talk to companies such as you? Are they involving you, given that public and private partnership has been able to boost many businesses here in the country?
Yes, we are in talks we're always looking for new ways whereby you can always work with the government. So this is something that we are open to. Yeah.
And of course with devices, given that now if those phones are being built here in the country, it will mean it is cheaper. And as Kenyans, we love cheaper things, and especially cheap and free.
Yes.
So in what ways do smartphone manufacturers collaborate with suppliers, regulatory bodies and other industry stakeholders to promote sustainability, ethical practices throughout the smartphone supply chain on an industry-wide scale?
So that we use a lot of checks and balances, whereby you'd find a company says this is how we would expect all of our products and services to be made, to be distributed. So we follow strict and stringent ways, even with our suppliers and even the other people past our suppliers, to be able to just follow a well put out structure and format. Yes.
And of course, in terms of policies, is there a shortfall in terms of policies? We're just talking about these laws that are being failed to be fully implemented. Should we change the laws, or what does your company have? Do you have policies that you can recommend to the government?
That one definitely will have to talk to government on a different level. But for as a brand, we are always looking for ways to just make our users and our supply chain and every other person who's involved in our ecosystem to be able to follow through with the promises that we make, so that we can always have a good world.
And of course, recommendations that you may have, given that they are watching us right now?
I would say just follow through in terms of the promises that have been made for us to be able to just work better. Yes.
Thank you so much. Your final remarks?
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for making time for us this afternoon. That is Frederick Acheng, the Communications Manager at OPPO Kenya. And we wish you all the best. And thank you for making time for us in terms of electronic waste processes here in the country. I also do understand that our reporter, Alan Naoko, is working on a similar matter. And of course, we'll be airing that feature once it is ready. To more news now, where plans are underway to expand the capacity of Coastal Development Authority's integrated food processing processing plant in Tana River County from the current 1,000 litres per hour to 3,000 litres per hour in efforts to boost value addition. The National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Regional Development member Majimbo Kalasinga says that the target is to improve the living standards of coastal smallholder farmers and create jobs for the youth.
In a bid to address post-harvest losses and enhance economic prosperity for farmers at the coast, the Coast Development Authority plans to expand the integrated fruit processing plant in Tana River to triple the plant's capacity to 3,000 litres per hour.
We have installed a 1 ton per hour capacity machine, crushing machine, which produces pulp. The pulp is the puree that we now sell off to the mango, to the juice makers.
Kalasinga says the expansion will reflect a collective effort to optimize yields and minimize losses, coupled with educational initiatives of empowering farmers to make informed decisions.
Purpose of this thing. Kenya government is much concerned with a small man, with a common man, how much he earns from a mango, how much he can fetch from that mango is what is very important here. And also people around need water, MD. I think you need more expansion because the capacity of this machine seem not able to satisfy the market.
Farmers are upbeat about the expansion plans and are pledged by the legislators to support the initiative being spearheaded by the Coast Development Authority.
Kwa hivyo mtambo huu pia ukipanuliwa zile tomato ambazo zinalimwa hapa zinakuzwa kwa wingi ziweze kufika katika hiki kiwanda ili aweze kusagwa na kuwekwa katika mifuko na kusafirishwa kwingine ili mapato ya watu wa Tana River ama wanatana yaweze kuongezeka.
Frederick Muki for Lunchtime News.
And on the international front, China is playing a leading role in the LiDAR sector worldwide, producing distance sensors widely used in drones, robots and vehicles. The sensors, which use the pulsed lasers to accurately measure the distances to surrounding objects in real time, assist drivers to make better autonomous driving decisions. Here are the details of this and other stories making headlines across the globe.
Chinese leader manufacturers hold 73% of the global market. The Benewek company, which has been making leaders since 2015, supplies sets on drones deployed by one of China's biggest life service companies. The sensors are a vital component that measures the drone's distance to the robots designed to be used at coal power stations and other high-risk environments. It is also widely used for rail transport and autonomous vehicles. Meanwhile, prominent figures attending a special meeting of the World Economic Forum in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, have called for building a more resilient global economy through enhanced international collaboration, citing the formidable geographic and economic challenges facing the world. The two-day special meeting on global collaboration, growth and energy provides an opportunity for leaders from various industries and regions to explore solutions to address these challenges. Finally, the first Abu Dhabi autonomous car race, an unprecedented event in the world's motorsports, has been held testing the capability of artificial intelligence-powered vehicles on tracks. The race attracted 8 teams from 7 countries and lured more than 10,000 spectators. Different from previous car races, this one had 4 cars competing on tracks together, which increases the decision-making complexity and has a higher demand on vehicles' ability to make quick decisions. Each car in the race was modified and equipped with an automobile mobility stack for racing cars, consisting of 7 camera sensors, 3 laser detectors and 4 radar sensors. Every car was fully autonomous with only human intervention, using the stop button to end the race.
And now finally, welcome to the world of sports. Former African Queens Kenya Pipeline trounced Reunion Island St. Denis by 3 straight sets in their final Group C match to advance to quarterfinals of the ongoing African Women's Volleyball Championship in Cairo, Egypt. Meanwhile, Prisons Kenya will face Nigeria Customs, while former African champions KCB will take on ASEC Mimosa of Cote d'Ivoire on Tuesday in the last 16.
Kenya Pipeline, under the tutelage of former Kenyan international Esther Jepkosgei, labored before bagging the first set 25-21. However, a well-organized attack line and backcourt defense enabled the Kenyan champion to easily win the second and third set 25-11 and 25-8 respectively to advance to the last 8. Pipeline was set to face the 4th place team in Pool A in the round of 16, but the pool had only 3 teams, following Pipeline to become the first team to qualify for the quarterfinals. In the last 16 matches slotted for tomorrow, Prisons Kenya will face Nigeria Customs, former African champions KCB will take on ASEC Mimosa of Cote d'Ivoire, All Al Hilal will be up against Reunion Island St. Denis, while Algeria's Bejaia will face Cameroon's Mayo Con Evolution. For Line Team News, I'm Sela Onyango.
Also, Egyptian side Zamalek won the CAF Confederation Cup semi-final away leg by a record margin as they defeated Dreams of Ghana 3-0 in Kumasi last night. Now, meanwhile, Morocco's Renaissance Bakken secured a spot in the final after the second leg of their semi-final clash against Algeria's Ousma was called off for the second time in a week.
The White Knight won the tie 3-0 on aggregate after goalless first leg in the Egyptian capital last Sunday.
They have a corner now, and there is the away goal. Well, they had to wait.
Zamalek bettered their previous results in the penultimate stage of 3-1 victory by SuperSport United of South Africa against Club African of Tunisia 7 seasons ago.
Kindly here. It's a wrong goal, and it's the third. And surely that's job done. Mustafa Shalabi.
USM Alger of Algeria refused to enter the pitch in the northeastern Moroccan city of Bakane for the second leg in the semi-final, which has been dodged by off-field drama.
They're going to get a great reception. They're on the brink of the CAF Confederation Cup final.
Bakane were awarded a 3-0 win in the first leg, which was not played last Sunday because Algerian authorities confiscated the shirts and refused to return them. The Cairo club will face Renaissance Bakane of Morocco and 19th in what will be a repeat of 2019 title decider won by Zamalek on penalties. King Orimwangi for Lunchtime News.
Elsewhere, Ducati's Pecco Bagnaia defeated Marc Marquez in all-time classic MotoGP Spanish Grand Prix to make big strides in the standings. The World Championship leader George Martin crashed out of the lead of his home race to give a title rival Pecco Bagnaia a chance for victory. The win brought the Italian within 17 points of Martin ahead of a round 5 at the French Grand Prix.
What a ride, what a world champion. Pecco Bagnaia reigns in Spain. He does complete the Jerez hat-trick.
Blockbuster racing at the Spanish Grand Prix saw Pecco Bagnaia come out on top of a mighty freeway battle between Spaniards Jorge Martin and Marc Marquez. The Italian made an aggressive start to first by the end of the third lap, but soon made an error to give Martin the lead.
Started this Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez down in 7th place. He leads at the end of an incredible first lap.
A legendary first lap, but Marc Marquez is fighting straight back into turn number 1, and Jorge Martin's going to take advantage.
They go 3 abreast, Marquez, Martin and Bagnaia. How did they avoid contact?
Bezzecchi got the better of Marquez before the championship leader crashed out of the lead of the race with 15 laps to go. The last 5 laps saw the 93 bike of Marquez take on Bagnaia in the pursuit of his first Grand Prix win in 917 days. Millimeters separated the two in the pursuit of victory, where Bagnaia edged out the Spaniard in an all-time classic in Jerez.
This is the moment. Here he comes into the Aspar corner. Marc Marquez leads the Spanish Grand Prix. Bagnaia, though, instantly tries to fight back. They touch, they rub going through turn 10. This is Portimao almost all over again on the exit as well.
The win brought him within Pedro Acosta and Maverick Vinales separated by just 7 points behind him. For Lunchtime News, I'm Emmanuel Ndungu.
What a race.
And in the world of football, defending champions Manchester City kept up with the pressure on English Premier League leaders Arsenal with a 2-0 win over Nottingham Forest at City Ground. Erling Haaland marked his return with a 71st minute goal that ensured the Pep Guardiola Chargers walked away with maximum points.
Williams with loads of space down the right-hand side, up to the edge of the penalty area. Grealish across to cover. Williams shoots, and it's bashed behind by Ederson at his near post. Near post headed in. It's another set-piece goal against Forest, headed in by Josko Gvardiol at the near post. Delivery from Kevin De Bruyne, finding space again, and he gives it to Haaland. Haaland inside right channel, takes on his man and slots it in the corner. Erling Haaland scores for Manchester City and breaks Forest's hearts. They've played well for 70 minutes. To Reina. Reina now for Hudson-Odoi, corner of the box. Curls one back post. Ortega claws it out. That
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
Matunde, who are you?
I am me.
I.
Come out here and knock properly. What's just a message? My eye got to the toilet. You are growing water and you are becoming backward and primitive. Correct.
Sasa wiko wapi sai? Mombasa.
Mnaenda wapi kama mtanilipa?
Chukua.
Mulikula tena mbom. There's difference between kitchen and chicken.
Wewe nataka nini kwa maisha?
Gari.
Don't just locomote in the name of driving a car. You should get a machine.
Nimenunua gari na ni mpya, waende nayo wakuche walete vitu haraka haraka ziko wapi?
Kenyan men have been voted to be the most handsome in Africa. Hey, and we cannot keep calm, manze.
The goal is to bring people from all walks of life together to enjoy a day of music, art, food, and of course the color that brings it all together.
Dance is how I release my anger. Dance is how I attract people. Dance is how I get my dollar. It's my ecosystem.
But different.
With popular hit songs such as Yeah 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 and Story Ilianza, Boutros is Shrap's most successful story yet.
Shrap music started off like us trying to identify ourselves or whatever.
but right now it became like something that can hold on to the industry.
Nasianga siku hizi vijana ameshika na shinda ameshikia wapi? Mimi nauliza tu mara ngapi kumeingia stage tukangusha mabati. There's too many fish in the
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Now to our top story this afternoon on that devastating incident in Mai Mahiu, Naivasha, Nakuru County. We understand earlier on the Roads and Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen visited the scene. Of course, confirmation getting that 45 persons have been confirmed dead, with many more houses being marooned after the dam burst its bank. I do understand that we have that clip of the Road Transport and Cabinet Secretary, that is Moses Kuria, speaking to the members of the Fourth Estate earlier on. Let's listen in to what the CS was saying.
Thank you very much for, the national government agencies, the county governments, the two county governments, and also the Red Cross. First, I send my personal condolences to the families of those who have been affected, particularly those we've lost. This is a tragedy of monumental proportion. 45 people is not a joke. One life is serious, and to lose 45 people, especially as we've been told, children and women, is really very painful. And this is something that is very heavy on our country. I know a number of us who are scheduled to perform certain national duties, but in the circumstances that we are in, we were released with some of my colleagues who will still come here and to condole with you, but also to oversee the work that is going on here. His Excellency the Deputy President is on the way, and he has cut short his meeting also in Naivasha, and he's going to be with us shortly. But what is important is for us now to put a lot of focus on the rescue mission, but also to now, hopefully, when the Deputy President will be here, perhaps use even more force, a greater force, to move people from their houses. It should be the responsibility, it's our responsibility to make sure that by all means our people are removed from danger. And where there is danger, I think now it's upon our chiefs and the county government staff working together with the national government, GAO team especially, to make sure that people are moved from these dangerous areas. From the Ministry of Roads and Transport, I want to thank the Kenya team, Kenya National Highway Authority. We have here our Director General, Engineer Kumundumu, who is here, and we have his Director in charge of maintenance, who is actually responsible for the work that we are doing here to clear the debris and to reconnect people and to ensure that the traffic can flow. We have Engineer Daniel Cherono here, and from a ministry perspective, we are actually handling this situation, not just here alone, but across the country. You know, we lost also more than 20, 30, it's still an estimate of about 30 people in Garissa who are attempting to cross the raging waters flowing down, especially after the overflow from Masinga Dam. We also have other problems in the Lower Eastern, where our Kura team is also working hard in Nairobi, especially because Nairobi has been a problem across up to the airport itself. We know that there is a lot of accumulation of water, especially in and around Athi River. And I want to request Kenyans, even as we speak from Nakuru, even as we deal with a tragedy, I wonder how some people still take risks with people's lives, crossing very dangerous rivers. I really want to request Kenyans from the bottom of my heart, your home is going nowhere.
Well, that was earlier on where Roads and Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen was giving us a status update following that tragic incident in Naivasha in Nakuru County, where Old Kijabe area dam busted and, of course, the submerging several homes in the area. We can confirm to you 45 people have been confirmed dead, with many more injured, and 29,000 houses were affected, and regionally, of course, 130,000 households have been affected to the large extent. We do have our reporter Yusuf Farah following on that particular bit, and we've just heard from the Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will be visiting the scene, and of course rescue operations are underway. Now let's come back here to the capital and head over to KICC and link up with one of our reporters who is currently at the this IDA21 summit that is currently happening at KICC. That is Caroline Jenga. Caroline, good afternoon and good to see you. And of course, we do know that you have had a conversation with MSME's Principal Secretary. And in terms of what the presentations has been done by the 16 heads of state currently attending, what is the key focus aside from asking for more resources in Jenga?
They're talking about also a job creation, how as African we can stand as one. Remember, we have a very young, youthful population, and of course we have to take advantage of this to ensure that we grow as a continent and we speak one voice. And now I'm joined by the the Principal Secretary, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Susan Mangeni, to tell us some of the key highlights that she has picked from the conversation that we've been having here from morning, and also a bit of what the presidents have talked about, speaking in one voice, speaking as one continent. We have to be united as Africans if we are to move as a continent. Thank you for joining us, PS. Maybe we can start from what the presidents have spoken. They've mostly spoken the same thing across, talking about eradication of poverty, talking about how we can change the global architecture, financial architecture. I'd like to hear from you. What are your thoughts about some of the areas that they have touched on?
Thank you very much. This summit happens each and every year, and this was the 21st summit, and it's happening at the backdrop of many issues affecting the continent. Back here at home, we are having tragedies all over because of the flooding that has happened. Just a few years ago, we were engulfed in the longest drought ever. So again, some 3 years back, all of us were affected with pandemic. So again, and it is true, like you have put it, we are talking about a young continent, full of young people in terms of the population. Back here in Kenya, the average age of a Kenyan is 17 years old. So that just demonstrates the dire situation in which we are in terms of making sure that we create jobs. So IDA, the International Development Association, brings together the donor countries, what you call the donor countries and the recipient countries. And in this case, most of the recipient countries are from Africa, because we are still struggling with fighting poverty, with ensuring that our population is literate. We are fighting with hunger and many other natural crises surrounding us. So the central point of focus here has been, how do we ensure that we can access affordable financing? And we deepen this financing to all our sectors to support us, especially in growing our manufacturing sector. And I want to pitch it up from even beginning with the head of states, who laid it bare and say, most of the developing countries, especially African countries, are really heavily laden with debt repayment. The most of the revenue which we collect from our economies is all directed to us servicing the debts. And this then means that as a country or as countries, then we have to set aside all our development priorities that have got direct impact to our population. We have to set aside priorities with regard to the livelihood of the people, access to health care, access to education, and access to the basic needs of our people. And this is what is making our economies not to grow, our people to remain settled in poverty. So we are saying we need to find international financing system to make them more flexible, to an extent that we can also have a breathing space to also now focus on developing our people by also trying to tackle those other socioeconomic challenges. In other words, after we service the debts, we remain with nothing to uplift the livelihood of our people. So that has been a very central argument during this morning when we were listening to them. The other argument is that we need now to have targeted financing in critical sectors which are enablers to growing our economy. There is no way we will create jobs if we do not grow our manufacturing sector. President Yoweri Museveni put it so clearly, and he said, listen, we cannot grow, we cannot manufacture without low-cost energy, without low-cost transport. He even went ahead to give an example of railway connectivity and said, in the last 60 years, how many connections do we have in the continent? And it's only railways. In most developed countries, the connectivity of railways is what promotes manufacturing, what promotes production, and what makes now the cost of living to come down. And so he said, we cannot create jobs. These are just going to be stories and stories. We're talking about energy. Look, energy is so costly. And even if you look at the internet connectivity technology that people are talking about, we still need to build the infrastructure. So the call here, I will say, the collective call here is how do we make sure that we do not just finance, but we are financing to those priority sectors that can actually help to stimulate economic development in the continent so that we can create jobs, raise wealth, and raise revenues for our economy and be able to support the upbringing and lift the livelihood of our population, which is very young. So I think the call is about them. Now, if you look at the statistics that are available today in terms of how much has come through IDA, the IDA financing, so far I think the continent have benefited to the tune of $1 trillion USD. But the deficit, for us to be able to take care of the challenges, the common challenges around climate change, pandemic, the young population, education, and everything, we need about 2.5 trillion USD. Then this one means that we need to sit on the table, us as the recipients and them as the donor, so that we have a common ground in terms of priorities and in terms of also letting them now, making them become more flexible in financing the sectors that you're asking them to finance. Because you saw also there was a common outcry about what is being financed today. Mostly capacity building, workshops and all those. So I think the Africa heads of states, they really want tangible interventions that can directly impact to our people. And they want us to sit together and work on those frameworks for financing so that we are also on that table. Not them sitting alone, but us sitting together. But above everything else, we also have had positive remarks coming out of the association so far for the last couple of years. I think the countries who are really grateful in terms of the support that has been coming through, especially through the World Bank. A lot of support has come from there, especially in terms of crisis. And today, as we heard from the opening remarks of the President of the World Bank, he also committed to support us as a country in terms of, alleviating the current situation of flood. We saw the President of Malawi really commending them of the support that they brought through when they were faced with the worst floods ever in their country. So I want to say, in terms of whenever we have a crisis, we've seen it. We've seen really this relationship, really coming in to help. But again, sustainably, we also need, as a nation, to benefit from that financing as nations, as a continent, financing that will help us really to start now establishing our economy, establishing key sectors of the economy, like in the manufacturing, so that we can create jobs for our population.
What of the proposal by President Ruto where he said we need to redesign, and also you've talked about looking at the priority areas instead of the predetermined agendas of the donor countries, and also talking about the shift away from patronage, which is funding, to maybe equal partnership. I don't know what you think about that.
I think if I were to look at then in other words, you are partners. And when you are a partner, you begin by appreciating that each one of us are first. You can only be first among equal. There is something we are bringing on the table. Africa as a continent is bringing so much on the table. Aside from the natural resources that we are now begging for money to support us in terms of enabling, us to unlock those potential, especially, be it in the mining sector, be it in what to help us, we are also bringing a young workforce on the global table. And we are saying, if we are to put in finance, you're also going to benefit in terms of other, for example, we are talking about if you invest in Africa, we have opportunities in terms of carbon sinks, because then a question of climate change in Africa is not, we are not emitters, okay? We are not emitters. That's why the whole world is turning to Africa and saying that, look, you now need to invest in green industrialization. So green industrialization means we got to save the planet. Yes, we will save the planet, but how about the livelihood? We are looking at majority of our population who have nothing to eat, who depends even on cutting down those trees to earn an income, burning charcoal and stuff. But if you are going to look at it from that micro level, how do I get these common mwananchi there at the grassroots who has nothing to put on the table to understand that instead of cutting trees, you can still achieve your food on the table through this and this mean? Then we have to feel the context of those people and bring about alternatives. Then what are these alternatives, for example, for us? And I think this was the president. They need to open their market for our traditional value chain, so that now we can encourage our people. For example, you need to focus to increase agricultural productivity. You've seen the government has gone ahead today. We have now subsidized fertilizers. We are now experiencing good yields. And you can tell people, like in the words of President Museveni, instead of now going to farm to eat, to put in your stomach, you can also put in your stomach at the same time put money in your pocket. But to put money in your pocket, they need to open the markets by flexing some of the conditionalities that those developed nations, who in this case they are also donors, put the conditionalities for accessing their market. They need to support us in building the capacity of our MSMEs, of our farmers, to meet those conditionalities, so that then we can be able to access their market. They also need to be willing to come and set up factories, manufacturing plants in our soil, so that as they do that, then we'll be creating jobs. We do value addition. So that's how we are looking at it. Otherwise, we'll be talking about, okay, we need to encourage green transition, green economy, we need to go green. Everybody's talking about green because of the climate change and everything. But then how about that mwananchi? How about that mama mboga who is there, who depends on her farm without support of acquiring the right farm inputs? This mama is likely just to engage in the way, in the traditional way of farming, which could create havoc to the environment. So what we are saying is that we need to meet somewhere. They need to understand that ours is a question of livelihood, ours is a question of poverty eradication, job creation, ours is a question of the youth bulge, which we might of really exploiting the numbers and creating dividends out of it for our economy. But you see, now we need to meet somewhere, and when they are designing those financial systems, since we are partners, we need to participate from the design, planning, and even implementation. You cannot be a partner when only one party creates the rule. You will not feel comfortable in playing with those rules. I mean, to play better in the game, we have to sit down and agree on the rules so that each one of us now becomes responsible. And I think that's the message which you're saying here. We are saying we need to be on that table. We need to think together. We need to plan together because we are not vulnerable. Do not look at us as just being vulnerable. We have opportunities. Look at us from an opportunity perspective, not from vulnerable, where you only want to come to us when you're having crisis. No, yes, crisis. Even us, at one point, we were saying we will come to you when you have crisis. But now, for us to move together as one planet, as one people of this world, we have to see each other, see value in each other, and bring all cards on the table, and we plan together and we design the rule of games.
Thank you so much, PS. Well, that is the PS for micro, small and medium enterprises talking to us and sharing her thoughts on what she thinks about the conversation that we've been having here with the heads of state early morning, talking about redesigning the financial architecture and also looking at how we can enhance the global value chain and also ensure that we are part of this conversation and you're not left behind. As I had earlier on indicated, the heads of presidents are in a closed-door meeting discussing the Nairobi IDA communique, and once they are done, of course, the president of Kenya, that is William Ruto, will come and give us the declaration that they will be done once they finalize the communique. Now we'll take you back in studio.
Thank you so much. That is Caroline Jenga. We do have a number of people there, Brian Kimani as well as Betty Kiptum, to give us a status update in terms of the IDA21 Head of State Summit that is currently ongoing there. But I want to take you live. Currently, you can see live images from Naivasha, Nakuru. That is the Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen alongside the Governor, that is Susan Kihika, addressing on the tragedy that has just taken many by surprise. 4 a.m. incident in Naivasha in Nakuru County. Let's listen to what the CS is saying.
Tumeona sehemu zingine za hapa Mai tumefungua leo asubuhi na tunaendelea kufungua pale Northeastern sehemu za Garissa ambazo imeathirika. Naomba sana tushikane pamoja, lakini nyinyi watu wa Mai hapa, najua kwamba mnalia, mmepoteza ndugu zenu. Ninawaomba mtusaidie pia tufungue barabara ikuwe haraka, ndio hata naibu wa rais afike. Tunajaribu kufungua barabara iwezekanavyo ili usaidizi pia ya kuleta madaktari, watu wa NYS wenye wanakuja hapa, madawa yenye inaletwa. Hata county government ya Nakuru, nilikuwa naongea na Governor Susan hapa akisema anangojea msaada mwingine iletwe kutoka Nakuru town na kwingine. Tunahitaji barabara ifunguliwe ili watu wetu wasaidike. Please, tukitoka tu hivi, polisi wenye wako hapo ni wachache na hatutaki polisi wasukume watu. Tunataka sisi tusaidie polisi barabara iweze kufunguka. Nashukuru sana wale tunashirikiana pamoja. National Government iko na Command Center hapo Nairobi na under Ministry of Interior, na naibu wa rais atakuja kuwatangazia ile kazi tunafanya kuhamasisha watu watoke sehemu ambazo ziko vibaya. Wale ambao bado wako sehemu ambayo maji inaweza ikapitia, we want to request you mtoke sehemu hizo, tusaidiane pamoja. Hakuna shida, tutarudi zote nyumbani. Kama ni Ngea vile tumeambiwa ama sehemu zingine ya kukaa, twende tukae hapo. Hata kama ni Kiambu huko county huko Kijabe, wakiwaambia twende sehemu fulani, tukae pale mpaka wakati ambapo tutaweza kusaidiana. Chakula tutatafuta, address tutatafuta, vitu ya kulala tutatafuta, lakini maisha hatuwezi kutafuta. We want to request all of us tusaidiane pamoja kama wananchi wetu. I want to leave it there, but I want to give this request to all our drivers and all Kenyans that are traveling at this season. Please, I request you, let all of us obey the rules, obey the directives of government. If you are told that places are flooded, don't force your way, don't force public transport vehicles, don't force your own vehicle, because we really want our people to be alive. We have lost, currently we are counting maybe 300 people have died. But most of them did not need to die across the country. It's because of recklessness and some drivers forcing their way through water that we have the problem we have. And I want to request all of us to make sure that we obey the rules And I am happy that school opening has been postponed by a week, but that doesn't mean that we become reckless on the roads. I had given directions yesterday on how to manage traveling for our children back to school. Those directives still operates for other citizens to make sure that we are safe on our roads. We also want to request everybody who is traveling to make their travel plans early, and as much as possible we avoid traveling at night. Let only traveling that is going to be happening at night to become an essential one, which is unavoidable. But even then, as you travel, let's listen to the alerts. We have been sending alerts through NTSA, but also ask a friend how the road looks like, whether it is flooded. Don't just go without asking somebody how the road is, how is Narok, how is Maimayu, how is Nairobi, how is Nakuru, so that as you travel across the country, we take the necessary precautions. Again, poleni sana watu wa Maimayu na watu wa Nakuru County. Asanteni sana.
Asante waziri, wacha na yeye area MCA Kamau, na by the way kuna quite a few MCAs kutoka hapa Nakuru, but wacha area MCA atuongeleshe. Mheshimiwa Kamau.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Gavana. Watu wa Maimayu na wasalimia mjambo. Jambo la kwanza niseme pole kwa sababu ya haya mambo ambayo yametupata. Hii safari tulianza pamoja na nyinyi usiku wa saa 8 usiku hadi saa hii. Na washukuru kwa sababu hamjachoka. Thank you for the team ambao tulikuwa tukifanya kazi nao ya kuokoa watu. Niseme ya kwamba mmefanya mambo makubwa.
Well, that is the status update in Naivasha, Nakuru County. You've just heard from the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Road and Transport, that is Moses Kuria. In terms of the update, we can confirm to you right now that 48 people have been confirmed dead. And of course, the rescue operation is ongoing with the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, expected there any moment from now. We do have a team there led by Yusuf Farah. Also, rescue operations will continue until everybody is recovered. But let's head over to the Kenyatta International Convention Center once more. You do know the conversation that is currently ongoing there in terms of resource allocations in addressing some of the challenges facing the continent. You can see Betty Kiptum there. Betty, aside from the funds that we have just heard from the PS of MSMEs, that the continent has so far gotten $1 trillion US. The African heads of state are asking for $2.5 trillion US. Is this something that can be attained, especially from the financiers?
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Abdi, there in studio. Of course, we are still pitching camp here at the KICC, where Africa Heads of Summit is ongoing. Currently, they are holed up in a meeting, as my colleague Caroline had said. They are holed up in a closed-door meeting, and after that particular meeting, they will come and give us the communique. Of course, the prior report there on the issue of the flash floods is just part of what was spoken about. Ensure that there is, sufficient funding towards evacuation and rescue efforts for the floods that are wrecking the country currently. And those are part of the conversations which, of course, just move and other causes that are being funded under the IDA facility. And remember that for a very long time, African states have suffered high cost of credit. The president earlier speaking about African countries being charged higher interest rates than the developed nations, yet the need for that particular funding is higher in Africa. And now most African countries are either in debt distress or at risk of debt distress. And this includes Kenya, which is part of the 39 countries that the IDA21 facility is funding. Now remember that part of the causes that have been funded by this particular fund before this replenishment that is going on right now include issues such as women and youth empowerment. There's a youth project that is run by the government that is funded by IDA. There are also issues to do with climate change, food security, and all manner of causes that are championed to ensure that low income countries or developing nations are growing at a pace where it is sustainable, because you don't want to be borrowing. You get the funding, you try to put the money into the causes that you're championing for your people, but at the same time the interest rate is very high and you're paying a lot of interest. Now I would like to invite my colleague Caroline Njenga to join us here on set. Carol, we have been following the proceedings here the whole morning, and we've listened to that voice by almost all, almost all, if not all, heads of state, saying that the credit cost for Africa is too high and something needs to be done. What are your thoughts on this?
And for sure, I'll just quote what President William Ruto talked about, saying when developed countries are borrowing, they're paying, or rather us, we are paying 5 times more than what developed nations are borrowing. So that, you see how we are now not in a good position for us to be able also to borrow. We have to also be able to ensure that even when we are borrowing, it's consensual loans that are you pay for a longer time, loans that grants that the lower interest rates, as you were talking about there earlier on, meaning that this conversation is necessary. Yeah, you're bringing on board developing nations as well to also be represented at IDA21. They're saying, you know what, we need to be represented in the IDA21. We want to hear what the borrowing nations have to say when it comes to the urgent needs that their country needs. Yeah, and so right now we are dealing with the flooding, we are dealing with evacuation, and earlier on, of course, the World Bank president did talk about some of these resources being about profiteering and not for prosperity. Yeah, and that's where we need to move away from. We need to see whether we have sustainable development, prosperity, which are the key issues that are the heads of president are discussing inside there. We are talking about climate change. We are talking about human capital, a stronger human capital. I was reading another article there. There was talking about that by 2030, over 4 million youths will cross the working age group. Meaning we have to have a stronger human capital. We have to develop policies that are working, that are supporting this younger generation. As we are a youthful continent, of course. Right. We spoke to PS earlier on, and I know you were following this conversation, talking about how we can leverage on this youthful population, yeah, to advance our continent, to have a common voice, to speak as one and as unity, right? As one. And also we were talking about the 36 nations earlier on who have graduated, from IDA recipients now to now many becoming donors, yeah, like South Korea right now, right? China, and this is something also Kenya. I hope one day African continent. We get there, right? I know we will get there to become donors as well, not always be recipients, yeah. But this then again, we have to look at the global architecture, the financial architecture. We have to change and we have to seek for reforms, and that is what President William Ruto has been calling for. We need to look at how the financial system to see, is it favorable for the developing nations so that we can be at par with the developed nations. What do you think? I
think that just reminds me of the very hard-hitting speech by Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni, and he was talking about the use of these funds. So when countries go borrow, he even talked about capacity building. That thoughts could be said about that, but he said that for the increased production, to ensure that jobs are created, we have to increase production among our people, and that is where the money needs to go to. Improving manufacturing, local manufacturing, so that we are not dependent on exports, on imports rather, but we need to work towards becoming a net exporter, net exporting continent, so to say. So that he actually said that Africa is producing what it does not consume and consuming what it does not produce, because we are busy producing raw materials for people to consume and make them into finished products, which we then import, which is, I think, a very critical point where we have to support, Africa has to find a way to ensure that the funding is going to the causes that will grow its people, And the issue of support for agriculture that he mentioned. Right now, climate change is a very big problem. And Africa is the most impacted continent, as we know, and we are suffering the impacts of climate change right now, including, the floods, the extended droughts that we've been experiencing over the past few years. And Africa has a lot of challenges that it's battling with. while at the same time trying to develop, you know. So it's a balancing act for most African governments. There's debt you have to pay, there's development you have to do that come with it, yeah. So yeah,
and to quote in terms of the amount that Africa needs in terms to bridge that financing gap, we need about $2.4 trillion. 2.4 trillion. And just to quote what even President William Ruto just said in terms of total commitments, yeah, in terms of what you remember in IDA20, we raised about $93 billion, yeah, in Japan when they had a meeting there, and right now they are looking to double that amount. Yeah? And if we double that amount, there has to be in at least equal allocations among these developing countries, yeah, and also according to the needs of the country. You know, there are countries like Southern Africa right now. They are dealing with drought. Eastern Africa, we're dealing with flooding right now. We're dealing with evacuation. We have to evacuate. Like the president had mentioned that over 10,000 people have been displaced, yeah, displaced by the flooding. So we need to also ensure that even as we're receiving this allocation, of course, it has to go to the right places, to the right sectors. We have to talk about education, of course. We have to talk about the needs that right now we are battling with, yeah. We have to look at that. And he mentioned about $26 billion there, which is 70% of what we got for Africa during the IDA20. So I don't know what kind of an allocation we'll get for Africa this IDA21. But of course, looking at our issues, we have so many issues that we had earlier on indicated that we are battling with as Africans. So of course, we have an even economic growth, yeah. Or when you come to maybe Kenya, when you compare maybe with Uganda or with Tanzania, of course, Kenya is at a better place, yeah. So in terms of allocations, Kenya is a top borrower, in terms of when you look at the countries that are borrowing from IDA, yeah, Kenya is part of what it's part of the list of the countries that are borrowing, yeah. So what are we doing? What is the impact of this IDA financing? Are we seeing results from this IDA financing? Yeah, these are the areas that I think all of us should look at, yeah, and be keen to say yes, you are borrowing, but where is this money going to? Are these people benefiting from the financing, yeah? And you're seeing, of course, donor countries are coming in on board. Like over 200 donor countries are on board on this IDA 2021. So yes, they are there are many, but then again, when it comes to this resources, are they being allocated in the right way, in the right manner? Is the architecture flexible and simpler for developing countries to also give them room to also grow?
It's right. I mean, President Ruto, of course, he has championed for this in international meetings such as these and others prior to this about changing the financing structure to ensure that countries such as Kenya and other developing nations are better treated, in terms of the interest rates, the cost of borrowing, and the what is it called? The rules that come with the borrowing, yeah, that make us, increase our taxes and all that. So as we look at this, the heads of state from Africa are championing for this. How open is the world to adjusting these structures, How open is the world to accommodating the developing nations? And also, when you look at it from a business perspective, when you're lending out loans, you have to consider the risk. Yeah, that is how we ended up with a high cost of credit anyway, because of the risk of non-payment. So as African nations are championing this, there also needs to be a lot of fiscal adjustments to ensure that Africa is living within its means and at the same time affordably, yeah? I think that is a point that can be taken up by the heads of state and, the leaders of government, right?
Yeah. And I was reading somewhere about the key achievements that as Kenya we have received in terms of this IDA financing. Yes. And just to quote some of the key, in 2018, we saw through IDA financing, we saw in 2018 3 million residents benefit from improved street lighting, pedestrians, walkways, improved sanitation facilities and fire stations, yeah. This all from what we received from the IDA, yeah. This is an arm of the World Bank, of course. And from 2016 to 2018, we saw 1,041 youths receive starter startup grants, and we saw 2,600 receive life skills, entrepreneurship training, among others. There's also 1.3 million people who benefited from improved judicial services. So it cuts across, yeah? And we saw also 4.5 million people benefit from Kenya's National Safety Net program for poor and vulnerable. So these are just, I've mentioned a few of the key achievements through IDA financing for Kenya. And I know we received an amount in last fiscal year, and we'll get through those numbers, of course. I'm so sure they'll mention them once they give the Nairobi Declaration or the Nairobi IDA communique. They'll tell us in terms of how much has been raised, you know, and I hope we'll hit the target. Remember, the target is to double what we
186
yes,
billion.
yeah.
That is a big target.
Yes.
But we hope we get there.
Great. Yeah, maybe we can wrap it up from there. I don't know what you think.
And of course, we shall continue following up
yes.
proceedings until we get that communique and the declarations are made.
Yeah. The presidents are still at a closed-door meeting. We're waiting to hear from them in a few, but still, we're here just talking about IDA21 and looking at what the amount that will also, and also we'll be looking at the target, whether we'll hit the target, which is doubling what that was raised in IDA 20. Back to you, studio.
We are engaging with the women representatives, and we would like to get into more. How do we bring more women and youth into this project? Because we know that's also still the most vulnerable.
noo yimaadeen qarash noo soo galeen meel fog noo soo mareen meel kasta oo reer miyi joogana noogu tageeno
Your Excellencies, African leaders, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are resuming public broadcast of the summit. I would like to invite you all back to your seats. Please rise if you are seated. Now, just as we heard this morning, this is a pivotal moment in the build-up to IDA. This is a pivotal moment. Some heads of states are still arriving. I'll wait for them to join us. Let's give our Excellencies a moment to return to the room and to take their seats, and then we can all be seated. Welcome back, Your Excellencies. Welcome back again, Your Excellencies. Okay. We're going to get underway in less than a minute from now. We'll just give the various leaders and representatives, heads of states, an opportunity to be seated before we resume this program, IDA21 Africa Heads of State Summit. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Please be seated so we can resume the program. I think everybody is comfortable. Please, if you are in the audience, also please take your seats so we can continue this program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I believe I have the go-ahead to resume the program. As we heard this morning, today is a pivotal moment in the build-up to IDA21. As African leaders forge an alliance and speak in one voice about their most pressing challenges and priorities. To address the continent's challenges head-on and spur transformational development, African leaders are issuing the joint communique, which is highlighting Africa's priorities. It now gives me pleasure, and it's an honor, to invite His Excellency, Mohamed Ould Ghazouan, the Chairman of the African Union, to read the summary of the joint communique that was discussed by our honorable heads of state in their deliberations, and invite all of you to hear the main points which were discussed. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up on stage. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
leaders and government, head of state, ladies and gentlemen, members of different delegations. What I'm going to read is not the integrated text of our communique from the high-level meeting that we had. It is so it's just a summary of what has been discussed. Following the head of state meeting, as well as the African government, in favor of the 21 event of EA, as well as of the International Association of IDA21, we are publishing the complete communique called IDA Communique of Nairobi, which summarize our discussion in order to bring some light on the process of the replenishment of leader, and as well as the main point of these communiques are as follow. The first one, as head of state and head of government, we met in April in Nairobi, in the Republic of Kenya, to scan our priorities, as well as to come up with a continental alliance in order to use efficiently funding from the World Bank in order to meet our development programs. We were also accompanied by other leaders, as the African Union Commission, different regional communities, agencies from the United Nations, as well as civil society. We send our we recognize Dr. William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, as well as the chair or the president of the World Bank Group, Mr. IDA21. Two, we have recognized the excellent partnership that our country do have with the International Association Development, IDA, for the funding and the support they are providing us. IDA is providing support for 75 countries, whereby half of it are in the African continent. We are expressing our deepest gratitude to IDA, and also we are committing ourselves to play our role in order to get an impact in terms of the development of our people. And number three, we are gathering in a moment whereby the African continent provide a wonderful opportunity for our people as well as the world. However, we have been touched by, or we've been affected by a different crisis. Just after the pandemic, our countries are now coming back because of our support, and also because of our youthful population, as well as the abundance of natural resources, as well as the spirit of the African continent. For IDA and his model has proven a good result in terms of development. The architect, the existing architect, allowed us to access to different support package, and also to meet the need of country, especially in management conflict, as well as forced displacement, regional integration, as well as the response to crisis, and climate change response as well, the development of private sector and others. IDA will remain our partner of development and one of the main resources of funding for majority of Sahel Africans. 5, it is urgent to invest in the economic transformation of our continent, as well as to focus on the main priority that we have identified. Let me underline the issue of human capital, invest in human capital to allow the private sector to create employment, and employment of good quality, and also the access to energy, as well as the digitalization, enhance the resilience to the climate change, and also ensure prosperity of our people. We have laid the foundations, and we need now to record the fruits of having a unique market, as well as to focus on regional market and any issue related to funding, as well as digitalization. 6, to meet the inspiration of our people, we need to create a cycle of knowledge, of policies, as well as investment and employment. We have strong capacity in terms of implementation, as well as to have good and concrete results. So it's a huge enterprise that requires investment. So in long terms, as well as cool terms, we need to work together. As a leader, It's sometimes discouraging to realize the increased demand in terms of necessary resources in order to meet the requirement of development as well as climate change. We will do our best in order to better invest by taking into account the issue of inclusivity as well as the issue of employment in order to stimulate the mobilizations of national resources. On the same, we need an increase in terms of private investment on the African continent as well as across the world. Number 7, we also need an increase, a steady increase of financial support. IDA should at least bring more than 60 billion USD in our country during the period of IDA20 from July 2022 up to the year 2025. So a strong financing will enable IDA to associate itself efficiently with our countries in order to meet the priority that we have identified in our country and in different regions, and then to come up with a common agreement. So we call upon on a refurbishment, a solid one, a strong one for IDA21. 8. We are looking forward for a fruitful partnership between IDA and as well as the World Bank. We are committing ourselves as head of state, as head of government, to meet regularly and also to extend our support and enhance national capacity as well as national system and renew our commitment to transform our economy through a strong governance as well as based on economic strategy that prioritize the development of the private sector, and also by focusing on mobilizing national resources in a transparent manner as well as efficient manner. And we need to strengthen governance as well as our willing to respect our commitment in relation to the climate agreement signed in Paris. 9. Finally, we are encouraging the partner as well as donor of IDA to overcome the challenge of our century in order to avail their financial availability of IDA, as well as to have a strong constitution of resources in order to contribute as well as to meet the a sustainable objective, as well as to overcome world challenges, as well as the Africa challenges as it has been mentioned in our communique. As I have mentioned in the beginning, we will publish the full communique of IDA that the African state as well as African government have adopted in front of all different representatives. We thank you. We really thank you all. Thank you so much. As you have heard, we recognize that Africa play a major role in the economical world growth. And the leaders that are gathered today have shown their will to really focus on inclusive growth as well as sustainable growth in Africa in partnership with IDA. The African ambition, it is huge, very huge. And the communique that I've just read show the collective will as well as the engagement of African leaders to implement strong solutions that we have identified. And now, I have the honor and the pleasure to invite Mr. Ajay Banga, Chair of the World Bank, in order to launch the new coalition of IDA that is made of different partners from the civil society, foundations, private sector, youth, all together brought their effort in order to implement a very strong coalition for IDA. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and once again, thank you to you and President Ruto and all the other heads of state who have been here and have helped to get us on this pathway. What's on display today is unity. Leaders from across the continent have come together to find common ground in their unique aspirations. We have put focus on how these aspirations can join with a well-resourced and efficient IDA to make generational change happen. But also how these aspirations will require work to be realized. The African continent boasts a youthful, vibrant population, the fastest growing in the world. It holds vast natural resources, fertile land, and a flourishing and entrepreneurial spirit. But on the other side are a set of well-defined challenges that have too often eclipsed these blessings. That is the backdrop we face. Africa at a crossroads. The path we choose will determine the path and the future for generations to come. Do we accept the status quo, a future where millions remain trapped in poverty, where the fundamental human right of electricity is elusive, healthcare accessibility is inadequate, and infrastructure is insufficient to support the potential of the continent and its people? Or do we seize the opportunity to unlock that potential and usher in an era of prosperity and progress? The World Bank and its people believe that the answer is clear. Africa can and must chart a course towards a brighter future. And this is not a pipe dream. We have seen the success stories in countries that took advantage of IDA, embraced good governance, invested in education and infrastructure, and fostered an environment where businesses can thrive. And in doing so, they have helped over the years to blaze a trail for others to follow. We began in the 1960s with Korea, South Korea, boasting a well-educated population but lacking capital and industry. China's story started later. In 1978, 770 million people in China lived on the edge of poverty, facing low economic growth due to lack of market competition and rigid policies on prices and mobility. India's path unfolded in the 90s and the 2000s. The country had to grapple with high poverty, held back by heavily regulated markets, dominant public sector monopolies, and unbalanced trade. Today, each of these is a country on the move. Each has transitioned from an IDA borrower to an IDA donor. But their journeys have common threads and lessons that I think are relevant for all of us. All three countries saw governments playing a crucial role in creating an environment that is conducive to growth, to private sector growth, domestic and international. They provided clarity on regulatory policy, implemented those reforms to attract that investment, domestic and foreign, and fostered a competitive landscape. Each nation benefited from a significant rise in the working age population during crucial development phases, and they invested in their people to realize that demographic dividend. And that provided a skilled and readily available workforce. Each recognized the importance of trade and competitive advantages as an engine of growth. They implemented policies to reduce barriers. They built strong domestic manufacturing and service sectors, which opened the door to rapid economic expansion. All three utilized IDA for strategic investments in education, in healthcare, in rural development, areas crucial for any developing nation. They are not alone. 36 countries have successfully graduated from IDA, 12 of them just since 2000. That is the transformative power of development assistance done right. Looking at Africa, I can see some very promising parallels. Several African nations are experiencing economic growth and implementing reforms to attract private investment. Many share a similar demographic trajectory with a projected rise in the working age population. And like these other challenges, Africa's countries also face their issues. Compared to the Asian tigers, private sector investment in Africa remains low. Infrastructure bottlenecks and limited access to finance further hinder growth. And the headwinds of debt, climate, and conflict restrain progress. So at this very juncture lies the promise of the kind of development effort that today has brought together government leaders, the international community, and the private sector. We all must be partners in progress. We have a mission-critical role to play, each of us, with governments leading on their own development agendas and IDA as their partner at the core of those strategies. The story of economic development is not a one-size-fits-all approach. But by understanding the journeys of successful nations and applying the lessons learned, Africa can chart its own course towards a much brighter economic future. First, invest in our people. A skilled, educated, healthy workforce, digitally savvy, including women, is the bedrock of any thriving economy. A skilled, educated, healthy workforce, digitally savvy, including women. We need to ensure that every child has access to quality education, from primary school to vocational training and beyond. We must work to make healthcare accessible to them. And to confront that challenge, we're using IDA to support our goal of providing quality, affordable healthcare to 1.5 billion people globally in 5 years. We just announced this in our spring meetings, expanding our work to new communities and broadening the scope of our services to include every stage of a person's life. Second, by building efficient and robust infrastructure. And I'm going to say that does not just mean rail or roads or homes or bridges, but energy and energy infrastructure. I believe access to electricity is a fundamental human right, and I believe it is foundational to any successful development effort. And yet half the population of Africa, 600 million people, lack access to electricity. And that's why at the spring meetings we announced we are working to deliver energy to 300 million Africans by 2030, 250 million with the World Bank Group, 50 million partnering with my friend Aki Nadisena at the African Development Bank. Third, support job-creating, value-added industries like agriculture and logistics, the warehousing and transport of that agriculture as an example, where the private sector could eventually come in to help farmers access new markets, entrepreneurs connect with customers, and young people access information and opportunity. So taking agriculture, it's an area of vast economic potential for Africa, but there are two problems. One, only 6 to 7% of the farmland is irrigated. And as I said in a session earlier, 37% is that same number for Asia. Two, Africa has one of the lowest rates of fertilizer usage in the world. That leads to yields that are 1/3 the global average. If we focus our investment in the right fertilizer and the right soil and irrigation, we can responsibly grow crops and grow opportunity. Made in Africa, for Africa, and for the world. That's the objective. So we've discussed 5 main areas where we believe jobs growth and the future of Africa can come from. Energy and the downstream effects of energy, not just generation and distribution, but what it enables. Infrastructure, rail, logistics, warehousing, transport, roads, homes. Third, healthcare. Think of the primary health centers in that 1.5 billion people pledge. They will create jobs for nurses, medical technicians, doctors, PPE manufacturing, medicine manufacturing. And then agribusiness, as I just spoke to. And last but not least, tourism, an area in which Africa has already made some progress, but the opportunities are limitless. The World Bank is committed to playing its part in all of these areas. We will continue to provide financial resources, technical expertise, and policy advice. We commit to work alongside governments to help implement difficult reforms as they pursue them. But we are joined in this endeavor by an army of friends and partners from the private and advocacy sectors. In a few moments, you will hear from leaders of this unique coalition who are taking early action in support of IDA and Africa. They're essential in our push to make sure that governments have the resources and the support that they need to realize the potential we're speaking of. I'm looking forward to joining them again later this year at the big conference in Côte d'Ivoire to support the IDA21 replenishment. But the ultimate responsibility lies with Africa itself. Its leaders must embrace bold reforms, fight corruption, invest in their people. They must create an environment where creativity flourishes and innovation thrives. The future of Africa is not predetermined. It is a choice between stagnation and progress, despair and hope. Let us choose the path of greatest potential. Let's choose a brighter, more prosperous future for Africa, a future where every child has the opportunity to thrive, and count on the World Bank Group and its people to be by your side, to be the hand on your back. We commit that to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President of World Bank Group, Ajay Banga. I've been asked to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, Shetima Kashima. Welcome to Kenya. Let's move swiftly on. As we just heard, IDA is about partnerships, unity, and coalition. IDA21 provides a window of global opportunity. IDA Coalition brings together a community of partners, all playing their part to work together for a successful IDA21 replenishment. With that, I would like to invite now the members of the IDA Coalition who are present here today to deliver their remarks. Please allow me to first welcome Ms. Ndidi Wunele, President and CEO of One Campaign. Ndidi, if you could come to the podium, thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. I'm standing on existing protocols. I'm excited to serve as an IDA champion, and we at the One Campaign are committed to serve on the IDA21 coalition, which brings together civil society, youth, and the private sector with a shared vision for a bold and transformational IDA21. I first visited Kenya when I was 6 years old in 1981 as a Nigerian tourist with a love for this lush and beautiful country. And every country that I've visited across Africa has shown me the beauty of our continent. Vibrant young people, entrepreneurial culture, children with hope, energy, and courage. So imagine my shock on moving to the United States when I turned 16 to learn that the face of Africa was a hungry child and that the face of poverty was a female farmer from Africa. This narrative represents the danger of a single story, and one that I've fought for the past 22 years to change as an entrepreneur working across Africa, promoting agribusinesses, youth leadership, economic growth, and trade. In my role as the first African CEO of the One Campaign, a 20-year-old organization, I am committed to building Africa's agency, ensuring that we are speaking with one voice and working collaboratively to shape the narrative and drive growth. And to bring around the potential to bridge this gap between Africa's poverty story and our wealth creation story. IDA21 gives us the unique opportunity to do that at scale. IDA21 is also one of the best buys in development with a long track record of delivering impact. And this financing is critical for enabling our vulnerable African countries in their recovery from current challenges and supporting their development priorities. IDA gets the most out of the balance sheets and allows donors to increase their reach and development impacts. Every $1, as we've heard today, in donor funding contributes and generates $3.5 in financing. This is value for money. IDA's support is grounded in countries' needs, their priorities, and performance, putting IDA countries in the driver's seat in shaping their destiny. Such an ownership is critical for durable progress. IDA21 will be transformative for three main reasons. But first, we have to make those commitments. First, for the World Bank and African presidents, transparency and accountability must become the hallmark of IDA in Africa. This requires clear milestones, robust communication, and consistent citizenship engagement, which will build the much-needed trust that we need for these funds to be used. Our work at the One campaign is grounded on boosting African agency in global decision-making. And we're collaborating with African partners, civil society, to make this a priority. And we're going to be engaging our One activists across the world, especially in our African countries, to join the efforts to hold our governments accountable, to utilize the IDA funding to deliver impact on the ground. Secondly, IDA donors, we need you to step up. We're very clear-eyed about the challenges that you're currently facing, the political headwinds in your country. But we need you to recognize that this is a critical time to partner with Africa. And we need you to increase your commitments by at least 25% so that IDA21 will meaningfully break the $120 billion mark. Now, Africa's civil society and private sector. IDA is different because civil society and private sector will be there working alongside government and the World Bank to deliver impact. We at One have witnessed at firsthand what decision makers can do if we work collaboratively to surmount challenges. We need decisive action, we need resolute leadership, and now is the time to work together to achieve that. I'm more convinced ever before, when I was a 6-year-old child, that we, Africa, must change that narrative. I recognize that as humans, we're often jaded, and some adults in the room say we've seen it all. But as Africans, we can choose either hope or fear. And I choose hope. In spite of the climate change, the debt, the economic crisis, the civil unrest, I choose hope, and I enjoy you to join me in choosing hope. I'm more convinced today that because of our collective commitments to transformation, that in our lifetime, we will change the face of Africa from a hungry child to a successful female entrepreneur. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. We have no choice but to go fast and far together. And to do that, we need to work with excellence, integrity, courage, and boldness, leaving our egos, our logos, and flags at the door, and committing to leave Africa better than we found it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ndidi, for your remarks. We do have more coalition champions to hear from, but I'm going to ask extremely politely, those of you who still have remarks to make, please, please, please try to summarize into 1 minute, because we truly are out of time. Allow me to welcome Ms. Sela Bokongo, youth influencer, co-founder and CEO of Jacob's Ladder Africa, representing the all-important cross-section of African youth. Sela, please. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, I had a 3-minute speech, but I'll summarize it with my last statement, which I think and hope will communicate my heart and the hearts of many African youth and what they would love, especially our African leaders, to hear. Africa stands in a David and Goliath battleground, facing a myriad of challenges which together can seem insurmountable. You stand, our leaders, as generals leading this army. But the truth is, 60% of your army stands behind you, unequipped and therefore helpless. We urge you to take this moment that could be the pivot that Africa needs to empower your foot soldiers so that together we can realize our common shared prosperity. This is why, as young people, we're not merely asking you what you can do, the various things that have been listed here today. We're availing ourselves so that we can co-create the solutions that need to be created specifically for young people. One in particular that I must mention is the systems change approach to development that allows for job creation being mapped within all the projects while skilling the continent's workforce. And all we need is your goodwill, your leadership, and your resolve. I thank you.
Thank you, Stella, for those remarks. Please allow me to invite everyone who's somebody well known to us, Mr. James Mwangi, CEO of Equity Group. You're welcome to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, African heads of state, the World Bank President and your leadership team, it's a pleasure for the private sector to be given a chance. The private sector is a partner to the public sector and, of course, the government. We acknowledge and applaud the support the African public sector is being given. It develops the infrastructure that creates an enabling environment for the private sector. It invests in soft infrastructure like education and health, and we enhance the productivity of the African continent. But it will be necessary, Mr. President, to boost the capability of the private sector in two aspects. The private sector sweats and utilizes the infrastructure that is built with public funds. And that is the only way that you can enhance the return on the infrastructure being built in the African continent. We need the young population being educated to get jobs. The jobs are coming from the SMEs. The SMEs need to access funding. Private sector can provide funding, but SMEs require blended finance, and IDA would be a huge partner for the private financing. Secondly, the supporting the private sector leads to an integrated development approach, where you are developing from the private sector and the citizens themselves become active participants through private sector leading. Lastly, is the private sector, together with the donor community, together with the philanthropist, could use the support of VIDA as a blended finance to ensure inclusion. Nobody should be left behind as Africa transforms. And this is essentially then helps in de-risking and capacitating those at the bottom of the pyramid. Lastly, is to thank IDA, the World Bank Group, for listening to the voice of Africa. Africa knows what matters most, what the priorities are. So with listening to the voices of Africa, IDA's funds can only be more relevant to the needs of Africa. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, James Mwangi. I would now like to welcome on stage Nia Bardea, CEO of Bridgewater Associates. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. It's amazing to be here, and thank you for having us. And a special thank you to President Ruto and the government of Kenya for hosting all of us in your amazing country. Also, my thoughts go out to all the people impacted by the recent natural disasters. Also, good to see my friend Ajay Benga, the head of the World Bank, and also thank you and the World Bank for your efforts, and recognize all the distinguished African heads of state who have gathered here today. So it's a privilege to add our support to the work that so many of you are doing to realize the potential of the African continent. But if you let me take a step back for a minute. For nearly 50 years, Bridgewater has been mapping out the cause and effect linkages that underpin the world's economies and markets. This includes short-term impacts like credit cycles, but also very critical long-term effects like deleveraging, like productivity changes. That systematic mapping helps us understand where the world is likely headed, which we use to advise our clients and to manage portfolios of over $100 billion. But more importantly, having a sense of where the world is likely headed also helps us see how different policy decisions could send the world down very, very different paths. That's why I'm here today. The dramatic long-term changes in Africa will be some of the most consequential factors in shaping what the world looks like over the next 50 years. The changes that will happen are inevitable. How those will impact the world is a complete choice. The decisions that policymakers make in the coming months will determine the outcome of that choice. Let me take a minute to just describe how we see things. Today, 1/8 of the world's working age population lives in sub-Saharan Africa. That's a little bit under 700 million people. If we look ahead, Africa's population is going to boom, growing by 30% each decade, at the same time that the entire, basically, rest of the world has a population decline. That means that 3/4 of the world's working age population growth will come from the African continent, and as a result, in my lifetime, 1/3 of the overall working age population in the world will be here on the continent. This changes the reality, and it means that the continent will have a massive levered effect on what the world will look like. If this increase in population corresponds with a significant increase in productivity, like Ajay just described, we will activate untapped human potential that will spur a huge source of growth for the entire world. If, however, we continue down the current path and the continent and the world will be destabilized, with global inequality rapidly growing. Many more people in the continent, in the most critical age brackets, in the area most impacted by climate change, we've just heard from several leaders describing that today, will not have the opportunity to realize their individual and collective potential. To make this tangible, Ajay talked about 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa. That's half of the population that don't have access to electricity today. In some countries, that number is 25%. And that's what the rest of the world, that number is 90%. So let's just be clear, shrinking population in one side of the world, facing the biggest productivity boom of a generation with artificial intelligence and machine learning, while at the same time, here in this part of the world, the booming population is facing a productivity stagnation largely cut off from the most basic ways of advancement. This will impact everyone on and off the continent, and to avoid that train wreck and to harvest the huge population in Africa, instead of the net outflows, we need to dramatically increase the investments in education and infrastructure in healthcare in the continent now. Bridgewater is excited to partner with heads of state and Ajay Benga and the World Bank, with Global Citizen, with other great investors and economists to help understand the issues and make good decisions. I look forward to seeing many of you later this year to discuss and to move these subjects forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nir. Lastly, I would like to call on stage Mr. Hugh Evans, founder and CEO of Global Citizen. Mr. Evans, welcome to the stage. Please keep your remarks to the minimum, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Your Excellencies. And it's an honor to be with you today in beautiful Nairobi. I'd like to especially thank His Excellency President Ruto for hosting us, and I'd also like to acknowledge the President of the World Bank Group, Mr. Ajay Benga. My name is Hugh Evans, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Global Citizen, the world's largest movement of citizens taking action for the eradication of extreme poverty now. And I'm here today with our partners, Nir Barday of Bridgewater Associates, to share our support for IDA. Global Citizen's work on the continent began in 2018 when we hosted Mandela 100 in Johannesburg, where we brought Beyonce and Jay-Z and 500,000 global citizens to Johannesburg, South Africa, to celebrate the life and legacy of Madiba. This first campaign brought 5 African heads of state to Johannesburg, and ultimately mobilized $7.4 billion in the fight to eradicate extreme poverty. And since then, we've been honored to be welcomed by the governments of Ghana, Nigeria, and Rwanda, who've supported the expansion of Global Citizen across the continent. And now there are over 500,000 Global Citizens who have taken more than 8 million actions for the eradication of extreme poverty. Today marks a significant new chapter in our efforts and our partnership with the continent. And over the last 2 years, we've met with heads of state across the continent, including President Chikwera of Malawi, President Paul Kagame of Rwanda, President Akufo-Addo of Ghana, and President Masisi of Botswana, and our host, His Excellency, President Ruto. In all of these meetings, we've seen a common theme, and that common theme has been the massive population shift that we see across the continent and the need, as Nia Bade just said, for urgent public investment to ensure this booming population is an asset for the continent and for the world. That's why I'm honored today to announce that Bridgewater Associates and Global Citizen will host an economic summit on October 9th and 10th in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, and we're grateful for the support of His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of Côte d'Ivoire, represented by the Prime Minister Robert Begley Mambe, as we gather heads of state, finance ministers, private sector leaders, and civil society, all to support the IDA21 replenishment. Thank you, for Your Excellencies, for the opportunity to share this announcement with you today, and we look forward to seeing many of you in Abidjan on October 9th and 10th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugh. On that note, let's give the IDA champions a round of applause. Thank you. And now we are going to move to a photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our heads of states onto the stage. I believe I'm going to be given assistance and help by protocol persons. We would like to invite our heads of state. So if you're not a head of state, you don't come up to the front for this photo opportunity with the help of Michael and Chief of Protocol. So if you could please, heads of state, just come towards the steps here so we can get this photo, and then we're going to have closing remarks from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Please clap for them as they gather. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, heads of states. If you could please return to your seats. And I would ask humbly His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, to remain on stage. I'm going to hand over to His Excellency to give some closing remarks.
Let me once again register my profound appreciation for your gracious acceptance of my invitation for attending this very crucial summit. The Nairobi IDA communique, which we adopted today, outlines the pressing developmental imperatives of Africa and our steadfast commitment to transformative progress, building upon the outcomes of the Africa Climate Summit. Let us have a moment of reflection. In September 1973, Kenyatta International Convention Center, the building where we are today, was opened, and it hosted the first annual meeting of the World Bank and IMF in Africa. Robert McNamara was the World Bank president at the time, and he emphasized poverty, eradication, and elimination of inequality. Today, 50 years later, we stand in the same venue, joined by the President of the World Bank, IDA21, to convene for the IDA21 Replenishment Summit, continuing our collective effort in the fight against poverty and inequality. The escalating debt burdens compounded by the impact of climate change and the economic scars of COVID-19 pandemic underscore the necessity for accessible, affordable, and long-term financing, the primary discussion of our conversation today. The imperative and urgency of achieving replenishment target of at least US $120 billion cannot be overstated. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to my friend, Mr. IDA21, the President of the World Bank Group, for his exemplary leadership and unwavering dedication to reforming the bank to effectively address the myriad global challenges and advance the developmental aspirations of Africa and other developing nations. I thank my colleagues, heads of state, for their stewardship and leadership in taking us through the conversation and getting us to this point. Even as we advocate for a robust IDA21 replenishment as African heads of state, we also call for a strong replenishment of the Africa Development Fund, of the Africa Development Fund Group. The forthcoming 17th replenishment of the ADF should be doubled to 25 billion per replenishment cycle, thereby facilitating greater levels of concessional financing to its 37 low-income member countries, which will also complement IDA. I want to thank Ajay for working with Adesina on this subject. With utmost humility, I extend my sincere gratitude to Your Excellencies for your active and resolute engagement. On behalf of all of us, I extend my appreciation to the President of the World Bank once again for his steadfast commitment and standing in solidarity with Africa and developing our region as we collectively champion the journey towards climate resilience and green industrialization. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I thank you.
A round of applause for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto. My name is Yvonne Dege. It has been a pleasure hosting this very important event. I'm now handing you over into the very safe hands of Michael Gitonga to give you instructions for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. And mine is very simple. It's really just to announce the exit protocols. We have a state luncheon, which is strictly invite only, which is going to be at the Comesa grounds. And after that, we also have a cocktail for the delegates invited by World Bank. So at this point, I'll request that we all be upstanding and rise as we allow the Excellencies to leave and proceed to the state banquet, and it's invite only. So without an invite, kindly desist from going. The rest, we'll all now go for the cocktail, which is at the other tent, the World Bank tent, which is sponsored by World Bank. Otherwise, do have yourselves a wonderful evening. Take care of yourselves and each other. God bless.
The Nairobi Declaration is finally out. A document that outlines the African position when it comes to dealing with the international development assistance and what exactly Africa is championing for in the coming meeting in December, where developed countries will meet to pledge their funds towards the replenishment fund. You know, if I can take you through some of the proposals. The African heads of state want more than doubling of funds towards climate adaptation. They also want more funds to go towards infrastructural development in a bid to deal with the various calamities that the continent is facing. They also want more funds to be channeled towards creating a fair playing field for all genders, whereby they want more funds to be allocated towards women-owned enterprises, people with disability, as well as youth. They also want close collaboration with the World Bank to ensure that the requirements that have been set by IDA for accessing the funds is fast-tracked and made easy. They also want developed countries to double the amount they are going to pledge in December, so as to ensure that African countries get a lion's share of the pledged funds. So this document is going to be discussed in Nepal next month. Or the month, yes, this is next month, in June actually. We are not yet in May, and thereafter it's going to be forwarded to the Council of IDA, whereby it's going to be presented to the board of the World Bank for consideration. We'll keep an eye on what happens with this document and whether the recommendations of the African heads of state will be captured in the final document, which is expected to come out sometimes in December. Well, we have been here since the early hours of this day, and of course ensuring that we give you the best coverage in this meeting. My name is O'Brien Kimani. I'm taking you back to Broadcasting House for our subsequent coverage of other programs. Thank you very much. On behalf of the entire production team, God bless you.
Ili kupata msubiri Mungu kama sikiza tune yako, bonyeza *812*501#.
Kijana kanipigia